I caught a look on his face that made me sure he could somehow hear it. I tried to keep my eyes away from his perfection as much as possible, but I slipped often. Each time, his beauty pierced me through with sadness. For the most part, we walked in silence. Occasionally he would ask a random question that he hadn't gotten to in the past 2 days of interrogation. He asked about my birthdays, my grade school teachers, my childhood pets, and I had to admit that after killing 3 fish in a row, I'd given up on the whole institution. He laughed at that, louder than I was used to, bell-like echoes bouncing back to us from the empty woods. The hike took me most of the morning, but he never showed any sign of impatience. The forest spread out around us in a boundless labyrinth of ancient trees, and I began to be nervous that we would never find our way out again. He was perfectly at ease, comfortable in the green maze, never seeming to feel any doubt about our direction. After several hours, the light that filtered through the canopy transformed, the murky olive tone shifting to a brighter jade. The day had turned sunny, just as he'd foretold. For the first time since we'd entered the woods, I felt a thrill of excitement, which quickly turned to impatience. "Are we there yet?" I teased, pretending to scowl. "Nearly." He smiled at the change in my mood. "Do you see the brightness ahead?" I peered into the thick forest. Should I?" He smirked. "Maybe it's a bit soon for your eyes." "Time to visit the optometrist," I muttered. His smirk grew more pronounced. But then, after another 100 yards, I could definitely see a lightening in the trees ahead, a glow that was yellow instead of green. I picked up the pace, my eagerness growing with every step. He let me lead now, following noiselessly. I reached the edge of the pool of light and stepped through the last fringe of ferns into the loveliest place I had ever seen. The meadow was small, perfectly round, and filled with wildflowers, violet, yellow, and soft white. Somewhere nearby, I could hear the bubbling music of a stream. The sun was directly overhead, filling the circle with a haze of buttery sunshine. I walked slowly, awestruck, through the soft grass, swaying flowers, and warm, gilded air. I halfway turned, wanting to share this with him, but he wasn't behind me where I thought he'd be. I spun around, searching for him with sudden alarm. Finally I spotted him, still under the dense shade of the canopy at the edge of the hollow, watching me with cautious eyes. Only then did I remember what the beauty of the meadow had driven from my mind, the enigma of Edward and the sun, which he'd promised to illustrate for me today. I took a step back toward him, my eyes alight with curiosity. His eyes were wary, reluctant. I smiled encouragingly and beckoned to him with my hand, taking another step back to him. He held up a hand in warning, and I hesitated, rocking back onto my heels. Edward seemed to take a deep breath, and then he stepped out into the bright glow of the midday sun. 13. Confessions. Edward in the sunlight was shocking. I couldn't get used to it, though I'd been staring at him all afternoon. His skin, white despite the faint flush from yesterday's hunting trip, literally sparkled, like thousands of tiny diamonds were embedded in the surface. He lay perfectly still in the grass, his shirt open over his sculpted, incandescent chest, his scintillating arms bare. His glistening, pale lavender lids were shut, though of course he didn't sleep. A perfect statue, carved in some unknown stone, smooth like marble, glittering like crystal. Now and then, his lips would move, so fast it looked like they were trembling. But, when I asked, he told me he was singing to himself. It was too low for me to hear. I enjoyed the sun, too, though the air wasn't quite dry enough for my taste. I would have liked to lie back, as he did, and let the sun warm my face. But I stayed curled up, my chin resting on my knees, unwilling to take my eyes off him. The wind was gentle, it tangled my hair and ruffled the grass that swayed around his motionless form. The meadow, so spectacular to me at first, paled next to his magnificence. Hesitantly, always afraid, even now, that he would disappear like a mirage, too beautiful to be real. Hesitantly, I reached out one finger and stroked the back of his shimmering hand, where it lay within my reach. I marveled again at the perfect texture, satin smooth, cool as stone. When I looked up again, his eyes were open, watching me. Butterscotch today, lighter, warmer after hunting. His quick smile turned up the corners of his flawless lips. "I don't scare you?" he asked playfully, but I could hear the real curiosity in his soft voice. "No more than usual." He smiled wider, his teeth flashed in the sun. I inched closer, stretched out my whole hand now to trace the contours of his forearm with my fingertips. I saw that my fingers trembled, and knew it wouldn't escape his notice. "Do you mind?" I asked, for he had closed his eyes again. "No," he said without opening his eyes. "You can't imagine how that feels." He sighed. I lightly trailed my hand over the perfect muscles of his arm, followed the faint pattern of bluish veins inside the crease at his elbow. With my other hand, I reached to turn his hand over. Realizing what I wished, he flipped his palm up in one of those blindingly fast, disconcerting movements of his. It startled me, my fingers froze on his arm for a brief second. "Sorry," he murmured. I looked up in time to see his golden eyes close again. "It's too easy to be myself with you." I lifted his hand, turning it this way and that as I watched the sun glitter on his palm. I held it closer to my face, trying to see the hidden facets in his skin. "Tell me what you're thinking," he whispered. I looked to see his eyes watching me, suddenly intent. It's still so strange for me, not knowing. You know, the rest of us feel that way all the time. It's a hard life. Did I imagine the hint of regret in his tone? But you didn't tell me. I was wishing I could know what you were thinking. I hesitated, and I was wishing that I could believe that you were real. And I was wishing that I wasn't afraid. I don't want you to be afraid. His voice was just a soft murmur. I heard what he couldn't truthfully say, that I didn't need to be afraid, that there was nothing to fear. Well, that's not exactly the fear I meant, though that's certainly something to think about. So quickly that I missed his movement, he was half sitting, propped up on his right arm, his left palm still in my hands. His angel's face was only a few inches from mine. I might have, should have, flinched away from his unexpected closeness, but I was unable to move. His golden eyes mesmerized me. "What are you afraid of, then?" he whispered intently. But I couldn't answer. As I had just that once before, I smelled his cool breath in my face. Sweet. Delicious. The scent made my mouth water. It was unlike anything else. Instinctively, unthinkingly, I leaned closer, inhaling. And he was gone, his hand ripped from mine. In the time it took my eyes to focus, he was 20 feet away, standing at the edge of the small meadow, in the deep shade of a huge fir tree. He stared at me, his eyes dark in the shadows, his expression unreadable. I could feel the hurt and shock on my face. My empty hand stung. "I'm sorry, Edward," I whispered. I knew he could hear. "Give me a moment," he called, just loud enough for my less sensitive ears. I sat very still. After 10 incredibly long seconds, he walked back, slowly for him. He stopped, still several feet away, and sank gracefully to the ground, crossing his legs. His eyes never left mine. He took 2 deep breaths, and then smiled in apology. "I am so very sorry." He hesitated. "Would you understand what I meant if I said I was only human?" I nodded once, not quite able to smile at his joke. Adrenaline pulsed through my veins as the realization of danger slowly sank in. He could smell that from where he sat. His smile turned mocking. "I'm the world's best predator, aren't I? Everything about me invites you in. My voice, my face, even my smell. As if I need any of that." Unexpectedly, he was on his feet, bounding away, instantly out of sight, only to appear beneath the same tree as before, having circled the meadow in half a second. "As if you could outrun me," he laughed bitterly. He reached up with one hand and, with a deafening crack, effortlessly ripped a 2-foot-thick branch from the trunk of the spruce. He balanced it in that hand for a moment, and then threw it with blinding speed, shattering it against another huge tree, which shook and trembled at the blow. And he was in front of me again, standing 2 feet away, still as a stone. "As if you could fight me off," he said gently. I sat without moving, more frightened of him than I had ever been. I'd never seen him so completely freed of that carefully cultivated facade. He'd never been less human. Or more beautiful. Face ashen, eyes wide, I sat like a bird locked in the eyes of a snake. His lovely eyes seemed to glow with rash excitement. Then, as the seconds passed, they dimmed. His expression slowly folded into a mask of ancient sadness. "Don't be afraid," he murmured, his velvet voice unintentionally seductive. "I promise." He hesitated. I swear not to hurt you. He seemed more concerned with convincing himself than me. Don't be afraid, he whispered again as he stepped closer, with exaggerated slowness. He sat sinuously, with deliberately unhurried movements, till our faces were on the same level, just a foot apart. Please forgive me, he said formally. I can control myself. You caught me off guard. But I'm on my best behavior now. He waited, but I still couldn't speak. I'm not thirsty today, honestly. He winked. At that I had to laugh, though the sound was shaky and breathless. Are you all right? He asked tenderly, reaching out slowly, carefully, to place his marble hand back in mine. I looked at his smooth, cold hand, and then at his eyes. They were soft, repentant. I looked back at his hand, and then deliberately returned to tracing the lines in his hand with my fingertip. I looked up and smiled timidly. His answering smile was dazzling. So where were we, before I behaved so rudely? He asked in the gentle cadences of an earlier century. I honestly can't remember. He smiled, but his face was ashamed. I think we were talking about why you were afraid, besides the obvious reason. Oh, right. Well. I looked down at his hand and doodled aimlessly across his smooth, iridescent palm. The seconds ticked by. How easily frustrated I am, he sighed. I looked into his eyes, abruptly grasping that this was every bit as new to him as it was to me. As many years of unfathomable experience as he had, this was hard for him, too. I took courage from that thought. I was afraid. Because, for, well, obvious reasons, I can't stay with you. And I'm afraid that I'd like to stay with you, much more than I should. I looked down at his hands as I spoke. It was difficult for me to say this aloud. Yes, he agreed slowly. That is something to be afraid of, indeed. Wanting to be with me. That's really not in your best interest. I frowned. I should have left long ago, he sighed. I should leave now, but I don't know if I can. I don't want you to leave, I mumbled pathetically, staring down again. Which is exactly why I should. But don't worry, I'm essentially a selfish creature. I crave your company too much to do what I should. I'm glad. Don't be. He withdrew his hand, more gently this time. His voice was harsher than usual. Harsh for him, still more beautiful than any human voice. It was hard to keep up. His sudden mood changes left me always a step behind, dazed. It's not only your company I crave. Never forget that. Never forget I am more dangerous to you than I am to anyone else. He stopped, and I looked to see him gazing unseeingly into the forest. I thought for a moment. I don't think I understand exactly what you mean, by that last part anyway, I said. He looked back at me and smiled, his mood shifting yet again. How do I explain? He mused. And without frightening you again. Without seeming to think about it, he placed his hand back in mine. I held it tightly in both of mine. He looked at our hands. That's amazingly pleasant, the warmth. He sighed. A moment passed as he assembled his thoughts. You know how everyone enjoys different flavors. He began. Some people love chocolate ice cream, others prefer strawberry. I nodded. Sorry about the food analogy, I couldn't think of another way to explain. I smiled. He smiled ruefully back. You see, every person smells different, has a different essence. If you locked an alcoholic in a room full of stale beer, he'd gladly drink it. But he could resist, if he wished to, if he were a recovering alcoholic. Now let's say you placed in that room a glass of 100-year-old brandy, the rarest, finest cognac, and filled the room with its warm aroma. How do you think he would fare then? We sat silently, looking into each other's eyes, trying to read each other's thoughts. He broke the silence first. Maybe that's not the right comparison. Maybe it would be too easy to turn down the brandy. Perhaps I should have made our alcoholic a heroin addict instead. So what you're saying is, I'm your brand of heroin. I teased, trying to lighten the mood. He smiled swiftly, seeming to appreciate my effort. Yes, you are exactly my brand of heroin. Does that happen often? I asked. He looked across the treetops, thinking through his response. I spoke to my brothers about it. He still stared into the distance. To Jasper, every one of you is much the same. He's the most recent to join our family. It's a struggle for him to abstain at all. He hasn't had time to grow sensitive to the differences in smell, in flavor. He glanced swiftly at me, his expression apologetic. Sorry, he said. I don't mind. Please don't worry about offending me, or frightening me, or whichever. That's the way you think. I can understand, or I can try to at least. Just explain however you can. He took a deep breath and gazed at the sky again. So Jasper wasn't sure if he'd ever come across someone who was as, he hesitated, looking for the right word, appealing as you are to me. Which makes me think not. Emmett has been on the wagon longer, so to speak, and he understood what I meant. He says twice, for him, one's stronger than the other. And for you, never. The word hung there for a moment in the warm breeze. What did Emmett do? I asked to break the silence. It was the wrong question to ask. His face grew dark, his hand clenched into a fist inside mine. He looked away. I waited, but he wasn't going to answer. I guess I know, I finally said. He lifted his eyes. His expression was wistful, pleading. Even the strongest of us fall off the wagon, don't we? What are you asking? My permission. My voice was sharper than I'd intended. I tried to make my tone kinder. I could guess what his honesty must cost him. I mean, is there no hope, then? How calmly I could discuss my own death. No. He was instantly contrite. Of course there's hope. I mean, of course I won't. ... He left the sentence hanging. His eyes burned into mine. It's different for us, Emmett. These were strangers he happened across. It was a long time ago, and he wasn't as practiced, as careful, as he is now. He fell silent and watched me intently as I thought it through. So if we'd met, in a dark alley or something. ... I trailed off. It took everything I had not to jump up in the middle of that class full of children and, he stopped abruptly, looking away. When you walked past me, I could have ruined everything Carlisle has built for us, right then and there. If I hadn't been denying my thirst for the last, well, too many years, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself. He paused, scowling at the trees. He glanced at me grimly, both of us remembering. You must have thought I was possessed. I couldn't understand why, how you could hate me so quickly. ... To me, it was like you were some kind of demon, summoned straight from my own personal hell to ruin me. The fragrance coming off your skin. I thought it would make me deranged that first day. In that 1 hour, I thought of 100 different ways to lure you from the room with me, to get you alone. And I fought 'em each back, thinking of my family, what I could do to them. I had to run out, to get away before I could speak the words that would make you follow. ... He looked up then at my staggered expression as I tried to absorb his bitter memories. His golden eyes scorched from under his lashes, hypnotic and deadly. You would have come, he promised. I tried to speak calmly. Without a doubt. He frowned down at my hands, releasing me from the force of his stare. And then, as I tried to rearrange my schedule in a pointless attempt to avoid you, you were there, in that close, warm little room. The scent was maddening. I so very nearly took you then. There was only one other frail human there, so easily dealt with. I shivered in the warm sun, seeing my memories anew through his eyes, only now grasping the danger. Poor Miss Cope. I shivered again at how close I'd come to being inadvertently responsible for her death. But I resisted. I don't know how. I forced myself not to wait for you, not to follow you from the school. It was easier outside, when I couldn't smell you anymore, to think clearly, to make the right decision. I left the others near home. I was too ashamed to tell them how weak I was. They only knew something was very wrong. And then I went straight to Carlisle, at the hospital, to tell him I was leaving. I stared in surprise. I traded cars with him. He had a full tank of gas and I didn't want to stop. I didn't dare to go home, to face Esme. She wouldn't have let me go without a scene. She would have tried to convince me that it wasn't necessary. By the next morning I was in Alaska. He sounded ashamed, as if admitting a great cowardice. I spent 2 days there, with some old acquaintances. But I was homesick. I hated knowing I'd upset Esme, and the rest of them, my adopted family. In the pure air of the mountains it was hard to believe you were so irresistible. I convinced myself it was weak to run away. I'd dealt with temptation before, not of this magnitude, not even close, but I was strong. Who were you, an insignificant little girl, he grinned suddenly, to chase me from the place I wanted to be? So I came back. He stared off into space. I couldn't speak. I took precautions, hunting, feeding more than usual before seeing you again. I was sure that I was strong enough to treat you like any other human. I was arrogant about it. It was unquestionably a complication that I couldn't simply read your thoughts to know what your reaction was to me. I wasn't used to having to go to such circuitous measures, listening to your words in Jessica's mind. Her mind isn't very original, and it was annoying to have to stoop to that. And then I couldn't know if you really meant what you said. It was all extremely irritating. He frowned at the memory. I wanted you to forget my behavior that first day, if possible, so I tried to talk with you like I would with any person. I was eager actually, hoping to decipher some of your thoughts. But you were too interesting. I found myself caught up in your expressions. And every now and then you would stir the air with your hand or your hair, and the scent would stun me again. Of course, then you were nearly crushed to death in front of my eyes. Later I thought of a perfectly good excuse for why I acted at that moment, because if I hadn't saved you, if your blood had been spilled there in front of me, I don't think I could have stopped myself from exposing us for what we are. But I only thought of that excuse later. At the time, all I could think was, not her. He closed his eyes, lost in his agonized confession. I listened, more eager than rational. Common sense told me I should be terrified. Instead, I was relieved to finally understand. And I was filled with compassion for his suffering, even now, as he confessed his craving to take my life. I finally was able to speak, though my voice was faint. In the hospital. His eyes flashed up to mine. I was appalled. I couldn't believe I had put us in danger after all, put myself in your power, you of all people. As if I needed another motive to kill you. We both flinched as that word slipped out. But it had the opposite effect, he continued quickly. I fought with Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper when they suggested that now was the time. The worst fight we've ever had. Carlisle sided with me, and Alice. He grimaced when he said her name. I couldn't imagine why. Esme told me to do whatever I had to in order to stay. He shook his head indulgently. All that next day I eavesdropped on the minds of everyone you spoke to, shocked that you kept your word. I didn't understand you at all. But I knew that I couldn't become more involved with you. I did my very best to stay as far from you as possible. And every day the perfume of your skin, your breath, your hair. It hit me as hard as the very first day. He met my eyes again, and they were surprisingly tender. And for all that, he continued, I'd have fared better if I had exposed us all at that first moment, than if now, here, with no witnesses and nothing to stop me, I were to hurt you. I was human enough to have to ask. Why, Isabella? He pronounced my full name carefully, then playfully ruffled my hair with his free hand. A shock ran through my body at his casual touch. Bella, I couldn't live with myself if I ever hurt you. You don't know how it's tortured me. He looked down, ashamed again. The thought of you, still, white, cold. To never see you blush scarlet again, to never see that flash of intuition in your eyes when you see through my pretenses. It would be unendurable. He lifted his glorious, agonized eyes to mine. You are the most important thing to me now. The most important thing to me ever. My head was spinning at the rapid change in direction our conversation had taken. From the cheerful topic of my impending demise, we were suddenly declaring ourselves. He waited, and even though I looked down to study our hands between us, I knew his golden eyes were on me. You already know how I feel, of course, I finally said. I'm here, which, roughly translated, means I would rather die than stay away from you. I frowned. I'm an idiot. You are an idiot, he agreed with a laugh. Our eyes met, and I laughed, too. We laughed together at the idiocy and sheer impossibility of such a moment. And so the lion fell in love with the lamb. He murmured. I looked away, hiding my eyes as I thrilled to the word. What a stupid lamb, I sighed. What a sick, masochistic lion. He stared into the shadowy forest for a long moment, and I wondered where his thoughts had taken him. Why? I began, and then paused, not sure how to continue. He looked at me and smiled. Sunlight glinted off his face, his teeth. Yes. Tell me why you ran from me before. His smile faded. You know why. No. I mean, exactly what did I do wrong? I'll have to be on my guard, you see, so I better start learning what I shouldn't do. This, for example, I stroked the back of his hand. Seems to be all right. He smiled again. You didn't do anything wrong, Bella. It was my fault. But I want to help, if I can, to not make this harder for you. Well. He contemplated for a moment. It was just how close you were. Most humans instinctively shy away from us, are repelled by our alienness. I wasn't expecting you to come so close. And the smell of your throat. He stopped short, looking to see if he'd upset me. Okay, then, I said flippantly, trying to alleviate the suddenly tense atmosphere. I tucked my chin. No throat exposure. It worked. He laughed. No, really, it was more the surprise than anything else. He raised his free hand and placed it gently on the side of my neck. I sat very still, the chill of his touch a natural warning, a warning telling me to be terrified. But there was no feeling of fear in me. There were, however, other feelings. You see, he said. Perfectly fine. My blood was racing, and I wished I could slow it, sensing that this must make everything so much more difficult, the thudding of my pulse in my veins. Surely he could hear it. The blush on your cheeks is lovely, he murmured. He gently freed his other hand. My hands fell limply into my lap. Softly he brushed my cheek, then held my face between his marble hands. Be very still, he whispered, as if I wasn't already frozen. Slowly, never moving his eyes from mine, he leaned toward me. Then abruptly, but very gently, he rested his cold cheek against the hollow at the base of my throat. I was quite unable to move, even if I'd wanted to. I listened to the sound of his even breathing, watching the sun and wind play in his bronze hair, more human than any other part of him. With deliberate slowness, his hands slid down the sides of my neck. I shivered, and I heard him catch his breath. But his hands didn't pause as they softly moved to my shoulders, and then stopped. His face drifted to the side, his nose skimming across my collarbone. He came to rest with the side of his face pressed tenderly against my chest. Listening to my heart. Ah, he sighed. I don't know how long we sat without moving. It could have been hours. Eventually the throb of my pulse quieted, but he didn't move or speak again as he held me. I knew at any moment it could be too much, and my life could end, so quickly that I might not even notice. And I couldn't make myself be afraid. I couldn't think of anything, except that he was touching me. And then, too soon, he released me. His eyes were peaceful. It won't be so hard again, he said with satisfaction. Was that very hard for you? Not nearly as bad as I imagined it would be. And you? No, it wasn't bad. For me. He smiled at my inflection. You know what I mean. I smiled. Here. He took my hand and placed it against his cheek. Do you feel how warm it is? And it was almost warm, his usually icy skin. But I barely noticed, for I was touching his face, something I'd dreamed of constantly since the first day I'd seen him. Don't move, I whispered. No one could be still like Edward. He closed his eyes and became as immobile as stone, a carving under my hand. I moved even more slowly than he had, careful not to make one unexpected move. I caressed his cheek, delicately stroked his eyelid, the purple shadow in the hollow under his eye. I traced the shape of his perfect nose, and then, so carefully, his flawless lips. His lips parted under my hand, and I could feel his cool breath on my fingertips. I wanted to lean in, to inhale the scent of him. So I dropped my hand and leaned away, not wanting to push him too far. He opened his eyes, and they were hungry. Not in a way to make me fear, but rather to tighten the muscles in the pit of my stomach and send my pulse hammering through my veins again. I wish, he whispered, I wish you could feel the complexity, the confusion, I feel, that you could understand. He raised his hand to my hair, then carefully brushed it across my face. Tell me, I breathed. I don't think I can. I've told you, on the one hand, the hunger, the thirst, that deplorable creature that I am, I feel for you. And I think you can understand that, to an extent. Though, he half smiled. As you are not addicted to any illegal substances, you probably can't empathize completely. But. Quote. His fingers touched my lips lightly, making me shiver again. There are other hungers. Hungers I don't even understand, that are foreign to me. I may understand that better than you think. I'm not used to feeling so human. Is it always like this? For me. I paused. No. Never. Never before this. He held my hands between his. They felt so feeble in his iron strength. I don't know how to be close to you, he admitted. I don't know if I can. I leaned forward very slowly, cautioning him with my eyes. I placed my cheek against his stone chest. I could hear his breath, and nothing else. This is enough, I sighed, closing my eyes. In a very human gesture, he put his arms around me and pressed his face against my hair. You're better at this than you give yourself credit for, I noted. I have human instincts. They may be buried deep, but they're there. We sat like that for another immeasurable moment. I wondered if he could be as unwilling to move as I was. But I could see the light was fading, the shadows of the forest beginning to touch us, and I sighed. You have to go. I thought you couldn't read my mind. It's getting clearer. I could hear a smile in his voice. He took my shoulders and I looked into his face. Can I show you something? He asked, sudden excitement flaring in his eyes. Show me what? I'll show you how I travel in the forest. He saw my expression. Don't worry, you'll be very safe, and we'll get to your truck much faster. His mouth twitched up into that crooked smile so beautiful my heart nearly stopped. Will you turn into a bat? I asked warily. He laughed, louder than I'd ever heard. Like I haven't heard that one before. Right. I'm sure you get that all the time. Come on, little coward, climb on my back. I waited to see if he was kidding, but, apparently, he meant it. He smiled as he read my hesitation, and reached for me. My heart reacted, even though he couldn't hear my thoughts, my pulse always gave me away. He then proceeded to sling me onto his back, with very little effort on my part, besides, when in place, clamping my legs and arms so tightly around him that it would choke a normal person. It was like clinging to a stone. I'm a bit heavier than your average backpack, I warned. Ha! He snorted. I could almost hear his eyes rolling. I'd never seen him in such high spirits before. He startled me, suddenly grabbing my hand, pressing my palm to his face, and inhaling deeply. Easier all the time, he muttered. And then he was running. If I'd ever feared death before in his presence, it was nothing compared to how I felt now. He streaked through the dark, thick underbrush of the forest like a bullet, like a ghost. There was no sound, no evidence that his feet touched the earth. His breathing never changed, never indicated any effort. But the trees flew by at deadly speeds, always missing us by inches. I was too terrified to close my eyes, though the cool forest air whipped against my face and burned them. I felt as if I were stupidly sticking my head out the window of an airplane in flight. And, for the first time in my life, I felt the dizzy faintness of motion sickness. Then it was over. We'd hiked hours this morning to reach Edwards Meadow, and now, in a matter of minutes, we were back to the truck. Exhilarating, isn't it? His voice was high, excited. He stood motionless, waiting for me to climb down. I tried, but my muscles wouldn't respond. My arms and legs stayed locked around him while my head spun uncomfortably. Bella, he asked, anxious now. I think I need to lie down, I gasped. Oh, sorry. He waited for me, but I still couldn't move. I think I need help, I admitted. He laughed quietly, and gently unloosened my stranglehold on his neck. There was no resisting the iron strength of his hands. Then he pulled me around to face him, cradling me in his arms like a small child. He held me for a moment, then carefully placed me on the springy ferns. How do you feel? He asked. I couldn't be sure how I felt when my head was spinning so crazily. Dizzy, I think. Put your head between your knees. I tried that, and it helped a little. I breathed in and out slowly, keeping my head very still. I felt him sitting beside me. The moments passed, and eventually I found that I could raise my head. There was a hollow ringing sound in my ears. I guess that wasn't the best idea, he mused. I tried to be positive, but my voice was weak. No, it was very interesting. Ha. You're as white as a ghost. No, you're as white as me. I think I should have closed my eyes. Remember that next time. Next time, I groaned. He laughed, his mood still radiant. Show off, I muttered. Open your eyes, Bella, he said quietly. And he was right there, his face so close to mine. His beauty stunned my mind. It was too much, an excess I couldn't grow accustomed to. I was thinking, while I was running. He paused. About not hitting the trees, I hope. Silly Bella, he chuckled. Running is second nature to me, it's not something I have to think about. Show off, I muttered again. He smiled. No, he continued, I was thinking there was something I wanted to try. And he took my face in his hands again. I couldn't breathe. He hesitated, not in the normal way, the human way. Not the way a man might hesitate before he kissed a woman, to gauge her reaction, to see how he would be received. Perhaps he would hesitate to prolong the moment, that ideal moment of anticipation, sometimes better than the kiss itself. Edward hesitated to test himself, to see if this was safe, to make sure he was still in control of his need. And then his cold, marble lips pressed very softly against mine. What neither of us was prepared for was my response. Blood boiled under my skin, burned in my lips. My breath came in a wild gasp. My fingers knotted in his hair, clutching him to me. My lips parted as I breathed in his heady scent. Immediately I felt him turn to unresponsive stone beneath my lips. His hands gently, but with irresistible force, pushed my face back. I opened my eyes and saw his guarded expression. Oops, I breathed. That's an understatement. His eyes were wild, his jaw clenched in acute restraint, yet he didn't lapse from his perfect articulation. He held my face just inches from his. He dazzled my eyes. Should I? I tried to disengage myself, to give him some room. His hands refused to let me move so much as an inch. No, it's tolerable. Wait for a moment, please. His voice was polite, controlled. I kept my eyes on his, watched as the excitement in him faded and gentled. Then he smiled a surprisingly impish grin. There, he said, obviously pleased with himself. Tolerable? I asked. He laughed aloud. I'm stronger than I thought. It's nice to know. I wish I could say the same. I'm sorry. You are only human, after all. Thanks so much, I said, my voice acerbic. He was on his feet in one of his lithe, almost invisibly quick movements. He held out his hand to me, an unexpected gesture. I was so used to our standard of careful non-contact. I took his icy hand, needing the support more than I thought. My balance had not yet returned. Are you still faint from the run? Or was it my kissing expertise? How light-hearted, how human he seemed as he laughed now, his seraphic face untroubled. He was a different Edward than the one I had known. And I felt all the more besotted by him. It would cause me physical pain to be separated from him now. I can't be sure, I'm still woozy, I managed to respond. I think it's some of both, though. Maybe you should let me drive. Are you insane? I protested. I can drive better than you on your best day, he teased. You have much slower reflexes. I'm sure that's true, but I don't think my nerves, or my truck, could take it. Some trust, please, Bella. My hand was in my pocket, curled tightly around the key. I pursed my lips, deliberated, then shook my head with a tight grin. Nope, not a chance. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief. I started to step around him, heading for the driver's side. He might have let me pass if I hadn't wobbled slightly. Then again, he might not have. His arm created an inescapable snare around my waist. Bella, I've already expended a great deal of personal effort at this point to keep you alive. I'm not about to let you behind the wheel of a vehicle when you can't even walk straight. Besides, friends don't let friends drive drunk, he quoted with a chuckle. I could smell the unbearably sweet fragrance coming off his chest. Drunk? I objected. You're intoxicated by my very presence. He was grinning that playful smirk again. I can't argue with that, I sighed. There was no way around it, I couldn't resist him in anything. I held the key high and dropped it, watching his hand flash like lightning to catch it soundlessly. Take it easy, my truck is a senior citizen. Very sensible, he approved. And are you not affected at all? I asked, irked by my presence. Again his mobile features transformed, his expression became soft, warm. He didn't answer at first. He simply bent his face to mine, and brushed his lips slowly along my jaw, from my ear to my chin, back and forth. I trembled. Regardless, he finally murmured, I have better reflexes. 14. Mind over matter. He could drive well, when he kept the speed reasonable, I had to admit. Like so many things, it seemed to be effortless to him. He barely looked at the road, yet the tires never deviated so much as a centimeter from the center of the lane. He drove one-handed, holding my hand on the seat. Sometimes he gazed into the setting sun, sometimes he glanced at me, my face, my hair blowing out the open window, our hands twined together. He had turned the radio to an oldies station, and he sang along with a song I'd never heard. He knew every line. You like 50s music? I asked. Music in the 50s was good. Much better than the 60s, or the 70s, ugh. He shuddered. The 80s were bearable. Are you ever going to tell me how old you are? I asked, tentative, not wanting to upset his buoyant humor. Does it matter much? His smile, to my relief, remained unclouded. No, but I still wonder. I grimaced. There's nothing like an unsolved mystery to keep you up at night. I wonder if it will upset you, he reflected to himself. He gazed into the sun. The minutes passed. Try me, I finally said. He sighed, and then looked into my eyes, seeming to forget the road completely for a time. Whatever he saw there must have encouraged him. He looked into the sun. The light of the setting orb glittered off his skin in ruby-tinged sparkles, and spoke. I was born in Chicago in 1901. He paused and glanced at me from the corner of his eyes. My face was carefully unsurprised, patient for the rest. He smiled a tiny smile and continued. Carlisle found me in a hospital in the summer of 1918. I was 17, and dying of the Spanish influenza. He heard my intake of breath, though it was barely audible to my own ears. He looked down into my eyes again. I don't remember it well. It was a very long time ago, and human memories fade. He was lost in his thoughts for a short time before he went on. I do remember how it felt, when Carlisle saved me. It's not an easy thing, not something you could forget. Your parents. They had already died from the disease. I was alone. That was why he chose me. In all the chaos of the epidemic, no one would ever realize I was gone. How did he save you? A few seconds passed before he answered. He seemed to choose his words carefully. It was difficult. Not many of us have the restraint necessary to accomplish it. But Carlisle has always been the most humane, the most compassionate of us. I don't think you could find his equal throughout all of history. He paused. For me, it was merely very, very painful. I could tell from the set of his lips, he would say no more on this subject. I suppressed my curiosity, though it was far from idle. There were many things I needed to think through on this particular issue, things that were only beginning to occur to me. No doubt his quick mind had already comprehended every aspect that eluded me. His soft voice interrupted my thoughts. He acted from loneliness. That's usually the reason behind the choice. I was the first in Carlisle's family, though he found Esme soon after. She fell from a cliff. They brought her straight to the hospital morgue, though, somehow, her heart was still beating. So you must be dying, then, to become. We never said the word, and I couldn't frame it now. No, that's just Carlisle. He would never do that to someone who had another choice. The respect in his voice was profound whenever he spoke of his father figure. It is easier, he says, though, he continued, if the blood is weak. He looked at the now dark road, and I could feel the subject closing again. And Emmett and Rosalie. Carlisle brought Rosalie to our family next. I didn't realize till much later that he was hoping she would be to me what Esme was to him. He was careful with his thoughts around me. He rolled his eyes. But she was never more than a sister. It was only 2 years later that she found Emmett. She was hunting. We were in Appalachia at the time, and found a bear about to finish him off. She carried him back to Carlisle, more than 100 miles, afraid she wouldn't be able to do it herself. I'm only beginning to guess how difficult that journey was for her. He threw a pointed glance in my direction, and raised our hands, still folded together, to brush my cheek with the back of his hand. But she made it, I encouraged, looking away from the unbearable beauty of his eyes. Yes, he murmured. She saw something in his face that made her strong enough. And they've been together ever since. Sometimes they live separately from us, as a married couple. But the younger we pretend to be, the longer we can stay in any given place. Forks seemed perfect, so we all enrolled in high school. He laughed. I suppose we'll have to go to their wedding in a few years, again. Alice and Jasper. Alice and Jasper are two very rare creatures. They both developed a conscience, as we refer to it, with no outside guidance. Jasper belonged to another family, a very different kind of family. He became depressed, and he wandered on his own. Alice found him. Like me, she has certain gifts above and beyond the norm for our kind. Really? I interrupted, fascinated. But you said you were the only one who could hear people's thoughts. That's true. She knows other things. She sees things that might happen, things that are coming. But it's very subjective. The future isn't set in stone. Things change. His jaw set when he said that, and his eyes darted to my face in a way so quickly that I wasn't sure if I only imagined it. What kinds of things does she see? She saw Jasper and knew that he was looking for her before he knew it himself. She saw Carlisle and our family, and they came together to find us. She's most sensitive to non-humans. She always sees, for example, when another group of our kind is coming near. And any threat they may pose. Are there a lot of your kind? I was surprised. How many of them could walk among us undetected? No, not many. But most won't settle in any one place. Only those like us, who've given up hunting new people, a sly glance in my direction, can live together with humans for any length of time. We've only found one other family like ours, in a small village in Alaska. We lived together for a time, but there were so many of us that we became too noticeable. Those of us who live differently tend to band together. And the others? Nomads, for the most part. We've all lived that way at times. It gets tedious, like anything else. But we run across the others now and then, because most of us prefer the north. Why is that? We were parked in front of my house now, and he'd turned off the truck. It was very quiet and dark, there was no moon. The porch light was off, so I knew my father wasn't home yet. Did you have your eyes open this afternoon? He teased. Do you think I could walk down the street in the sunlight without causing traffic accidents? There's a reason why we chose the Olympic Peninsula, one of the most sunless places in the world. It's nice to be able to go outside in the day. You wouldn't believe how tired you can get of nighttime in 80-odd years. So that's where the legends came from. Probably. And Alice came from another family, like Jasper. No, and that is a mystery. Alice doesn't remember her human life at all. And she doesn't know who created her. She awoke alone. Whoever made her walked away, and none of us understand why, or how, he could. If she hadn't had that other sense, if she hadn't seen Jasper and Carlisle and known that she would someday become one of us, she probably would have turned into a total savage. There was so much to think through, so much I still wanted to ask. But, to my great embarrassment, my stomach growled. I'd been so intrigued, I hadn't even noticed I was hungry. I realized now that I was ravenous. I'm sorry, I'm keeping you from dinner. I'm fine, really. I've never spent much time around anyone who eats food. I forget. I want to stay with you. It was easier to say in the darkness, knowing as I spoke how my voice would betray me, my hopeless addiction to him. Can't I come in? He asked. Would you like to? I couldn't picture it, this godlike creature sitting in my father's shabby kitchen chair. Yes, if it's all right. I heard the door close quietly, and almost simultaneously he was outside my door, opening it for me. Very human, I complimented him. It's definitely resurfacing. He walked beside me in the night, so quietly I had to peek at him constantly to be sure he was still there. In the darkness he looked much more normal. Still pale, still dreamlike in his beauty, but no longer the fantastic sparkling creature of our sunlit afternoon. He reached the door ahead of me and opened it for me. I paused halfway through the frame. The door was unlocked. No, I used the key from under the eave. I stepped inside, flicked on the porch light, and turned to look at him with my eyebrows raised. I was sure I'd never used that key in front of him. I was curious about you. You spied on me, but somehow I couldn't infuse my voice with the proper outrage. I was flattered. He was unrepentant. What else is there to do at night? I let it go for the moment and went down the hall to the kitchen. He was there before me, needing no guide. He sat in the very chair I tried to picture him in. His beauty lit up the kitchen. It was a moment before I could look away. I concentrated on getting my dinner, taking last night's lasagna from the fridge, placing a square on a plate, heating it in the microwave. It revolved, filling the kitchen with the smell of tomatoes and oregano. I didn't take my eyes from the plate of food as I spoke. How often? I asked casually. He sounded as if I had pulled him from some other train of thought. I still didn't turn around. How often did you come here? I come here almost every night. I whirled, stunned. Why? You're interesting when you sleep. He spoke matter-of-factly. You talk. No. I gasped, heat flooding my face all the way to my hairline. I gripped the kitchen counter for support. I knew I talked in my sleep, of course. My mother teased me about it. I hadn't thought it was something I needed to worry about here, though. His expression shifted instantly to chagrin. Are you very angry with me? That depends. I felt and sounded like I'd had the breath knocked out of me. He waited. On. He urged. What you heard, I wailed. Instantly, silently, he was at my side, taking my hands carefully in his. Don't be upset, he pleaded. He dropped his face to the level of my eyes, holding my gaze. I was embarrassed. I tried to look away. You miss your mother, he whispered. You worry about her, and when it rains, the sound makes you restless. You used to talk about home a lot, but it's less often now. Once you said, it's too green. He laughed softly, hoping I could see, not to offend me further. Anything else? I demanded. He knew what I was getting at. You did say my name, he admitted. I sighed in defeat. A lot. How much do you mean by a lot, exactly? Oh no, I hung my head. He pulled me against his chest, softly, naturally. Don't be self-conscious, he whispered in my ear. If I could dream at all, it would be about you. And I'm not ashamed of it. Then we both heard the sound of tires on the brick driveway, saw the headlights flash through the front windows, down the hall to us. I stiffened in his arms. Should your father know I'm here? He asked. I'm not sure. I tried to think it through quickly. Another time then. And I was alone. Edward. I hissed. I heard a ghostly chuckle, then nothing else. My father's key turned in the door. Bella. He called. It had bothered me before. Who else would it be? Suddenly he didn't seem so far off base. In here. I hoped he couldn't hear the hysterical edge to my voice. I grabbed my dinner from the microwave and sat at the table as he walked in. His footsteps sounded so noisy after my day with Edward. Can you get me some of that? I'm bushed. He stepped on the heels of his boots to take them off, holding the back of Edward's chair for support. I took my food with me, scarfing it down as I got his dinner. It burned my tongue. I filled 2 glasses with milk while his lasagna was heating, and gulped mine to put out the fire. As I set the glass down, I noticed the milk trembling and realized my hand was shaking. Charlie sat in the chair, and the contrast between him and its former occupant was comical. Thanks, he said as I placed his food on the table. How was your day? I asked. The words were rushed. I was dying to escape to my room. Good. The fish were biting. How about you? Did you get everything done that you wanted to? Not really, it was too nice out to stay indoors. I took another big bite. It was a nice day, he agreed. What an understatement, I thought to myself. Finished with the last bite of lasagna, I lifted my glass and chugged the remains of my milk. Charlie surprised me by being observant. In a hurry. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm going to bed early. You look kinda keyed up, he noted. Why? Oh why, did this have to be his night to pay attention? Do I? Was all I could manage in response. I quickly scrubbed my dishes clean in the sink, and placed them upside down on a dish towel to dry. It's Saturday, he mused. I didn't respond. No plans tonight? He asked suddenly. No, Dad, I just want to get some sleep. None of the boys in town your type, eh? He was suspicious, but trying to play it cool. No, none of the boys have caught my eye yet. I was careful not to overemphasize the word boys in my quest to be truthful with Charlie. I thought maybe that Mike Newton. You said he was friendly. He's just a friend, Dad. Well, you're too good for them all, anyway. Wait till you get to college to start looking. Every father's dream, that his daughter will be out of the house before the hormones kick in. Sounds like a good idea to me, I agreed as I headed up the stairs. Night, honey, he called after me. No doubt he would be listening carefully all evening, waiting for me to try to sneak out. See you in the morning, Dad. See you creeping into my room tonight at midnight to check on me. I worked to make my tread sound slow and tired as I walked up the stairs to my room. I shut the door loud enough for him to hear, and then sprinted on my tiptoes to the window. I threw it open and leaned out into the night. My eyes scanned the darkness, the impenetrable shadows of the trees. Edward, I whispered, feeling completely idiotic. The quiet, laughing response came from behind me. Yes. I whirled, one hand flying to my throat in surprise. He lay, smiling hugely, across my bed, his hands behind his head, his feet dangling off the end, the picture of ease. Oh, I breathed, sinking unsteadily to the floor. I'm sorry. He pressed his lips together, trying to hide his amusement. Just give me a minute to restart my heart. He sat up slowly, so as not to startle me again. Then he leaned forward and reached out with his long arms to pick me up, gripping the tops of my arms like I was a toddler. He sat me on the bed beside him. Why don't you sit with me? He suggested, putting a cold hand on mine. How's the heart? You tell me, I'm sure you hear it better than I do. I felt his quiet laughter shake the bed. We sat there for a moment in silence, both listening to my heartbeat slow. I thought about having Edward in my room, with my father in the house. Can I have a minute to be human? I asked. Certainly. He gestured with one hand that I should proceed. Stay, I said, trying to look severe. Yes, ma'am. And he made a show of becoming a statue on the edge of my bed. I hopped up, grabbing my pajamas from off the floor, my bag of toiletries off the desk. I left the light off and slipped out, closing the door. I could hear the sound from the TV rising up the stairs. I banged the bathroom door loudly, so Charlie wouldn't come up to bother me. I meant to hurry. I brushed my teeth fiercely, trying to be thorough and speedy, removing all traces of lasagna. But the hot water of the shower couldn't be rushed. It unknotted the muscles in my back, calmed my pulse. The familiar smell of my shampoo made me feel like I might be the same person I had been this morning. I tried not to think of Edward, sitting in my room, waiting, because then I had to start all over with the calming process. Finally, I couldn't delay anymore. I shut off the water, toweling hastily, rushing again. I pulled on my holey t-shirt and grey sweatpants. Too late to regret not packing the Victoria's Secret silk pajamas my mother got me 2 birthdays ago, which still had the tags on them in a drawer somewhere back home. I rubbed the towel through my hair again, and then yanked the brush through it quickly. I threw the towel in the hamper, flung my brush and toothpaste into my bag. Then I dashed down the stairs so Charlie could see that I was in my pajamas, with wet hair. Night, Dad. Night, Bella. He did look startled by my appearance. Maybe that would keep him from checking on me tonight. I took the stairs 2 at a time, trying to be quiet, and flew into my room, closing the door tightly behind me. Edward hadn't moved a fraction of an inch, a carving of Adonis perched on my faded quilt. I smiled, and his lips twitched, the statue coming to life. His eyes appraised me, taking in the damp hair, the tattered shirt. He raised one eyebrow. Nice. I grimaced. No, it looks good on you. Thanks. I whispered. I went back to his side, sitting cross-legged beside him. I looked at the lines in the wooden floor. What was all that for? Charlie thinks I'm sneaking out. Oh. He contemplated that. Why? As if he couldn't know Charlie's mind much more clearly than I could guess. Apparently, I look a little overexcited. He lifted my chin, examining my face. You look very warm, actually. He bent his face slowly to mine, laying his cool cheek against my skin. I held perfectly still. He breathed. It was very difficult, while he was touching me, to frame a coherent question. It took me a minute of scattered concentration to begin. It seems to be much easier for you, now, to be close to me. Does it seem that way to you? He murmured, his nose gliding to the corner of my jaw. I felt his hand, lighter than a moth's wing, brushing my damp hair back, so that his lips could touch the hollow beneath my ear. Much easier, I said, trying to exhale. So I was wondering. I began again, but his fingers were slowly tracing my collarbone, and I lost my train of thought. Yes, he breathed. Why is that? My voice shook. Embarrassing me, do you think? I felt the tremor of his breath on my neck as he laughed. Mind over matter. I pulled back. As I moved, he froze, and I could no longer hear the sound of his breathing. We stared cautiously at each other for a moment, and then, as his clenched jaw gradually relaxed, his expression became puzzled. Did I do something wrong? No, the opposite. You're driving me crazy, I explained. He considered that briefly, and when he spoke, he sounded pleased. Really? A triumphant smile slowly lit his face. Would you like a round of applause? I asked sarcastically. He grinned. I'm just pleasantly surprised, he clarified. In the last 100 years or so, his voice was teasing, I never imagined anything like this. I didn't believe I would ever find someone I wanted to be with. In another way than my brothers and sisters. And then to find, even though it's all new to me, that I'm good at it. At being with you. You're good at everything, I pointed out. He shrugged, allowing that, and we both laughed in whispers. But how can it be so easy now? I pressed. This afternoon. It's not easy, he sighed. But this afternoon, I was still undecided. I am sorry about that, it was unforgivable for me to behave so. Not unforgivable, I disagreed. Thank you. He smiled. You see, he continued, looking down now, I wasn't sure if I was strong enough. He picked up one of my hands and pressed it lightly to his face. And while there was still that possibility that I might be overcome, he breathed in the scent at my wrist. I was susceptible, until I made up my mind that I was strong enough, that there was no possibility at all that I would. That I ever could. I'd never seen him struggle so hard for words. It was so human. So there's no possibility now. Mind over matter, he repeated, smiling, his teeth bright even in the darkness. Wow, that was easy, I said. He threw back his head and laughed, quietly as a whisper, but still exuberantly. Easy for you, he amended, touching my nose with his fingertip. And then his face was abruptly serious. I'm trying, he whispered, his voice pained. If it gets to be too much, I'm fairly sure I'll be able to leave. I scowled. I didn't like the talk of leaving. And it will be harder tomorrow, he continued. I've had the scent of you in my head all day, and I've grown amazingly desensitized. If I'm away from you for any length of time, I'll have to start over again. Not quite from scratch, though, I think. Don't go away, then, I responded, unable to hide the longing in my voice. That suits me, he replied, his face relaxing into a gentle smile. Bring on the shackles, I'm your prisoner. But his long hands formed manacles around my wrists as he spoke. He laughed his quiet, musical laugh. He'd laughed more tonight than I'd ever heard in all the time I'd spent with him. You seem more optimistic than usual, I observed. I haven't seen you like this before. Isn't it supposed to be like this? He smiled. The glory of first love, and all that. It's incredible, isn't it? The difference between reading about something, seeing it in the pictures, and experiencing it. Very different, I agreed. More forceful than I'd imagined. For example, his words flowed swiftly now. I had to concentrate to catch it all, the emotion of jealousy. I've read about it 100,000 times, seen actors portrayed in 1,000 different plays and movies. I believed I understood that one pretty clearly. But it shocked me. He grimaced. Do you remember the day that Mike asked you to the dance? I nodded, though I remembered that day for a different reason. The day you started talking to me again. I was surprised by the flare of resentment, almost fury, that I felt. I didn't recognize what it was at first. I was even more aggravated than usual that I couldn't know what you were thinking, why you refused him. Was it simply for your friend's sake? Was there someone else? I knew I had no right to care either way. I tried not to care. And then the line started forming, he chuckled. I scowled in the darkness. I waited, unreasonably anxious to hear what you would say to them, to watch your expressions. I couldn't deny the relief I felt, watching the annoyance on your face. But I couldn't be sure. That was the first night I came here. I wrestled all night, while watching you sleep, with the chasm between what I knew was right, moral, ethical, and what I wanted. I knew that if I continued to ignore you as I should, or if I left for a few years, till you were gone, that someday you would say yes to Mike, or someone like him. It made me angry. And then, he whispered, as you were sleeping, you said my name. You spoke so clearly, at first I thought you'd woken. But you rolled over restlessly and mumbled my name once more, and sighed. The feeling that coursed through me then was unnerving, staggering. And I knew I couldn't ignore you any longer. He was silent for a moment, probably listening to the suddenly uneven pounding of my heart. But jealousy. It's a strange thing, so much more powerful than I would have thought. And irrational. Just now, when Charlie asked you about that vile Mike Newton. Quote. He shook his head angrily. I should have known you'd be listening, I groaned. Of course. That made you feel jealous, though, really. I'm new at this. You're resurrecting the human in me, and everything feels stronger because it's fresh. But honestly, I teased, for that to bother you, after I have to hear that Rosalie, the incarnation of pure beauty, Rosalie, was meant for you. Emmett or no Emmett, how can I compete with that? There's no competition. His teeth gleamed. He drew my trapped hands around his back, holding me to his chest. I kept as still as I could, even breathing with caution. I know there's no competition, I mumbled into his cold skin. That's the problem. Of course Rosalie is beautiful in her way, but even if she wasn't like a sister to me, even if Emmett didn't belong with her, she could never have 1/10, no, 1/100th of the attraction you hold for me. He was serious now, thoughtful. For almost 90 years I've walked among my kind, and yours. All the time thinking I was complete in myself, not realizing what I was seeking. And not finding anything, because you weren't alive yet. It hardly seems fair, I whispered, my face still resting on his chest, listening to his breath come and go. I haven't had to wait at all. Why should I get off so easily? You're right, he agreed with amusement. I should make this harder for you, definitely. He freed one of his hands, released my wrist, only to gather it carefully into his other hand. He stroked my wet hair softly, from the top of my head to my waist. You only have to risk your life every second you spend with me, that's surely not much. You only have to turn your back on nature, on humanity. What's that worth? Very little. I don't feel deprived of anything. Not yet. And his voice was abruptly full of ancient grief. I tried to pull back, to look in his face, but his hand locked my wrists in an unbreakable hold. What? I started to ask, when his body became alert. I froze, but he suddenly released my hands, and disappeared. I narrowly avoided falling on my face. Lie down, he hissed. I couldn't tell where he spoke from in the darkness. I rolled under my quilt, balling up on my side, the way I usually slept. I heard the door crack open, as Charlie peeked in to make sure I was where I was supposed to be. I breathed evenly, exaggerating the movement. A long minute passed. I listened, not sure if I'd heard the door close. Then Edward's cool arm was around me, under the covers, his lips at my ear. You are a terrible actress, I'd say that career path is out for you. Darn it, I muttered. My heart was crashing in my chest. He hummed a melody I didn't recognize, it sounded like a lullaby. He paused. Should I sing you to sleep? Right. I laughed. Like I could sleep with you here. You do it all the time, he reminded me. But I didn't know you were here, I replied icily. So if you don't want to sleep, he suggested, ignoring my tone. My breath caught. If I don't want to sleep. Question mark quote. He chuckled. What do you want to do then? I couldn't answer at first. I'm not sure, I finally said. Tell me when you decide. I could feel his cool breath on my neck, feel his nose sliding along my jaw, inhaling. I thought you were desensitized. Just because I'm resisting the wine doesn't mean I can't appreciate the bouquet, he whispered. You have a very floral smell, like lavender. Or freesia, he noted. It's mouthwatering. Yeah, it's an off day when I don't get somebody telling me how edible I smell. He chuckled, and then sighed. I've decided what I want to do, I told him. I want to hear more about you. Ask me anything. I sifted through my questions for the most vital. Why do you do it? I said. I still don't understand how you can work so hard to resist what you. Please don't misunderstand. Of course I'm glad that you do. I just don't see why you would bother in the first place. He hesitated before answering. That's a good question, and you are not the first one to ask it. The others, the majority of our kind who are quite content with our lot, they, too, wonder at how we live. But you see, just because we've been dealt a certain hand, it doesn't mean that we can't choose to rise above, to conquer the boundaries of a destiny that none of us wanted. To try to retain whatever essential humanity we can. I lay unmoving, locked in awed silence. Did you fall asleep? He whispered after a few minutes. No. Is that all you were curious about? I rolled my eyes. Not quite. What else do you want to know? Why can you read minds? Why only you? And Alice, seeing the future. Why does that happen? I felt him shrug in the darkness. We don't really know. Carlyle has a theory. He believes that we all bring something of our strongest human traits with us into the next life, where they are intensified, like our minds, and our senses. He thinks that I must have already been very sensitive to the thoughts of those around me. And that Alice had some precognition, wherever she was. What did he bring into the next life, and the others? Carlyle brought his compassion. Esme brought her ability to love passionately. Emmett brought his strength, Rosalie her tenacity. Or you could call it pig-headedness, he chuckled. Jasper is very interesting. He was quite charismatic in his first life, able to influence those around him to see things his way. Now he is able to manipulate the emotions of those around him, calm down a room of angry people, for example, or excite a lethargic crowd, conversely. It's a very subtle gift. I considered the impossibilities he described, trying to take it in. He waited patiently while I thought. So where did it all start? I mean, Carlyle changed you, and then someone must have changed him, and so on. Quote. Well, where did you come from? Evolution. Creation. Couldn't we have evolved in the same way as other species, predator and prey? Or, if you don't believe that all this world could have just happened on its own, which is hard for me to accept myself, is it so hard to believe that the same force that created the delicate angelfish with the shark, the baby seal and the killer whale, could create both our kinds together? Let me get this straight. I'm the baby seal, right? Right. He laughed, and something touched my hair, his lips. I wanted to turn toward him, to see if it was really his lips against my hair. But I had to be good. I didn't want to make this any harder for him than it already was. Are you ready to sleep? He asked, interrupting the short silence. Or do you have any more questions? Only 1,000,000 or 2. We have tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. He reminded me. I smiled, euphoric at the thought. Are you sure you won't vanish in the morning? I wanted this to be certain. You are mythical, after all. I won't leave you. His voice had the seal of a promise in it. One more. Then, tonight. Quote. And I blushed. The darkness was no help. I'm sure he could feel the sudden warmth under my skin. What is it? No, forget it. I changed my mind. Bella, you can ask me anything. I didn't answer, and he groaned. I keep thinking it will get less frustrating, not hearing your thoughts. But it just gets worse and worse. I'm glad you can't read my thoughts. It's bad enough that you eavesdrop on my sleep talking. Please. His voice was so persuasive, so impossible to resist. I shook my head. If you don't tell me, I'll just assume it's something much worse than it is, he threatened darkly. Please. Again. That pleading voice. Well, I began, glad that he couldn't see my face. Yes. You said that Rosalie and Emmett will get married soon. Is that marriage the same as it is for humans? He laughed in earnest now, understanding. Is that what you're getting at? I fidgeted, unable to answer. Yes. I suppose it is much the same, he said. I told you, most of those human desires are there, just hidden behind more powerful desires. Oh, was all I could say. Was there a purpose behind your curiosity? Well, I did wonder. About you and me, someday. Quote. He was instantly serious, I could tell by the sudden stillness of his body. I froze, too, reacting automatically. I don't think that would be possible for us. Because it would be too hard for you, if I were that close. That's certainly a problem, but that's not what I was thinking of. It's just that you are so soft, so fragile. I have to mind my actions every moment that we're together so that I don't hurt you. I could kill you quite easily, Bella, simply by accident. His voice had become just a soft murmur. He moved his icy palm to rest it against my cheek. If I was too hasty, if for 1 second I wasn't paying enough attention, I could reach out, meaning to touch your face, and crush your skull by mistake. You don't realize how incredibly breakable you are. I can never afford to lose any kind of control when I'm with you. He waited for me to respond, growing anxious when I didn't. Are you scared? He asked. I waited for a minute to answer, so the words would be true. No, I'm fine. He seemed to deliberate for a moment. I'm curious now, though, he said, his voice light again. Have you ever? He trailed off suggestively. Of course not. I flushed. I told you I've never felt like this about anyone before, not even close. I know. It's just that I know other people's thoughts. I know love and lust don't always keep the same company. They do for me. Now, anyway, that they exist for me at all. I sighed. That's nice. We have that one thing in common, at least. He sounded satisfied. Your human instincts. I began. He waited. Well, do you find me attractive, in that way, at all? He laughed and lightly rumpled my merely dry hair. I may not be a human, but I am a man, he assured me. I yawned involuntarily. I've answered your questions, now you should sleep, he insisted. I'm not sure if I can. Do you want me to leave? No. I said too loudly. He laughed, and then began to hum that same, unfamiliar lullaby, the voice of an archangel, soft in my ear. More tired than I realized, exhausted from the long day of mental and emotional stress like I'd never felt before, I drifted to sleep in his cold arms. 15. The Cullens. The muted light of yet another cloudy day eventually woke me. I lay with my arm across my eyes, groggy and dazed. Something, a dream trying to be remembered, struggled to break into my consciousness. I moaned and rolled on my side, hoping more sleep would come. And then the previous day flooded back into my awareness. Oh. I sat up so fast it made my head spin. Your hair looks like a haystack. But I like it. His unruffled voice came from the rocking chair in the corner. Edward, you stayed. I rejoiced, and thoughtlessly threw myself across the room and into his lap. In the instant that my thoughts caught up with my actions, I froze, shocked by my own uncontrolled enthusiasm. I stared up at him, afraid that I had crossed the wrong line. But he laughed. Of course, he answered, startled, but seeming pleased by my reaction. His hands rubbed my back. I laid my head cautiously against his shoulder, breathing in the smell of his skin. I was sure it was a dream. You're not that creative, he scoffed. Charlie. I remembered, thoughtlessly jumping up again and heading to the door. He left an hour ago, after reattaching your battery cables, I might add. I have to admit I was disappointed. Is that really all it would take to stop you, if you were determined to go? I deliberated where I stood, wanting to return to him badly, but afraid I might have morning breath. You're not usually this confused in the morning, he noted. He held his arms open for me to return. A nearly irresistible invitation. I need another human minute, I admitted. I'll wait. I skipped to the bathroom, my emotions unrecognizable. I didn't know myself, inside or out. The face in the mirror was practically a stranger, eyes too bright, hectic spots of red across my cheekbones. After I brushed my teeth, I worked to straighten out the tangled chaos that was my hair. I splashed my face with cold water, and tried to breathe normally, with no noticeable success. I half ran back to my room. It seemed like a miracle that he was there, his arms still waiting for me. He reached out to me, and my heart thumped unsteadily. "Welcome back," he murmured, taking me into his arms. He rocked me for a while in silence, until I noticed that his clothes were changed, his hair smooth. "You left?" I accused, touching the collar of his fresh shirt. "I could hardly leave in the clothes I came in. What would the neighbors think?" I pouted. "You were very deeply asleep. I didn't miss anything." His eyes gleamed. "The talking came earlier," I groaned. "What did you hear?" His gold eyes grew very soft. "You said you loved me." "You knew that already," I reminded him, ducking my head. "It was nice to hear, just the same." I hid my face against his shoulder. "I love you," I whispered. "You are my life now," he answered simply. There was nothing more to say for the moment. He rocked us back and forth as the room grew lighter. "Breakfast time," he said eventually, casually, to prove, I'm sure, that he remembered all my human frailties. So I clutched my throat with both hands and stared at him with wide eyes. Shock crossed his face. "Kidding," I snickered. "And you said I couldn't act." He frowned in disgust. "That wasn't funny." "It was very funny, and you know it." But I examined his gold eyes carefully, to make sure that I was forgiven. Apparently, I was. "Shall I rephrase?" he asked. "Breakfast time for the human." "Oh, okay." He threw me over his stone shoulder, gently, but with a swiftness that left me breathless. I protested as he carried me easily down the stairs, but he ignored me. He sat me right side up on a chair. The kitchen was bright, happy, seeming to absorb my mood. "What's for breakfast?" I asked pleasantly. That threw him for a minute. I'm not sure." "What would you like?" His marble brow puckered. I grinned, hopping up. "That's all right, I fend for myself pretty well. Watch me hunt." I found a bowl and a box of cereal. I could feel his eyes on me as I poured the milk and grabbed a spoon. I sat my food on the table, and then paused. "Can I get you anything?" I asked, not wanting to be rude. He rolled his eyes. "Just eat, Bella." I sat at the table, watching him as I took a bite. He was gazing at me, studying my every movement. It made me self-conscious. I cleared my mouth to speak, to distract him. "What's on the agenda for today?" I asked. I watched him frame his answer carefully. "What would you say to meeting my family?" I gulped. "Are you afraid now?" He sounded hopeful. "Yes," I admitted. How could I deny it? He could see my eyes. "Don't worry," he smirked. "I'll protect you." "I'm not afraid of them," I explained. "I'm afraid they won't like me." "Won't they be, well, surprised that you would bring someone like me home to meet them? Do they know that I know about them?" "Oh, they already know everything. They'd taken bets yesterday, you know," he smiled, but his voice was harsh, "on whether I'd bring you back. Though why anyone would bet against Alice, I can't imagine. At any rate, we don't have secrets in the family. It's not really feasible, what with my mind reading and Alice seeing the future and all that. And Jasper making you feel all warm and fuzzy about spilling your guts, don't forget that." "You paid attention," he smiled approvingly. "I've been known to do that every now and then." I grimaced. So did Alice see me coming? His reaction was strange. "Something like that," he said uncomfortably, turning away so I couldn't see his eyes. I stared at him curiously. "Is that any good?" he asked, turning back to me abruptly and eyeing my breakfast with a teasing look on his face. "Honestly, it doesn't look very appetizing." "Well, it's no irritable grizzly," I murmured, ignoring him when he glowered. I was still wondering why he responded that way when I mentioned Alice. I hurried through my cereal, speculating. He stood in the middle of the kitchen, the statue of Adonis again, staring abstractedly out the back windows. Then his eyes were back on me, and he smiled his heartbreaking smile. "And you should introduce me to your father, too, I think." He already knows you, I reminded him. As your boyfriend, I mean. I stared at him with suspicion. Why? Isn't that customary? He asked innocently. I don't know, I admitted. My dating history gave me few reference points to work with. Not that any normal rules of dating applied here. That's not necessary, you know. I don't expect you to. I mean, you don't have to pretend for me. His smile was patient. I'm not pretending. I pushed the remains of my cereal around the edges of the bowl, biting my lip. Are you going to tell Charlie I'm your boyfriend or not? He demanded. Is that what you are? I suppressed my internal cringing at the thought of Edward and Charlie and the word boyfriend all in the same room at the same time. It's a loose interpretation of the word boy, I'll admit. I was under the impression that you were something more, actually, I confessed, looking at the table. Well, I don't know if we need to give him all the gory details. He reached across the table to lift my chin with a cold, gentle finger. But he will need some explanation for why I'm around here so much. I don't want Chief Swan getting a restraining order put on me. Will you be? I asked, suddenly anxious. Will you really be here? As long as you want me, he assured me. I'll always want you, I warned him. Forever. He walked slowly around the table, and, pausing a few feet away, he reached out to touch his fingertips to my cheek. His expression was unfathomable. Does that make you sad? I asked. He didn't answer. He stared into my eyes for an immeasurable period of time. Are you finished? He finally asked. I jumped up. Yes. Get dressed. I'll wait here. It was hard to decide what to wear. I doubted there were any etiquette books detailing how to dress when your vampire sweetheart takes you home to meet his vampire family. It was a relief to think the word to myself. I knew I shied away from it intentionally. I ended up in my only skirt. Long, khaki-colored, still casual. I put on the dark blue blouse he'd once complimented. A quick glance in the mirror told me my hair was entirely impossible, so I pulled it back into a ponytail. Okay, I bounced down the stairs. I'm decent. He was waiting at the foot of the stairs, closer than I thought, and I bounded right into him. He steadied me, holding me a careful distance away for a few seconds before suddenly pulling me closer. Wrong again, he murmured in my ear. You are utterly indecent. No one should look so tempting, it's not fair. Tempting how? I asked. I can change. ... He sighed, shaking his head. You are so absurd. He pressed his cool lips delicately to my forehead, and the room spun. The smell of his breath made it impossible to think. Shall I explain how you are tempting me? He said. It was clearly a rhetorical question. His fingers traced slowly down my spine, his breath coming more quickly against my skin. My hands were limp on his chest, and I felt lightheaded again. He tilted his head slowly and touched his cool lips to mine for the second time, very carefully, parting them slightly. And then I collapsed. Bella. His voice was alarmed as he caught me and held me up. You made me faint. I accused him dizzily. What am I going to do with you? He groaned in exasperation. Yesterday I kiss you, and you attack me. Today you pass out on me. I laughed weakly, letting his arms support me while my head spun. So much for being good at everything, he sighed. That's the problem. I was still dizzy. You're too good. Far, far too good. Do you feel sick? He asked. He'd seen me like this before. No, that wasn't the same kind of fainting at all. I don't know what happened. I shook my head apologetically. I think I forgot to breathe. I can't take you anywhere like this. I'm fine, I insisted. Your family is going to think I'm insane anyway, what's the difference? He measured my expression for a moment. I'm very partial to that color with your skin, he offered unexpectedly. I flushed with pleasure, and looked away. Look, I'm trying really hard not to think about what I'm about to do, so can we go already? I asked. And you're worried, not because you're headed to meet a house full of vampires, but because you think those vampires won't approve of you, correct? That's right, I answered immediately, hiding my surprise at his casual use of the word. He shook his head. You're incredible. I realized, as he drove my truck out of the main part of town, that I had no idea where he lived. We passed over the bridge at the Kalawa River, the road winding northward, the houses flashing past us growing farther apart, getting bigger. And then we were past the other houses altogether, driving through misty forest. I was trying to decide whether to ask or be patient, when he turned abruptly onto an unpaved road. It was unmarked, barely visible among the ferns. The forest encroached on both sides, leaving the road ahead only discernible for a few meters as it twisted, serpent-like, around the ancient trees. And then, after a few miles, there was some thinning of the woods, and we were suddenly in a small meadow, or was it actually a lawn? The gloom of the forest didn't relent, though, for there were 6 primordial cedars that shaded an entire acre with their vast sweep of branches. The trees held their protecting shadow right up to the walls of the house that rose among them, making obsolete the deep porch that wrapped around the first story. I don't know what I had expected, but it definitely wasn't this. The house was timeless, graceful, and probably 100 years old. It was painted a soft, faded white, 3 stories tall, rectangular and well-proportioned. The windows and doors were either part of the original structure or a perfect restoration. My truck was the only car in sight. I could hear the river close by, hidden in the obscurity of the forest. Wow, you like it? He smiled. It has a certain charm. He pulled the end of my ponytail and chuckled. Ready? He asked, opening my door. Not even a little bit. Let's go. I tried to laugh, but it seemed to get stuck in my throat. I smoothed my hair nervously. You look lovely. He took my hand easily, without thinking about it. We walked through the deep shade up to the porch. I knew he could feel my tension. His thumb rubbed soothing circles into the back of my hand. He opened the door for me. The inside was even more surprising, less predictable, than the exterior. It was very bright, very open, and very large. This must have originally been several rooms, but the walls had been removed from most of the first floor to create one wide space. The back, south-facing wall had been entirely replaced with glass, and, beyond the shade of the cedars, the lawn stretched bare to the wide river. A massive curving staircase dominated the west side of the room. The walls, the high-beamed ceiling, the wooden floors, and the thick carpets were all varying shades of white. Waiting to greet us, standing just to the left of the door, on a raised portion of the floor by a spectacular grand piano, were Edward's parents. I'd seen Dr. Cullen before, of course, yet I couldn't help but be struck again by his youth, his outrageous perfection. At his side was Esme, I assumed, the only one of the family I'd never seen before. She had the same pale, beautiful features as the rest of them. Something about her heart-shaped face, her billows of soft, caramel-colored hair, reminded me of the ingenues of the silent movie era. She was small, slender, yet less angular, more rounded than the others. They were both dressed casually, in light colors that matched the inside of the house. They smiled in welcome, but made no move to approach us. Trying not to frighten me, I guessed. Carlisle, Esme, Edward's voice broke the short silence, this is Bella. You're very welcome, Bella. Carlisle's step was measured, careful as he approached me. He raised his hand tentatively, and I stepped forward to shake hands with him. It's nice to see you again, Dr. Cullen. Please, call me Carlisle. Carlisle. I grinned at him, my sudden confidence surprising me. I could feel Edward's relief at my side. Esme smiled and stepped forward as well, reaching for my hand. Her cold, stone grasp was just as I expected. It's very nice to know you, she said sincerely. Thank you. I'm glad to meet you, too. And I was. It was like meeting a fairy tale, Snow White, in the flesh. Where are Alice and Jasper? Edward asked, but no one answered, as they had just appeared at the top of the wide staircase. Hey, Edward, Alice called enthusiastically. She ran down the stairs, a streak of black hair and white skin, coming to a sudden and graceful stop in front of me. Carlisle and Esme shot warning glances at her, but I liked it. It was natural, for her, anyway. Hi, Bella, Alice said, and she bounced forward to kiss my cheek. If Carlisle and Esme had looked cautious before, they now looked staggered. There was shock in my eyes, too, but I was also very pleased that she seemed to approve of me so entirely. I was startled to feel Edward stiffen at my side. I glanced at his face, but his expression was unreadable. You do smell nice. I never noticed before, she commented, to my extreme embarrassment. No one else seemed to know quite what to say, and then Jasper was there, tall and leonine. A feeling of ease spread through me, and I was suddenly comfortable despite where I was. Edward stared at Jasper, raising one eyebrow, and I remembered what Jasper could do. Hello, Bella, Jasper said. He kept his distance, not offering to shake my hand. But it was impossible to feel awkward near him. Hello, Jasper. I smiled at him shyly, and then at the others. It's nice to meet you all. You have a very beautiful home, I added conventionally. Thank you, Esme said. We're so glad that you came. She spoke with feeling, and I realized that she thought I was brave. I also realized that Rosalie and Emmett were nowhere to be seen, and I remembered Edward's too innocent denial when I'd asked him if the others didn't like me. Carlizel's expression distracted me from this train of thought. He was gazing meaningfully at Edward with an intense expression. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Edward nod once. I looked away, trying to be polite. My eyes wandered again to the beautiful instrument on the platform by the door. I suddenly remembered my childhood fantasy that, should I ever win a lottery, I would buy a grand piano for my mother. She wasn't really good. She only played for herself on our second-hand upright, but I loved to watch her play. She was happy, absorbed. She seemed like a new, mysterious being to me then, someone outside that mum persona I took for granted. She'd put me through lessons, of course, but like most kids, I whined until she let me quit. Esme noticed my preoccupation. Do you play? She asked, inclining her head toward the piano. I shook my head. Not at all. But it's so beautiful. Is it yours? No. She laughed. Edward didn't tell you he was musical. No. I glared at his suddenly innocent expression with narrowed eyes. I should have known, I guess. Esme raised her delicate eyebrows in confusion. Edward can do everything, right? I explained. Jasper snickered and Esme gave Edward a reproving look. I hope you haven't been showing off. It's rude, she scolded. Just a bit, he laughed freely. Her face softened at the sound, and they shared a brief look that I didn't understand, though Esme's face seemed almost smug. He's been too modest, actually, I corrected. Well, play for her, Esme encouraged. You just said showing off was rude, he objected. There are exceptions to every rule, she replied. I'd like to hear you play, I volunteered. It's settled then. Esme pushed him toward the piano. He pulled me along, sitting me on the bench beside him. He gave me a long, exasperated look before he turned to the keys. And then his fingers flowed swiftly across the ivory, and the room was filled with a composition so complex, so luxuriant, it was impossible to believe only one set of hands played. I felt my chin drop, my mouth open in astonishment, and heard low chuckles behind me at my reaction. Edward looked at me casually, the music still surging around us without a break, and winked. Do you like it? You wrote this? I gasped, understanding. He nodded. It's Esme's favorite. I closed my eyes, shaking my head. What's wrong? I'm feeling extremely insignificant. The music slowed, transforming into something softer, and to my surprise I detected the melody of his lullaby weaving through the profusion of notes. You inspired this one, he said softly. The music grew unbearably sweet. I couldn't speak. They like you, you know, he said conversationally. Esme especially. I glanced behind me, but the huge room was empty now. Where did they go? Very subtly giving us some privacy, I suppose. I sighed. They like me, but Rosalie and Emmett. I trailed off, not sure how to express my doubts. He frowned. Don't worry about Rosalie, he said, his eyes wide and persuasive. She'll come around. I pursed my lips skeptically. Emmett. Well, he thinks I'm a lunatic, it's true, but he doesn't have a problem with you. He's trying to reason with Rosalie. What is it that upsets her? I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer. He sighed deeply. Rosalie struggles the most with what we are. It's hard for her to have someone on the outside know the truth. And she's a little jealous. Rosalie is jealous of me. I asked incredulously. I tried to imagine a universe in which someone as breathtaking as Rosalie would have any possible reason to feel jealous of someone like me. You're human. He shrugged. She wishes that she were, too. Oh. I muttered, still stunned. Even Jasper, though. That's really my fault, he said. I told you he was the most recent to try our way of life. I warned him to keep his distance. I thought about the reason for that, and shuddered. Esme and Carlisle, I continued quickly, to keep him from noticing. Are happy to see me happy. Actually, Esme wouldn't care if you had a third iron-webbed feet. All this time she's been worried about me, afraid that there was something missing from my essential makeup, that I was too young when Carlisle changed me. She's ecstatic. Every time I touch you, she just about chokes with satisfaction. Alice seems very enthusiastic. Alice has her own way of looking at things, he said through tight lips. And you're not going to explain that, are you? A moment of wordless communication passed between us. He realized that I knew he was keeping something from me. I realized that he wasn't going to give anything away. Not now. So what was Carlisle telling you before? His eyebrows pulled together. You noticed that, did you? I shrugged. Of course. He looked at me thoughtfully for a few seconds before answering. He wanted to tell me some news. He didn't know if it was something I would share with you. Will you? I have to, because I'm going to be a little overbearingly protective over the next few days, or weeks, and I wouldn't want you to think I'm naturally a tyrant. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Exactly. Alice just sees some visitors coming soon. They know we're here, and they're curious. Visitors? Yes. Well, they aren't like us, of course, in their hunting habits, I mean. They probably won't come into town at all, but I'm certainly not going to let you out of my sight till they're gone. I shivered. Finally, a rational response. He murmured, I was beginning to think you had no sense of self-preservation at all. I let that one pass, looking away, my eyes wandering again around the spacious room. He followed my gaze. Not what you expected, is it? He asked, his voice smug. No, I admitted. No coffins, no piled skulls in the corners. I don't even think we have cobwebs. What a disappointment this must be for you, he continued slyly. I ignored his teasing. It's so light, so open. He was more serious when he answered. It's the one place we never have to hide. The song he was still playing, my song, drifted to an end, the final chords shifting to a more melancholy key. The last note hovered poignantly in the silence. Thank you, I murmured. I realized there were tears in my eyes. I dabbed at them, embarrassed. He touched the corner of my eye, trapping one I missed. He lifted his finger, examining the drop of moisture broodingly. Then, so quickly I couldn't be positive that he really did, he put his finger to his mouth to taste it. I looked at him questioningly, and he gazed back for a long moment before he finally smiled. Do you want to see the rest of the house? No coffins, I verified, the sarcasm in my voice not entirely masking the slight but genuine anxiety I felt. He laughed, taking my hand, leading me away from the piano. No coffins, he promised. We walked up the massive staircase, my hand trailing along the satin-smooth rail. The long hall at the top of the stairs was paneled with a honey-colored wood, the same as the floorboards. Rosalie and Emmett's room. Carlisle's office. Alice's room. He gestured as he led me past the doors. He would have continued, but I stopped dead at the end of the hall, staring incredulously at the ornament hanging on the wall above my head. Edward chuckled at my bewildered expression. You can laugh, he said. It is sort of ironic. I didn't laugh. My hand raised automatically, one finger extended as if to touch the large wooden cross, its dark patina contrasting with the lighter tone of the wall. I didn't touch it, though I was curious if the aged wood would feel as silky as it looked. It must be very old, I guessed. He shrugged. Early 1630s, more or less. I looked away from the cross to stare at him. Why do you keep this here? I wondered. Nostalgia. It belonged to Carlisle's father. He collected antiques. I suggested doubtfully. No. He carved this himself. It hung on the wall above the pulpit in the vicarage where he preached. I wasn't sure if my face betrayed my shock, but I returned to gazing at the simple, ancient cross, just in case. I quickly did the mental math. The cross was over 370 years old. The silence stretched on as I struggled to wrap my mind around the concept of so many years. Are you all right? He sounded worried. How old is Carlisle? I asked quietly, ignoring his question, still staring up. He just celebrated his 362nd birthday, Edward said. I looked back at him, a million questions in my eyes. He watched me carefully as he spoke. Carlisle was born in London, in the 1640s, he believes. Time wasn't marked as accurately then, for the common people anyway. It was just before Cromwell's rule, though. I kept my face composed, aware of his scrutiny as I listened. It was easier if I didn't try to believe. He was the only son of an Anglican pastor. His mother died giving birth to him. His father was an intolerant man. As the Protestants came into power, he was enthusiastic in his persecution of Roman Catholics and other religions. He also believed very strongly in the reality of evil. He led hunts for witches, werewolves, and vampires. I grew very still at the word. I'm sure he noticed, but he went on without pausing. They burned a lot of innocent people. Of course, the real creatures that he sought were not so easy to catch. When the pastor grew old, he placed his obedient son in charge of the raids. At first, Carlisle was a disappointment. He was not quick to accuse, to see demons where they did not exist. But he was persistent, and more clever than his father. He actually discovered a coven of true vampires that lived hidden in the sewers of the city, only coming out by night to hunt. In those days, when monsters were not just myths and legends, that was the way many lived. The people gathered their pitchforks and torches, of course. His brief laugh was darker now, and waited where Carlisle had seen the monsters exit into the street. Eventually one emerged. His voice was very quiet. I strained to catch the words. He must have been ancient, and weak with hunger. Carlisle heard him call out in Latin to the others when he caught the scent of the mob. He ran through the streets, and Carlisle, he was 23 and very fast, was in the lead of the pursuit. The creature could have easily outrun them, but Carlisle thinks he was too hungry, so he turned and attacked. He fell on Carlisle first, but the others were close behind, and he turned to defend himself. He killed 2 men, and made off with a third, leaving Carlisle bleeding in the street. He paused. I could sense he was editing something, keeping something from me. Carlisle knew what his father would do. The bodies would be burned. Anything infected by the monster must be destroyed. Carlisle acted instinctively to save his own life. He crawled away from the alley while the mob followed the fiend and his victim. He hid in a cellar, buried himself in rotting potatoes for 3 days. It's a miracle he was able to keep silent, to stay undiscovered. It was over then, and he realized what he had become. I'm not sure what my face was revealing, but he suddenly broke off. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm fine, I assured him. And, though I bit my lip in hesitation, he must have seen the curiosity burning in my eyes. He smiled. I expect you have a few more questions for me. A few. His smile widened over his brilliant teeth. He started back down the hall, pulling me along by the hand. Come on, then, he encouraged. I'll show you. 16. Carlisle. He led me back to the room that he'd pointed out as Carlisle's office. He paused outside the door for an instant. Come in, Carlisle's voice invited. Edward opened the door to a high-ceilinged room with tall, west-facing windows. The walls were paneled again, in a darker wood, where they were visible. Most of the wall space was taken up by towering bookshelves that reached high above my head and held more books than I'd ever seen outside a library. Carlisle sat behind a huge mahogany desk in a leather chair. He was just placing a bookmark in the pages of the thick volume he held. The room was how I'd always imagined a college dean's would look, only Carlisle looked too young to fit the part. What can I do for you? He asked us pleasantly, rising from his seat. I wanted to show Bella some of our history, Edward said. Well, your history, actually. We didn't mean to disturb you, I apologized. Not at all. Where are you going to start? The wagoner, Edward replied, placing one hand lightly on my shoulder and spinning me around to look back toward the door we'd just come through. Every time he touched me, in even the most casual way, my heart had an audible reaction. It was more embarrassing with Carlisle there. The wall we faced now was different from the others. Instead of bookshelves, this wall was crowded with framed pictures of all sizes, some in vibrant colors, others dull monochromes. I searched for some logic, some binding motif the collection had in common, but I found nothing in my hasty examination. Edward pulled me toward the far left side, standing me in front of a small square oil painting in a plain wooden frame. This one did not stand out among the bigger and brighter pieces. Painted in varying tones of sepia, it depicted a miniature city full of steeply slanted roofs, with thin spires atop a few scattered towers. A wide river filled the foreground, crossed by a bridge covered with structures that looked like tiny cathedrals. London in the 1650s, Edward said. The London of my youth, Carlyle added, from a few feet behind us. I flinched. I hadn't heard him approach. Edward squeezed my hand. Will you tell the story? Edward asked. I twisted a little to see Carlyle's reaction. He met my glance and smiled. I would, he replied. But I'm actually running a bit late. The hospital called this morning. Dr. Snow is taking a sick day. Besides, you know the stories as well as I do, he added, grinning at Edward now. It was a strange combination to absorb, the everyday concerns of the town doctor stuck in the middle of a discussion of his early days in 17th century London. It was also unsettling to know that he spoke aloud only for my benefit. After another warm smile for me, Carlyle left the room. I stared at the little picture of Carlyle's hometown for a long moment. What happened then? I finally asked, staring up at Edward, who was watching me. When he realized what had happened to him. He glanced back to the paintings, and I looked to see which image caught his interest now. It was a larger landscape in dull fall colors, an empty, shadowed meadow in a forest, with a craggy peak in the distance. When he knew what he had become, Edward said quietly, he rebelled against it. He tried to destroy himself. But that's not easily done. How? I didn't mean to say it aloud, but the word broke through my shock. He jumped from great heights, Edward told me, his voice impassive. He tried to drown himself in the ocean. But he was young to the new life, and very strong. It is amazing that he was able to resist feeding while he was still so new. The instinct is more powerful then, it takes over everything. But he was so repelled by himself that he had the strength to try to kill himself with starvation. Is that possible? My voice was faint. No. There are very few ways we can be killed. I opened my mouth to ask, but he spoke before I could. So he grew very hungry, and eventually weak. He strayed as far as he could from the human populace, recognizing that his willpower was weakening, too. For months he wandered by night, seeking the loneliest places, loathing himself. One night, a herd of deer passed his hiding place. He was so wild with thirst that he attacked without a thought. His strength returned and he realized there was an alternative to being the vile monster he feared. Had he not eaten venison in his former life? Over the next months his new philosophy was born. He could exist without being a demon. He found himself again. He began to make better use of his time. He'd always been intelligent, eager to learn. Now he had unlimited time before him. He studied by night, planned by day. He swam to France and... He swam to France? People swim the channel all the time, Bella, he reminded me patiently. That's true. I guess. It just sounded funny in that context. Go on. Swimming is easy for us. Everything is easy for you, I griped. He waited, his expression amused. I won't interrupt again, I promise. He chuckled darkly, and finished his sentence. Because, technically, we don't need to breathe. You. No, you promised. He laughed, putting his cold finger lightly to my lips. Do you want to hear the story or not? You can't spring something like that on me, and then expect me not to say anything, I mumbled against his finger. He lifted his hand, moving it to rest against my neck. The speed of my heart reacted to that, but I persisted. You don't have to breathe, I demanded. No, it's not necessary. Just a habit. He shrugged. How long can you go without breathing? Indefinitely, I suppose. I don't know. It gets a bit uncomfortable, being without a sense of smell. A bit uncomfortable, I echoed. I wasn't paying attention to my own expression, but something in it made him grow somber. His hand dropped to his side and he stood very still, his eyes intent on my face. The silence lengthened. His features were immobile as stone. "What is it?" I whispered, touching his frozen face. His face softened under my hand, and he sighed. "I keep waiting for it to happen." "For what to happen?" "I know that at some point, something I tell you or something you see is going to be too much. And then you'll run away from me, screaming as you go." He smiled half a smile, but his eyes were serious. "I won't stop you. I want this to happen, because I want you to be safe. And yet, I want to be with you. The two desires are impossible to reconcile." He trailed off, staring at my face. "Waiting. I'm not running anywhere, I promised." "We'll see," he said, smiling again. I frowned at him. "So, go on." Carlyle was swimming to France. He paused, getting back into his story. Reflexively, his eyes flickered to another picture, the most colorful of them all, the most ornately framed, and the largest. It was twice as wide as the door it hung next to. The canvas overflowed with bright figures in swirling robes, writhing around long pillars and off marbled balconies. I couldn't tell if it represented Greek mythology, or if the characters floating in the clouds above were meant to be biblical. Carlyle swam to France, and continued on through Europe, to the universities there. By night he studied music, science, medicine, and found his calling, his penance, in saving human lives. His expression became awed, almost reverent. I can't adequately describe the struggle. It took Carlyle 2 centuries of torturous effort to perfect his self-control. Now he is all but immune to the scent of human blood, and he is able to do the work he loves without agony. He finds a great deal of peace there, at the hospital. Edward stared off into space for a long moment. Suddenly he seemed to recall his purpose. He tapped his finger against the huge painting in front of us. He was studying in Italy when he discovered the others there. They were much more civilized and educated than the wraiths of the London sewers. He touched a comparatively sedate quartet of figures painted on the highest balcony, looking down calmly on the mayhem below them. I examined the grouping carefully and realized, with a startled laugh, that I recognized the golden-haired man. Solomena was greatly inspired by Carlyle's friends. He often painted them as gods. Edward chuckled. "Aro, Marcus, Keys," he said, indicating the other 3, 2 black-haired, 1 snowy white. Nighttime patrons of the arts. What happened to them? I wondered aloud, my fingertip hovering a centimeter from the figures on the canvas. "They're still there," he shrugged, "as they have been for who knows how many millennia. Carlyle stayed with them only for a short time, just a few decades. He greatly admired their civility, their refinement, but they persisted in trying to cure his aversion to his natural food source, as they called it. They tried to persuade him, and he tried to persuade them, to no avail. At that point, Carlyle decided to try the new world. He dreamed of finding others like himself. He was very lonely, you see. He didn't find anyone for a long time. But, as monsters became the stuff of fairy tales, he found he could interact with unsuspecting humans as if he were one of them. He began practicing medicine, but the companionship he craved evaded him. He couldn't risk familiarity. When the influenza epidemic hit, he was working nights in a hospital in Chicago. He'd been turning over an idea in his mind for several years, and he had almost decided to act. Since he couldn't find a companion, he would create one. He wasn't absolutely sure how his own transformation had occurred, so he was hesitant. And he was loath to steal anyone's life the way his had been stolen. It was in that frame of mind that he found me. There was no hope for me. I was left in a ward with the dying. He had nursed my parents, and knew I was alone. He decided to try. His voice, merely a whisper now, trailed off. He stared unseeingly through the west windows. I wondered which images filled his mind now, Carlyle's memories or his own. I waited quietly. When he turned back to me, a gentle angel smile lit his expression. "And so we've come full circle," he concluded. "Have you always stayed with Carlyle, then?" I wondered. "Almost always." He put his hand lightly on my waist and pulled me with him as he walked through the door. I stared back at the wall of pictures, wondering if I would ever get to hear the other stories. Edward didn't say any more as we walked down the hall, so I asked, almost. He sighed, seeming reluctant to answer. Well, I had a typical bout of rebellious adolescence, about 10 years after I was born, created, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't sold on his life of abstinence, and I resented him for curbing my appetite. So I went off on my own for a time. Really, I was intrigued, rather than frightened, as I perhaps should have been. He could tell. I vaguely realized that we were headed up the next flight of stairs, but I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. That doesn't repulse you? No, why not? I guess. It sounds reasonable. He barked a laugh, more loudly than before. We were at the top of the stairs now, in another paneled hallway. From the time of my new birth, he murmured, I had the advantage of knowing what everyone around me was thinking, both human and non-human alike. That's why it took me 10 years to defy Carlyle. I could read his perfect sincerity, understand exactly why he lived the way he did. It took me only a few years to return to Carlyle and recommit to his vision. I thought I would be exempt from the depression that accompanies a conscience. Because I knew the thoughts of my prey, I could pass over the innocent and pursue only the evil. If I followed a murderer down a dark alley where he stalked a young girl, if I saved her, then surely I wasn't so terrible. I shivered, imagining only too clearly what he described. The alley at night, the frightened girl, the dark man behind her. And Edward as he hunted, terrible and glorious as a young god, unstoppable. Would she have been grateful, that girl, or more frightened than before? But as time went on, I began to see the monster in my eyes. I couldn't escape the debt of so much human life taken, no matter how justified. And I went back to Carlyle and Esme. They welcomed me back like the prodigal. It was more than I deserved. We'd come to a stop in front of the last door in the hall. My room, he informed me, opening it and pulling me through. His room faced south, with a wall-sized window like the great room below. The whole back side of the house must be glass. His view looked down on the winding Sol Duke River, across the untouched forest to the Olympic mountain range. The mountains were much closer than I would have believed. The western wall was completely covered with shelf after shelf of CDs. His room was better stocked than a music store. In the corner was a sophisticated-looking sound system, the kind I was afraid to touch because I'd be sure to break something. There was no bed, only a wide and inviting black leather sofa. The floor was covered with a thick golden carpet, and the walls were hung with heavy fabric in a slightly darker shade. Good acoustics, I guessed. He chuckled and nodded. He picked up a remote and turned the stereo on. It was quiet, but the soft jazz number sounded like the band was in the room with us. I went to look at his mind-boggling music collection. How do you have these organized? I asked, unable to find any rhyme or reason to the titles. He wasn't paying attention. By year, and then by personal preference within that frame, he said absently. I turned, and he was looking at me with a peculiar expression in his eyes. What? I was prepared to feel relieved, having you know about everything, not needing to keep secrets from you. But I didn't expect to feel more than that. I like it. It makes me happy. He shrugged, smiling slightly. I'm glad, I said, smiling back. I'd worried that he might regret telling me these things. It was good to know that wasn't the case. But then, as his eyes dissected my expression, his smile faded and his forehead creased. You're still waiting for the running and the screaming, aren't you? I guessed. A faint smile touched his lips, and he nodded. I hate to burst your bubble, but you're really not as scary as you think you are. I don't find you scary at all, actually, I lied casually. He stopped, raising his eyebrows in blatant disbelief. Then he flashed a wide, wicked smile. You really shouldn't have said that, he chuckled. He growled, a low sound in the back of his throat, his lips curled back over his perfect teeth. His body shifted suddenly, half crouched, tensed like a lion about to pounce. I backed away from him, glaring. You wouldn't. I didn't see him leap at me, it was much too fast. I only found myself suddenly airborne, and then we crashed onto the sofa, knocking it into the wall. All the while, his arms formed an iron cage of protection around me, I was barely jostled. But I still was gasping as I tried to right myself. He wasn't having that. He curled me into a ball against his chest, holding me more securely than iron chains. I glared at him in alarm, but he seemed well in control, his jaw relaxed as he grinned, his eyes bright only with humor. You were saying, he growled playfully. That you are a very, very terrifying monster, I said, my sarcasm marred a bit by my breathless voice. Much better, he approved. I struggled. Can I get up now? He just laughed. Can we come in? A soft voice sounded from the hall. I struggled to free myself, but Edward merely readjusted me so that I was somewhat more conventionally seated on his lap. I could see it was Alice, then, and Jasper behind her in the doorway. My cheeks burned, but Edward seemed at ease. Go ahead. Edward was still chuckling quietly. Alice seemed to find nothing unusual in our embrace. She walked, almost danced, her movements were so graceful, to the center of the room, where she folded herself sinuously onto the floor. Jasper, however, paused at the door, his expression a trifle shocked. He stared at Edward's face, and I wondered if he was tasting the atmosphere with his unusual sensitivity. It sounded like you were having Bella for lunch, and we came to see if you would share, Alice announced. I stiffened for an instant, until I realized Edward was grinning, whether at her comment or my response, I couldn't tell. Sorry, I don't believe I have enough to spare, he replied, his arms holding me recklessly close. Actually, Jasper said, smiling despite himself as he walked into the room, Alice says there's going to be a real storm tonight, and Emmett wants to play ball. Are you game? The words were all common enough, but the context confused me. I gathered that Alice was a bit more reliable than the weatherman, though. Edward's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. Of course you should bring Bella, Alice chirped. I thought I saw Jasper throw a quick glance at her. Do you want to go? Edward asked me, excited, his expression vivid. Sure. I couldn't disappoint such a face. Where are we going? We have to wait for Thunder to play ball, you'll see why, he promised. Will I need an umbrella? They all three laughed aloud. Will she? Jasper asked Alice. No. She was positive. The storm will hit over town. It should be dry enough in the clearing. Good. Then. The enthusiasm in Jasper's voice was catching, naturally. I found myself eager, rather than scared stiff. Let's go see if Carlisle will come. Alice bounded up into the door in a fashion that would break any ballerina's heart. Like you don't know, Jasper teased, and they were swiftly on their way. Jasper managed to inconspicuously close the door behind them. What will we be playing? I demanded. You will be watching, Edward clarified. We will be playing baseball. I rolled my eyes. Vampires like baseball. It's the American pastime, he said with mock solemnity. 17. The game. It was just beginning to drizzle when Edward turned onto my street. Up until that moment, I'd had no doubt that he'd be staying with me while I spent a few interim hours in the real world. And then I saw the black car, a weathered Ford, parked in Charlie's driveway, and heard Edward mutter something unintelligible in a low, harsh voice. Leaning away from the rain under the shallow front porch, Jacob Black stood behind his father's wheelchair. Billy's face was impassive as stone as Edward parked my truck against the curb. Jacob stared down, his expression mortified. Edward's low voice was furious. This is crossing the line. He came to warn Charlie. I guessed, more horrified than angry. Edward just nodded, answering Billy's gaze through the rain with narrowed eyes. I felt weak with relief that Charlie wasn't home yet. Let me deal with this, I suggested. Edward's black glare made me anxious. To my surprise, he agreed. That's probably best. Be careful, though. The child has no idea. I bridled a little at the word child. Jacob is not that much younger than I am, I reminded him. He looked at me then, his anger abruptly fading. Oh, I know, he assured me with a grin. I sighed and put my hand on the door handle. Get him inside, he instructed, so I can leave. I'll be back around dusk. Do you want my truck? I offered, meanwhile wondering how I would explain its absence to Charlie. He rolled his eyes. I could walk home faster than this truck moves. You don't have to leave, I said wistfully. He smiled at my glum expression. Actually, I do. After you get rid of them, he threw a dark glance in the Blacks' direction. You still have to prepare Charlie to meet your new boyfriend. He grinned widely, showing all of his teeth. I groaned. Thanks a lot. He smiled the crooked smile that I loved. I'll be back soon, he promised. His eyes flickered back to the porch, and then he leaned in to swiftly kiss me just under the edge of my jaw. My heart lurched frantically, and I, too, glanced toward the porch. Billy's face was no longer impassive, and his hands clutched at the armrests of his chair. Soon, I stressed as I opened the door and stepped out into the rain. I could feel his eyes on my back as I half ran through the light sprinkle toward the porch. Hey, Billy. Hi, Jacob. I greeted him as cheerfully as I could manage. Charlie's gone for the day. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Not long, Billy said in a subdued tone. His black eyes were piercing. I just wanted to bring this up. He indicated a brown paper sack resting in his lap. Thanks, I said, though I had no idea what it could be. Why don't you come in for a minute and dry off? I pretended to be oblivious to his intense scrutiny as I unlocked the door, and waved them in ahead of me. Here, let me take that, I offered, turning to shut the door. I allowed myself one last glance at Edward. He was waiting, perfectly still, his eyes solemn. You'll want to put it in the fridge, Billy noted as he handed me the package. It's some of Harry Clearwater's homemade fish fry, Charlie's favorite. The fridge keeps it drier. He shrugged. Thanks, I repeated, but with feeling this time. I was running out of new ways to fix fish, and he's bound to bring home more tonight. Fishing again? Billy asked with a subtle gleam in his eye. Down at the usual spot. Maybe you'll run by and see him. No, I quickly lied, my face going hard. He was headed someplace new. But I have no idea where. He took in my changed expression, and it made him thoughtful. Jake, he said, still appraising me. Why don't you go get that new picture of Rebecca out of the car? I'll leave that for Charlie, too. Where is it? Jacob asked, his voice morose. I glanced at him, but he was staring at the floor, his eyebrows pulling together. I think I saw it in the trunk, Billy said. You may have to dig for it. Jacob slouched back out into the rain. Billy and I faced each other in silence. After a few seconds, the quiet started to feel awkward, so I turned and headed to the kitchen. I could hear his wet wheels squeak against the linoleum as he followed. I shoved the bag onto the crowded top shelf of the fridge, and spun around to confront him. His deeply lined face was unreadable. Charlie won't be back for a long time. My voice was almost rude. He nodded in agreement, but said nothing. Thanks again for the fish fry, I hinted. He continued nodding. I sighed and folded my arms across my chest. He seemed to sense that I had given up on small talk. Bella, he said, and then he hesitated. I waited. Bella, he said again, Charlie is one of my best friends. Yes. He spoke each word carefully in his rumbling voice. I noticed you've been spending time with one of the Cullens. Yes, I repeated curtly. His eyes narrowed. Maybe it's none of my business, but I don't think that is such a good idea. You're right, I agreed. It is none of your business. He raised his graying eyebrows at my tone. You probably don't know this, but the Cullen family has an unpleasant reputation on the reservation. Actually, I did know that, I informed him in a hard voice. This surprised him, but that reputation couldn't be deserved, could it? Because the Cullens never set foot on the reservation, do they? I could see that my less than subtle reminder of the agreement that both bound and protected his tribe pulled him up short. That's true, he acceded, his eyes guarded. You seem well informed about the Cullens. More informed than I expected. I stared him down. Maybe even better informed than you are. He pursed his thick lips as he considered that. Maybe, he allowed, but his eyes were shrewd. Is Charlie as well informed? He had found the weak chink in my armor. Charlie likes the Cullens a lot, I hedged. He clearly understood my evasion. His expression was unhappy, but unsurprised. It's not my business, he said. But it may be Charlie's. Though it would be my business, again, whether or not I think that it's Charlie's business, right? I wondered if he even understood my confused question as I struggled not to say anything compromising. But he seemed to. He thought about it while the rain picked up against the roof, the only sound breaking the silence. Yes, he finally surrendered. I guess that's your business, too. I sighed with relief. Thanks, Billy. Just think about what you're doing, Bella, he urged. Okay, I agreed quickly. He frowned. What I meant to say was, don't do what you're doing. I looked into his eyes, filled with nothing but concern for me, and there was nothing I could say. Just then the front door banged loudly, and I jumped at the sound. There's no picture anywhere in that car. Jacob's complaining voice reached us before he did. The shoulders of his shirt were stained with the rain, his hair dripping, when he rounded the corner. Billy grunted, suddenly detached, spinning his chair around to face his son. I guess I left it at home. Jacob rolled his eyes dramatically. Great. Well, Bella, tell Charlie, Billy paused before continuing, that we stopped by, I mean. I will, I muttered. Jacob was surprised. Are we leaving already? Charlie's gonna be out late, Billy explained as he rolled himself past Jacob. Oh, Jacob looked disappointed. Well, I guess I'll see you later, then, Bella. Sure. I agreed. Take care, Billy warned me. I didn't answer. Jacob helped his father out the door. I waved briefly, glancing swiftly toward my now empty truck, and then shut the door before they were gone. I stood in the hallway for a minute, listening to the sound of their car as it backed out and drove away. I stayed where I was, waiting for the irritation and anxiety to subside. When the tension eventually faded a bit, I headed upstairs to change out of my dressy clothes. I tried on a couple of different tops, not sure what to expect tonight. As I concentrated on what was coming, what had just passed became insignificant. Now that I was removed from Jasper's and Edward's influence, I began to make up for not being terrified before. I gave up quickly on choosing an outfit, throwing on an old flannel shirt and jeans, knowing I would be in my raincoat all night anyway. The phone rang and I sprinted downstairs to get it. There was only one voice I wanted to hear, anything else would be a disappointment. But I knew that if he wanted to talk to me, he'd probably just materialize in my room. Hello, I asked, breathless. Bella. It's me, Jessica said. Oh, hey, Jess. I scrambled for a moment to come back down to reality. It felt like months rather than days since I'd spoken to Jess. How was the dance? It was so much fun. Jessica gushed. Needing no more invitation than that, she launched into a minute-by-minute account of the previous night. I memmed and ad at the right places, but it wasn't easy to concentrate. Jessica, Mike, the dance, the school, they all seemed strangely irrelevant at the moment. My eyes kept flashing to the window, trying to judge the degree of light behind the heavy clouds. Did you hear what I said, Bella? Jess asked, irritated. I'm sorry, what? I said, Mike kissed me. Can you believe it? That's wonderful, Jess, I said. So what did you do yesterday? Jessica challenged, still sounding bothered by my lack of attention. Or maybe she was upset because I hadn't asked for details. Nothing, really. I just hung around outside to enjoy the sun. I heard Charlie's car in the garage. Did you ever hear anything more from Edward Cullen? The front door slammed and I could hear Charlie banging around under the stairs, putting his tackle away. I hesitated, not sure what my story was anymore. Hi there, kiddo, Charlie called as he walked into the kitchen. I waved at him. Jess heard his voice. Oh, your dad's there. Never mind. We'll talk tomorrow. See you in Trig. See ya, Jess. I hung up the phone. Hey, Dad, I said. He was scrubbing his hands in the sink. Where's the fish? I put it out in the freezer. I'll go grab a few pieces before they freeze. Billy dropped off some of Harry Clearwater's fish fry this afternoon. I worked to sound enthusiastic. He did. Charlie's eyes lit up. That's my favorite. Charlie cleaned up while I got dinner ready. It didn't take long till we were sitting at the table, eating in silence. Charlie was enjoying his food. I was wondering desperately how to fulfill my assignment, struggling to think of a way to broach the subject. What did you do with yourself today? He asked, snapping me out of my reverie. Well, this afternoon I just hung out around the house. Only the very recent part of this afternoon, actually. I tried to keep my voice upbeat, but my stomach was hollow. And this morning I was over at the Cullens. Charlie dropped his fork. Dr. Cullen's place? He asked in astonishment. I pretended not to notice his reaction. Yeah. What were you doing there? He hadn't picked his fork back up. Well, I sort of have a date with Edward Cullen tonight, and he wanted to introduce me to his parents. Dad. It appeared that Charlie was having an aneurysm. Dad, are you all right? You were going out with Edward Cullen. He thundered. Oh. I thought you liked the Cullens. He's too old for you, he ranted. We're both juniors, I corrected, though he was more right than he dreamed. Wait. Quote. He paused. Which one is Edwin? Edward is the youngest, the one with the reddish-brown hair. The beautiful one, the godlike one. Oh, well, he struggled. Better, I guess. I don't like the look of that big one. I'm sure he's a nice boy and all, but he looks too mature for you. Is this Edwin your boyfriend? It's Edward, Dad, is he? Sort of, I guess. You said last night that you weren't interested in any of the boys in town. But he picked up his fork again, so I could see the worst was over. Well, Edward doesn't live in town, Dad. He gave me a disparaging look as he chewed. And, anyways, I continued, it's kind of at an early stage, you know. Don't embarrass me with all the boyfriend talk, okay? When is he coming over? He'll be here in a few minutes. Where is he taking you? I groaned loudly. I hope you're getting the Spanish Inquisition out of your system now. We're going to play baseball with his family. His face puckered, and then he finally chuckled. You're playing baseball? Well, I'll probably watch most of the time. You must really like this guy, he observed suspiciously. I sighed and rolled my eyes for his benefit. I heard the roar of an engine pull up in front of the house. I jumped up and started cleaning my dishes. Leave the dishes, I can do them tonight. You baby me too much. The doorbell rang, and Charlie stalked off to answer it. I was half a step behind him. I hadn't realized how hard it was pouring outside. Edward stood in the halo of the porch light, looking like a male model in an advertisement for raincoats. Come on in, Edward. I breathed a sigh of relief when Charlie got his name right. Thanks, Chief Swan, Edward said in a respectful voice. Go ahead and call me Charlie. Here, I'll take your jacket. Thanks, sir. Have a seat there, Edward. I grimaced. Edward sat down fluidly in the only chair, forcing me to sit next to Chief Swan on the sofa. I quickly shot him a dirty look. He winked behind Charlie's back. So I hear you're getting my girl to watch baseball. Only in Washington would the fact that it was raining buckets have no bearing at all on the playing of outdoor sports. Yes, sir, that's the plan. He didn't look surprised that I told my father the truth. He might have been listening, though. Well, more power to you, I guess. Charlie laughed, and Edward joined in. Okay. I stood up. Enough humor at my expense. Let's go. I walked back to the hall and pulled on my jacket. They followed. Not too late, Bill. Don't worry, Charlie, I'll have her home early, Edward promised. You take care of my girl, all right. I groaned, but they ignored me. She'll be safe with me, I promise, sir. Charlie couldn't doubt Edward's sincerity, it rang in every word. I stalked out. They both laughed, and Edward followed me. I stopped dead on the porch. There, behind my truck, was a monster Jeep. Its tires were higher than my waist. There were metal guards over the headlights and taillights, and 4 large spotlights attached to the crash bar. The hardtop was shiny red. Charlie let out a low whistle. Wear your seatbelts, he choked out. Edward followed me around to my side and opened the door. I gauged the distance to the seat and prepared to jump for it. He sighed, and then lifted me in with one hand. I hoped Charlie didn't notice. As he went around to the driver's side, at a normal, human pace, I tried to put on my seatbelt. But there were too many buckles. What's all this? I asked when he opened the door. It's an off-roading harness. Oh. I tried to find the right places for all the buckles to fit, but it wasn't going too quickly. He sighed again and reached over to help me. I was glad that the rain was too heavy to see Charlie clearly on the porch. That meant he couldn't see how Edward's hands lingered at my neck, brushed along my collarbones. I gave up trying to help him and focused on not hyperventilating. Edward turned the key and the engine roared to life. We pulled away from the house. This is a big Jeep you have. It's Emmett's. I didn't think you'd want to run the whole way. Where do you keep this thing? We remodeled one of the outbuildings into a garage. Aren't you going to put on your seat belt? He threw me a disbelieving look. Then something sunk in. Run the whole way, as in, we're still going to run part of the way. My voice edged up a few octaves. He grinned tightly. You're not going to run. I'm going to be sick. Keep your eyes closed, you'll be fine. I bit my lip, fighting the panic. He leaned over to kiss the top of my head, and then groaned. I looked at him, puzzled. You smell so good in the rain, he explained. In a good way, or in a bad way? I asked cautiously. He sighed. Both. Always both. I don't know how he found his way in the gloom and downpour, but he somehow found a side road that was less of a road and more of a mountain path. For a long while conversation was impossible, because I was bouncing up and down on the seat like a jackhammer. He seemed to enjoy the ride, though, smiling hugely the whole way. And then we came to the end of the road. The trees formed green walls on three sides of the Jeep. The rain was a mere drizzle, slowing every second, the sky brighter through the clouds. Sorry, Bella, we have to go on foot from here. You know what? I'll just wait here. What happened to all your courage? You were extraordinary this morning. I haven't forgotten the last time yet. Could it have been only yesterday? He was around to my side of the car in a blur. He started unbuckling me. I'll get those, you go on ahead, I protested. He mused as he quickly finished. It seems I'm going to have to tamper with your memory. Before I could react, he pulled me from the Jeep and set my feet on the ground. It was barely misting now. Alice was going to be right. Tamper with my memory? I asked nervously. Something like that. He was watching me intently, carefully, but there was humor deep in his eyes. He placed his hands against the Jeep on either side of my head and leaned forward, forcing me to press back against the door. He leaned in even closer, his face inches from mine. I had no room to escape. Now, he breathed, and just his smell disturbed my thought processes. What exactly are you worrying about? Well, hitting a tree. I gulped, and dying. And then getting sick. He fought back a smile. Then he bent his head down and touched his cold lips softly to the hollow at the base of my throat. Are you still worried now? He murmured against my skin. Yes. I struggled to concentrate. About hitting trees and getting sick. His nose drew a line up the skin of my throat to the point of my chin. His cold breath tickled my skin. And now? His lips whispered against my jaw. Trees. I gasped. Motion sickness. He lifted his face to kiss my eyelids. Bella, you don't really think I would hit a tree, do you? No, but I might. There was no confidence in my voice. He smelled an easy victory. He kissed slowly down my cheek, stopping just at the corner of my mouth. Would I let a tree hurt you? His lips barely brushed against my trembling lower lip. No, I breathed. I knew there was a second part to my brilliant defense, but I couldn't quite call it back. You see, he said, his lips moving against mine. There's nothing to be afraid of, is there? No, I sighed, giving up. Then he took my face in his hands almost roughly, and kissed me in earnest, his unyielding lips moving against mine. There really was no excuse for my behavior. Obviously I knew better by now. And yet I couldn't seem to stop from reacting exactly as I had the first time. Instead of keeping safely motionless, my arms reached up to twine tightly around his neck, and I was suddenly welded to his stone figure. I sighed, and my lips parted. He staggered back, breaking my grip effortlessly. Damn it, Bella, he broke off, gasping. You'll be the death of me, I swear you will. I leaned over, bracing my hands against my knees for support. You're indestructible, I mumbled, trying to catch my breath. I might have believed that before I met you. Now let's get out of here before I do something really stupid, he growled. He threw me across his back as he had before, and I could see the extra effort it took for him to be as gentle as he was. I locked my legs around his waist and secured my arms in a choke hold around his neck. Don't forget to close your eyes, he warned severely. I quickly tucked my face into his shoulder blade, under my own arm, and squeezed my eyes shut. And I could hardly tell we were moving. I could feel him gliding along beneath me, but he could have been strolling down the sidewalk. The movement was so smooth. I was tempted to peek, just to see if he was really flying through the forest like before, but I resisted. It wasn't worth that awful dizziness. I contented myself with listening to his breath come and go evenly. I wasn't quite sure we had stopped until he reached back and touched my hair. "It's over, Bella." I dared to open my eyes, and, sure enough, we were at a standstill. I stiffly unlocked my stranglehold on his body and slipped to the ground, landing on my backside. "Oh," I huffed as I hit the wet ground. He stared at me incredulously, evidently not sure whether he was still too mad to find me funny. But my bewildered expression pushed him over the edge, and he broke into a roar of laughter. I picked myself up, ignoring him as I brushed the mud and bracken off the back of my jacket. That only made him laugh harder. Annoyed, I began to stride off into the forest. I felt his arm around my waist. "Where are you going, Bella?" "To watch a baseball game. You don't seem to be interested in playing anymore, but I'm sure the others will have fun without you." "You're going the wrong way." I turned around without looking at him, and stalked off in the opposite direction. He caught me again. "Don't be mad, I couldn't help myself. You should have seen your face." He chuckled before he could stop himself. "Oh, you're the only one who's allowed to get mad?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. "I wasn't mad at you." "Bella, you'll be the death of me," I quoted sourly. That was simply a statement of fact. I tried to turn away from him again, but he held me fast. "You were mad," I insisted. "Yes. But you just said that I wasn't mad at you. Can't you see that, Bella?" He was suddenly intense, all trace of teasing gone. "Don't you understand?" "See what?" I demanded, confused by his sudden mood swing as much as his words. "I'm never angry with you, how could I be? Brave, trusting, warm as you are, then why?" I whispered, remembering the black moods that pulled him away from me, that I'd always interpreted as well-justified frustration, frustration at my weakness, my slowness, my unruly human reactions. He put his hands carefully on both sides of my face. "I infuriate myself," he said gently. "The way I can't seem to keep from putting you in danger. My very existence puts you at risk. Sometimes I truly hate myself. I should be stronger, I should be able to." I placed my hand over his mouth. "Don't." He took my hand, moving it from his lips, but holding it to his face. "I love you," he said. "It's a poor excuse for what I'm doing, but it's still true." It was the first time he'd said he loved me, in so many words. He might not realize it, but I certainly did. "Now, please try to behave yourself," he continued, and he bent to softly brush his lips against mine. I held properly still. Then I sighed. "You promised Chief Swan that you would have me home early, remember? We'd better get going." "Yes, ma'am." He smiled wistfully and released all of me but one hand. He led me a few feet through the tall, wet ferns and draping moss, around a massive hemlock tree, and we were there, on the edge of an enormous open field in the lap of the Olympic peaks. It was twice the size of any baseball stadium. I could see the others all there. Esme, Emmett, and Rosalie, sitting on a bare outcropping of rock, were the closest to us, maybe 100 yards away. Much farther out I could see Jasper and Alice, at least a quarter of a mile apart, appearing to throw something back and forth, but I never saw any ball. It looked like Carlisle was marking bases, but could they really be that far apart? When we came into view, the three on the rocks rose. Esme started toward us. Emmett followed after a long look at Rosalie's back. Rosalie had risen gracefully and strode off toward the field without a glance in our direction. My stomach quivered uneasily in response. "Was that you we heard, Edward?" Esme asked as she approached. "It sounded like a bear choking," Emmett clarified. I smiled hesitantly at Esme. "That was him. Bella was being unintentionally funny," Edward explained, quickly settling the score. Alice had left her position and was running, or dancing, toward us. She hurtled to a fluid stop at our feet. "It's time," she announced. As soon as she spoke, a deep rumble of thunder shook the forest beyond us, and then crashed westward toward town. "Eerie, isn't it?" Emmett said with easy familiarity, winking at me. Let's go. Alice reached for Emmett's hand and they darted toward the oversized field. She ran like a gazelle. He was nearly as graceful and just as fast, yet Emmett could never be compared to a gazelle. Are you ready for some ball? Edward asked, his eyes eager, bright. I tried to sound appropriately enthusiastic. Go team. He snickered and, after mussing my hair, bounded off after the other two. His run was more aggressive, a cheetah rather than a gazelle, and he quickly overtook them. The grace and power took my breath away. Shall we go down? Esme asked in her soft, melodic voice, and I realized I was staring open-mouthed after him. I quickly reassembled my expression and nodded. Esme kept a few feet between us, and I wondered if she was still being careful not to frighten me. She matched her stride to mine without seeming impatient at the pace. You don't play with them? I asked shyly. No. I prefer to referee. I like keeping 'em honest, she explained. Do they like to cheat, then? Oh yes. You should hear the arguments they get into. Actually, I hope you don't. You would think they were raised by a pack of wolves. You sound like my mum, I laughed, surprised. She laughed, too. Well, I do think of them as my children in most ways. I never could get over my mothering instincts. Did Edward tell you I had lost a child? No, I murmured, stunned, scrambling to understand what lifetime she was remembering. Yes, my first and only baby. He died just a few days after he was born, the poor tiny thing, she sighed. It broke my heart. That's why I jumped off the cliff, you know, she added matter-of-factly. Edward just said you fell, I stammered. Always the gentleman, she smiled. Edward was the first of my new sons. I've always thought of him that way, even though he's older than I, in one way at least. She smiled at me warmly. That's why I'm so happy that he's found you, dear. The endearment sounded very natural on her lips. He's been the odd man out for far too long. It's hurt me to see him alone. You don't mind, then? I asked, hesitant again. That I'm all wrong for him, no. She was thoughtful. You're what he wants. It will work out, somehow, she said, though her forehead creased with worry. Another peal of thunder began. Esme stopped then. Apparently, we'd reached the edge of the field. It looked as if they had formed teams. Edward was far out in left field, Carlisle stood between the first and second bases, and Alice held the ball, positioned on the spot that must be the pitcher's mound. Emmett was swinging an aluminum bat. It whistled almost untraceably through the air. I waited for him to approach home plate, but then I realized, as he took his stance, that he was already there, farther from the pitcher's mound than I would have thought possible. Jasper stood several feet behind him, catching for the other team. Of course, none of them had gloves. All right, Esme called in a clear voice, which I knew even Edward would hear, as far out as he was. Batter up. Alice stood straight, deceptively motionless. Her style seemed to be stealth rather than an intimidating wind-up. She held the ball in both hands at her waist, and then, like the strike of a cobra, her right hand flicked out and the ball smacked into Jasper's hand. Was that a strike? I whispered to Esme. If they don't hit it, it's a strike, she told me. Jasper hurled the ball back to Alice's waiting hand. She permitted herself a brief grin. And then her hand spun out again. This time the bat somehow made it around in time to smash into the invisible ball. The crack of impact was shattering, thunderous, it echoed off the mountains. I immediately understood the necessity of the thunderstorm. The ball shot like a meteor above the field, flying deep into the surrounding forest. Home run, I murmured. Wait, Esme cautioned, listening intently, one hand raised. Emmett was a blur around the bases, Carlisle shadowing him. I realized Edward was missing. Out. Esme cried in a clear voice. I stared in disbelief as Edward sprang from the fringe of the trees, ball in his appraised hand, his wide grin visible even to me. Emmett hits the hardest, Esme explained, but Edward runs the fastest. The inning continued before my incredulous eyes. It was impossible to keep up with the speed at which the ball flew, the rate at which their bodies raced around the field. I learned the other reason they waited for a thunderstorm to play when Jasper, trying to avoid Edward's infallible fielding, hit a ground ball toward Carlisle. Carlisle ran into the ball, and then raced Jasper to first base. When they collided, the sound was like the crash of two massive falling boulders. I jumped up in concern, but they were somehow unscathed. Safe, Esme called in a calm voice. Emmett's team was up by 1. Rosalie managed to flit around the bases after tagging up on one of Emmett's long flies, when Edward caught the third out. He sprinted to my side, sparkling with excitement. "What do you think?" he asked. "One thing's for sure, I'll never be able to sit through dull old Major League Baseball again." "And it sounds like you did so much of that before," he laughed. "I am a little disappointed," I teased. "Why?" he asked, puzzled. "Well, it would be nice if I could find just one thing you didn't do better than everyone else on the planet." He flashed his special crooked smile, leaving me breathless. "I'm up," he said, heading for the plate. He played intelligently, keeping the ball low, out of the reach of Rosalie's always ready hand in the outfield, gaining 2 bases like lightning before Emmett could get the ball back in play. Carlisle knocked one so far out of the field, with a boom that hurt my ears, that he and Edward both made it in. Alice slapped them dainty high fives. The score constantly changed as the game continued, and they razzed each other like any street ball players as they took turns with the lead. Occasionally Esme would call them to order. The thunder rumbled on, but we stayed dry, as Alice had predicted. Carlisle was up to bat, Edward catching, when Alice suddenly gasped. My eyes were on Edward, as usual, and I saw his head snap up to look at her. Their eyes met and something flowed between them in an instant. He was at my side before the others could ask Alice what was wrong. "Alice." Esme's voice was tense. "I didn't see. I couldn't tell," she whispered. All the others were gathered by this time. "What is it, Alice?" Carlisle asked with the calm voice of authority. "They were traveling much quicker than I thought. I can see I had the perspective wrong before," she murmured. Jasper leaned over her, his posture protective. "What changed?" he asked. "They heard us playing, and it changed their path," she said, contrite, as if she felt responsible for whatever had frightened her. 7 pairs of quick eyes flashed to my face and away. "How soon?" Carlisle said, turning toward Edward. A look of intense concentration crossed his face. "Less than 5 minutes. They're running. They want to play." He scowled. "Can you make it?" Carlisle asked him, his eyes flicking toward me again. "No, not carrying," he cut short. "Besides, the last thing we need is for them to catch the scent and start hunting." "How many?" Emmett asked Alice. 3, she answered tersely. 3. He scoffed. "Let 'em come." The steel bands of muscle flexed along his massive arms. For a split second that seemed much longer than it really was, Carlisle deliberated. Only Emmett seemed unperturbed. The rest stared at Carlisle's face with anxious eyes. "Let's just continue the game," Carlisle finally decided. His voice was cool and level. Alice said they were simply curious. All this was said in a flurry of words that lasted only a few seconds. I had listened carefully and caught most of it, though I couldn't hear what Esme now asked Edward with a silent vibration of her lips. I only saw the slight shake of his head and the look of relief on her face. "You catch, Esme," he said. "I'll call it now," and he planted himself in front of me. The others returned to the field, warily sweeping the dark forest with their sharp eyes. Alice and Esme seemed to orient themselves around where I stood. "Take your hair down," Edward said in a low, even voice. I obediently slid the rubber band out of my hair and shook it out around me. I stated the obvious. "The others are coming now." "Yes, stay very still, keep quiet, and don't move from my side, please." He hid the stress in his voice well, but I could hear it. He pulled my long hair forward, around my face. "That won't help," Alice said softly. I could smell her across the field. "I know." A hint of frustration colored his tone. Carlisle stood at the plate, and the others joined the game half-heartedly. "What did Esme ask you?" I whispered. He hesitated for a second before he answered. "Whether they were thirsty," he muttered unwillingly. The seconds ticked by, the game progressed with apathy now. No one dared to hit harder than a bunt, and Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper hovered in the infield. Now and again, despite the fear that numbed my brain, I was aware of Rosalie's eyes on me. They were expressionless, but something about the way she held her mouth made me think she was angry. Edward paid no attention to the game at all, eyes and mind ranging the forest. "I'm sorry, Bella," he muttered fiercely. "It was stupid, irresponsible, to expose you like this. I'm so sorry." I heard his breath stop, and his eyes zeroed in on right field. He took a half step, angling himself between me and what was coming. Carlisle, Emmett, and the others turned in the same direction, hearing sounds of passage much too faint for my ears. 18. The hunt. They emerged one by one from the forest edge, ranging a dozen meters apart. The first male into the clearing fell back immediately, allowing the other male to take the front, orienting himself around the tall, dark-haired man in a manner that clearly displayed who led the pack. The third was a woman. From this distance, all I could see of her was that her hair was a startling shade of red. They closed ranks before they continued cautiously toward Edward's family, exhibiting the natural respect of a troop of predators as it encounters a larger, unfamiliar group of its own kind. As they approached, I could see how different they were from the Cullens. Their walk was cat-like, a gait that seemed constantly on the edge of shifting into a crouch. They dressed in the ordinary gear of backpackers, jeans and casual button-down shirts in heavy, weatherproof fabrics. The clothes were frayed, though, with wear, and they were barefoot. Both men had cropped hair, but the woman's brilliant orange hair was filled with leaves and debris from the woods. Their sharp eyes carefully took in the more polished, urbane stance of Carlisle, who, flanked by Emmett and Jasper, stepped guardedly forward to meet them. Without any seeming communication between them, they each straightened into a more casual, erect bearing. The man in front was easily the most beautiful, his skin olive-toned beneath the typical pallor, his hair a glossy black. He was of a medium build, hard-muscled, of course, but nothing next to Emmett's brawn. He smiled an easy smile, exposing a flash of gleaming white teeth. The woman was wilder, her eyes shifting restlessly between the men facing her, and the loose grouping around me, her chaotic hair quivering in the slight breeze. Her posture was distinctly feline. The second male hovered unobtrusively behind them, slighter than the leader, his light brown hair and regular features both nondescript. His eyes, though completely still, somehow seemed the most vigilant. Their eyes were different, too. Not the gold or black I had come to expect, but a deep burgundy color that was disturbing and sinister. The dark-haired man, still smiling, stepped toward Carlisle. "We thought we heard a game," he said in a relaxed voice with the slightest of French accents. "I'm Laurent. These are Victoria and James." He gestured to the vampires beside him. "I'm Carlisle. This is my family, Emmett and Jasper, Rosalie, Esme and Alice, Edward and Bella." He pointed us out in groups, deliberately not calling attention to individuals. I felt a shock when he said my name. "Do you have room for a few more players?" Laurent asked sociably. Carlisle matched Laurent's friendly tone. "Actually, we were just finishing up. But we'd certainly be interested another time. Are you planning to stay in the area for long?" "We're headed north, in fact, but we were curious to see who was in the neighborhood. We haven't run into any company in a long time." "No. This region is usually empty except for us and the occasional visitor, like yourselves." The tense atmosphere had slowly subsided into a casual conversation. I guessed that Jasper was using his peculiar gift to control the situation. "What's your hunting range?" Laurent casually inquired. Carlisle ignored the assumption behind the inquiry. "The Olympic range here, up and down the coast ranges on occasion. We keep a permanent residence nearby. There's another permanent settlement like ours up near Denali." Laurent rocked back on his heels slightly. "Permanent? How do you manage that?" There was honest curiosity in his voice. "Why don't you come back to our home with us and we can talk comfortably?" Carlisle invited. "It's a rather long story." James and Victoria exchanged a surprised look at the mention of the word home, but Laurent controlled his expression better. "That sounds very interesting, and welcome." His smile was genial. "We've been on the hunt all the way down from Ontario, and we haven't had the chance to clean up in a while." His eyes moved appreciatively over Carlisle's refined appearance. "Please don't take offense, but we'd appreciate it if you'd refrain from hunting in this immediate area. We have to stay inconspicuous, you understand," Carlisle explained. "Of course." Laurent nodded. "We certainly won't encroach on your territory. We just ate outside of Seattle, anyway," he laughed. A shiver ran up my spine. We'll show you the way if you'd like to run with us. Emmett and Alice, you can go with Edward and Bella to get the jeep, he casually added. Three things seemed to happen simultaneously while Carlyle was speaking. My hair ruffled with the light breeze, Edward stiffened, and the second male, James, suddenly whipped his head around, scrutinizing me, his nostrils flaring. A swift rigidity fell on all of them as James lurched one step forward into a crouch. Edward bared his teeth, crouching in defense, a feral snarl ripping from his throat. It was nothing like the playful sounds I'd heard from him this morning, it was the single most menacing thing I had ever heard, and chills ran from the crown of my head to the back of my heels. "What's this?" Laurent exclaimed in open surprise. Neither James nor Edward relaxed their aggressive poses. James fintered slightly to the side, and Edward shifted in response. "She's with us." Carlisle's firm rebuff was directed toward James. Laurent seemed to catch my scent less powerfully than James, but awareness now dawned on his face. "You brought a snack?" he asked, his expression incredulous as he took an involuntary step forward. Edward snarled even more ferociously, harshly, his lip curling high above his glistening, bared teeth. Laurent stepped back again. "I said she's with us," Carlyle corrected in a hard voice. "But she's human," Laurent protested. The words were not at all aggressive, merely astounded. "Yes." Emmett was very much in evidence at Carlisle's side, his eyes on James. James slowly straightened out of his crouch, but his eyes never left me, his nostrils still wide. Edward stayed tensed like a lion in front of me. When Laurent spoke, his tone was soothing, trying to diffuse the sudden hostility. "It appears we have a lot to learn about each other." "Indeed." Carlisle's voice was still cool. "But we'd like to accept your invitation." His eyes flicked toward me and back to Carlyle. "And, of course, we will not harm the human girl. We won't hunt in your range, as I said." James glanced in disbelief and aggravation at Laurent and exchanged another brief look with Victoria, whose eyes still flickered edgily from face to face. Carlyle measured Laurent's open expression for a moment before he spoke. "We'll show you the way. Jasper, Rosalie, Esme," he called. They gathered together, blocking me from view as they converged. Alice was instantly at my side, and Emmett fell back slowly, his eyes locked on James as he backed toward us. "Let's go, Bella." Edward's voice was low and bleak. This whole time I'd been rooted in place, terrified into absolute immobility. Edward had to grip my elbow and pull sharply to break my trance. Alice and Emmett were close behind us, hiding me. I stumbled alongside Edward, still stunned with fear. I couldn't hear if the main group had left yet. Edward's impatience was almost tangible as we moved at human speed to the forest edge. Once we were into the trees, Edward slung me over his back without breaking stride. I gripped as tightly as possible as he took off, the others close on his heels. I kept my head down, but my eyes, wide with fright, wouldn't close. They plunged through the now black forest like wraiths. The sense of exhilaration that usually seemed to possess Edward as he ran was completely absent, replaced by a fury that consumed him and drove him still faster. Even with me on his back, the others trailed behind. We reached the jeep in an impossibly short time, and Edward barely slowed as he flung me in the backseat. "Strap her in," he ordered Emmett, who slid in beside me. Alice was already in the front seat, and Edward was starting the engine. It roared to life and we swerved backward, spinning around to face the winding road. Edward was growling something too fast for me to understand, but it sounded a lot like a string of profanities. The jolting trip was much worse this time, and the darkness only made it more frightening. Emmett and Alice both glared out the side windows. We hit the main road, and though our speed increased, I could see much better where we were going. And we were headed south, away from Forks. "Where are we going?" I asked. No one answered. No one even looked at me. "Damn it, Edward, where are you taking me?" "We have to get you away from here. Far away, now." He didn't look back, his eyes on the road. The speedometer read 105 miles an hour. "Turn around. You have to take me home," I shouted. I struggled with the stupid harness, tearing at the straps. "Emmett," Edward said grimly. And Emmett secured my hands in his steely grasp. "No. Edward, no. You can't do this." "I have to, Bella. Now please be quiet." "I won't." You have to take me back. Charlie will call the FBI. They'll be all over your family, Carlisle and Esme. They'll have to leave, to hide forever. Calm down, Bella. His voice was cold. We've been there before. Not over me, you don't. You're not ruining everything over me. I struggled violently, with total futility. Alice spoke for the first time. Edward, pull over. He flashed her a hard look, and then sped up. Edward, let's just talk this through. You don't understand, he roared in frustration. I'd never heard his voice so loud, it was deafening in the confines of the Jeep. The speedometer neared 115. He's a tracker. Alice, did you see that? He's a tracker. I felt Emmett stiffen next to me, and I wondered at his reaction to the word. It meant something more to the three of them than it did to me. I wanted to understand, but there was no opening for me to ask. Pull over, Edward. Alice's tone was reasonable, but there was a ring of authority in it I'd never heard before. The speedometer inched past 120. Do it, Edward. Listen to me, Alice. I saw his mind. Tracking is his passion, his obsession, and he wants her, Alice, her, specifically. He begins the hunt tonight. He doesn't know where. He interrupted her. How long do you think it will take him to cross her scent in town? His plan was already set before the words were out of Lawrence's mouth. I gasped, knowing where my scent would lead. Charlie, you can't leave him there. You can't leave him. I thrashed against the harness. She's right, Alice said. The car slowed slightly. Let's just look at our options for a minute, Alice coaxed. The car slowed again, more noticeably, and then suddenly we screeched to a stop on the shoulder of the highway. I flew against the harness, and then slammed back into the seat. There are no options, Edward hissed. I'm not leaving Charlie, I yelled. He ignored me completely. We have to take her back, Emmett finally spoke. No. Edward was absolute. He's no match for us, Edward. He won't be able to touch her. He'll wait. Emmett smiled. I can wait, too. You didn't see, you don't understand. Once he commits to a hunt, he's unshakable. We'd have to kill him. Emmett didn't seem upset by the idea. That's an option. And the female, she's with him. If it turns into a fight, the leader will go with them, too. There are enough of us. There's another option, Alice said quietly. Edward turned on her in fury, his voice a blistering snarl. There is no other option. Emmett and I both stared at him in shock, but Alice seemed unsurprised. The silence lasted for a long minute as Edward and Alice stared each other down. I broke it. Does anyone want to hear my plan? No, Edward growled. Alice glared at him, finally provoked. Listen, I pleaded. You take me back. No, he interrupted. I glared at him and continued. You take me back. I tell my dad I want to go home to Phoenix. I pack my bags. We wait till this tracker is watching, and then we run. He'll follow us and leave Charlie alone. Charlie won't call the FBI on your family. Then you can take me any damned place you want. They stared at me, stunned. It's not a bad idea, really. Emmett's surprise was definitely an insult. It might work, and we simply can't leave her father unprotected. You know that, Alice said. Everyone looked at Edward. It's too dangerous. I don't want him within 100 miles of her. Emmett was supremely confident. Edward, he's not getting through us. Alice thought for a minute. I don't see him attacking. He'll try to wait for us to leave her alone. It won't take long for him to realize that's not going to happen. I demand that you take me home. I tried to sound firm. Edward pressed his fingers to his temples and squeezed his eyes shut. Please, I said in a much smaller voice. He didn't look up. When he spoke, his voice sounded worn. You're leaving tonight, whether the tracker sees or not. You tell Charlie that you can't stand another minute in Forks. Tell him whatever story works. Pack the first things your hands touch, and then get in your truck. I don't care what he says to you. You have 15 minutes. Do you hear me? 15 minutes from the time you cross the doorstep. The Jeep rumbled to life, and he spun us around, the tires squealing. The needle on the speedometer started to race up the dial. Emmett? I asked, looking pointedly at my hands. Oh, sorry. He let me loose. A few minutes passed in silence, other than the roar of the engine. Then Edward spoke again. This is how it's going to happen. When we get to the house, if the tracker is not there, I will walk her to the door. Then she has 15 minutes. He glared at me in the rearview mirror. Emmett, you take the outside of the house. Alice, you get the truck. I'll be inside as long as she is. After she's out, you two can take the Jeep home and tell Carlisle. No way. Emmett broke in. I'm with you. Think it through, Emmett. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Until we know how far this is going to go, I'm with you. Edward sighed. If the tracker is there, he continued grimly, we keep driving. We're going to make it there before him, Alice said confidently. Edward seemed to accept that. Whatever his problem with Alice was, he didn't doubt her now. What are we going to do with the Jeep? She asked. His voice had a hard edge. You're driving it home. No, I'm not, she said calmly. The unintelligible stream of profanities started again. We can't all fit in my truck, I whispered. Edward didn't appear to hear me. I think you should let me go alone, I said even more quietly. He heard that. Bella, please just do this my way. Just this once, he said between clenched teeth. Listen, Charlie's not an imbecile, I protested. If you're not in town tomorrow, he's going to get suspicious. That's irrelevant. We'll make sure he's safe, and that's all that matters. Then what about this tracker? He saw the way you acted tonight. He's going to think you're with me, wherever you are. Emmett looked at me, insultingly surprised again. Edward, listen to her, he urged. I think she's right. Yes, she is, Alice agreed. I can't do that. Edward's voice was icy. Emmett should stay, too, I continued. He definitely got an eyeful of Emmett. What? Emmett turned on me. You'll get a better crack at him if you stay, Alice agreed. Edward stared at her incredulously. You think I should let her go alone? Of course not, Alice said. Jasper and I will take her. I can't do that, Edward repeated, but this time there was a trace of defeat in his voice. The logic was working on him. I tried to be persuasive. Hang out here for a week. I saw his expression in the mirror and amended, a few days. Let Charlie see you haven't kidnapped me, and lead this James on a wild goose chase. Make sure he's completely off my trail. Then come and meet me. Take a roundabout route, of course, and then Jasper and Alice can go home. I could see him beginning to consider it. Meet you where? Phoenix. Of course. No. He'll hear that's where you're going, he said impatiently. And you'll make it look like that's a ruse, obviously. He'll know that we'll know that he's listening. He'll never believe I'm actually going where I say I am going. She's diabolical, Emmett chuckled. And if that doesn't work? There are several million people in Phoenix, I informed him. It's not that hard to find a phone book. I won't go home. Oh. He inquired, a dangerous note in his voice. I'm quite old enough to get my own place. Edward, we'll be with her, Alice reminded him. What are you going to do in Phoenix? He asked her scathingly. Stay indoors. I kind of like it. Emmett was thinking about cornering James, no doubt. Shut up, Emmett. Look, if we try to take him down while she's still around, there's a much better chance that someone will get hurt. She'll get hurt, or you will, trying to protect her. Now, if we get him alone. He trailed off with a slow smile. I was right. The Jeep was crawling slowly along now as we drove into town. Despite my brave talk, I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. I thought about Charlie, alone in the house, and tried to be courageous. Bella. Edward's voice was very soft. Alice and Emmett looked out their windows. If you let anything happen to yourself, anything at all, I'm holding you personally responsible. Do you understand that? Yes. I gulped. He turned to Alice. Can Jasper handle this? Give him some credit, Edward. He's been doing very, very well, all things considered. Can you handle this? He asked. And graceful little Alice pulled back her lips in a horrific grimace and let loose with a guttural snarl that had me cowering against the seat in terror. Edward smiled at her. But keep your opinions to yourself, he muttered suddenly. 19. Goodbyes. Charlie was waiting up for me. All the house lights were on. My mind was blank as I tried to think of a way to make him let me go. This wasn't going to be pleasant. Edward pulled up slowly, staying well back from my truck. All three of them were acutely alert, ramrod straight in their seats, listening to every sound of the wood, looking through every shadow, catching every scent, searching for something out of place. The engine cut off, and I sat, motionless, as they continued to listen. "He's not here," Edward said tensely. "Let's go." Emmett reached over to help me get out of the harness. "Don't worry, Bella," he said in a low but cheerful voice, "we'll take care of things here quickly." I felt moisture filling up my eyes as I looked at Emmett. I barely knew him, and yet, somehow, not knowing when I would see him again after tonight was anguishing. I knew this was just a faint taste of the goodbyes I would have to survive in the next hour, and the thought made the tears begin to spill. "Alice." "Emmett." Edward's voice was a command. They slithered soundlessly into the darkness, instantly disappearing. Edward opened my door and took my hand, then drew me into the protecting enclosure of his arm. He walked me swiftly toward the house, eyes always roving through the night. 15 minutes, he warned under his breath. "I can do this," I sniffled. My tears had given me an inspiration. I stopped on the porch and took hold of his face in my hands. I looked fiercely into his eyes. "I love you," I said in a low, intense voice. "I will always love you, no matter what happens now." "Nothing is going to happen to you, Bella," he said just as fiercely. "Just follow the plan. Okay. Keep Charlie safe for me. He's not going to like me very much after this, and I want to have the chance to apologize later. Get inside, Bella. We have to hurry." His voice was urgent. "One more thing," I whispered passionately. "Don't listen to another word I say tonight." He was leaning in, and so all I had to do was stretch up on my toes to kiss his surprised, frozen lips with as much force as I was capable of. Then I turned and kicked the door open. "Go away, Edward," I yelled at him, running inside and slamming the door shut in his still shocked face. "Bella." Charlie had been hovering in the living room, and he was already on his feet. "Leave me alone," I screamed at him through my tears, which were flowing relentlessly now. I ran up the stairs to my room, throwing the door shut and locking it. I ran to my bed, flinging myself on the floor to retrieve my duffel bag. I reached swiftly between the mattress and box spring to grab the knotted old sock that contained my secret cash hoard. Charlie was pounding on my door. "Bella, are you okay? What's going on?" His voice was frightened. "I'm going home," I shouted, my voice breaking in the perfect spot. "Did he hurt you?" His tone edged toward anger. "No." I shrieked a few octaves higher. I turned to my dresser, and Edward was already there, silently yanking out armfuls of random clothes, which he proceeded to throw to me. "Did he break up with you?" Charlie was perplexed. "No." I yelled, slightly more breathless as I shoved everything into the bag. Edward threw another drawer's contents at me. The bag was pretty much full now. "What happened, Bella?" Charlie shouted through the door, pounding again. "I broke up with him," I shouted back, jerking on the zipper of my bag. Edward's capable hands pushed mine away and zipped it smoothly. He put the strap carefully over my arm. "I'll be in the truck, go," he whispered, and pushed me toward the door. He vanished out the window. I unlocked the door and pushed past Charlie roughly, struggling with my heavy bag as I ran down the stairs. "What happened?" he yelled. "He was right behind me. I thought you liked him." He caught my elbow in the kitchen. Though he was still bewildered, his grip was firm. He spun me around to look at him, and I could see in his face that he had no intention of letting me leave. I could think of only one way to escape, and it involved hurting him so much that I hated myself for even considering it. But I had no time, and I had to keep him safe. I glared up at my father, fresh tears in my eyes for what I was about to do. "I do like him, that's the problem. I can't do this anymore. I can't put down any more roots here. I don't want to end up trapped in this stupid, boring town like Mum. I'm not going to make the same dumb mistake she did. I hate it. I can't stay here another minute." His hand dropped from my arm like I'd electrocuted him. I turned away from his shocked, wounded face and headed for the door. "Bells, you can't leave now. It's nighttime," he whispered behind me. I didn't turn around. "I'll sleep in the truck if I get tired." Just wait another week, he pled, still shell-shocked. Renee will be back by then. This completely derailed me. What? Charlie continued eagerly, almost babbling with relief as I hesitated. She called while you were out. Things aren't going so well in Florida, and if Phil doesn't get signed by the end of the week, they're going back to Arizona. The assistant coach of the Sidewinders said they might have a spot for another shortstop. I shook my head, trying to reassemble my now confused thoughts. Every passing second put Charlie in more danger. I have a key, I muttered, turning the knob. He was too close, one hand extended toward me, his face dazed. I couldn't lose any more time arguing with him. I was going to have to hurt him further. Just let me go, Charlie. I repeated my mother's last words as she'd walked out this same door so many years ago. I said them as angrily as I could manage, and I threw the door open. It didn't work out, okay. I really hate forks. My cruel words did their job. Charlie stayed frozen on the doorstep, stunned, while I ran into the night. I was hideously frightened of the empty yard. I ran wildly for the truck, visualizing a dark shadow behind me. I threw my bag in the bed and wrenched the door open. The key was waiting in the ignition. I'll call you tomorrow, I yelled, wishing more than anything that I could explain everything to him right then, knowing I would never be able to. I gunned the engine and peeled out. Edward reached for my hand. Pull over, he said as the house, and Charlie, disappeared behind us. I can drive, I said through the tears pouring down my cheeks. His long hands unexpectedly gripped my waist, and his foot pushed mine off the gas pedal. He pulled me across his lap, wrenching my hands free of the wheel, and suddenly he was in the driver's seat. The truck didn't swerve an inch. You wouldn't be able to find the house, he explained. Lights flared suddenly behind us. I stared out the back window, eyes wide with horror. It's just Alice, he reassured me. He took my hand again. My mind was filled with the image of Charlie in the doorway. The tracker. He heard the end of your performance, Edward said grimly. Charlie, I asked in dread. The tracker followed us. He's running behind us now. My body went cold. Can we outrun him? No. But he sped up as he spoke. The truck's engine whined in protest. My plan suddenly didn't feel so brilliant anymore. I was staring back at Alice's headlights when the truck shuddered and a dark shadow sprung up outside the window. My blood-curdling scream lasted a fraction of a second before Edward's hand clamped down on my mouth. It's Emmett. He released my mouth, and wound his arm around my waist. It's okay, Bella, he promised. You're going to be safe. We raced through the quiet town toward the North Highway. I didn't realize you were still so bored with small-town life, he said conversationally, and I knew he was trying to distract me. It seemed like you were adjusting fairly well, especially recently. Maybe I was just flattering myself that I was making life more interesting for you. I wasn't being nice, I confessed, ignoring his attempt at diversion, looking down at my knees. That was the same thing my mum said when she left him. You could say I was hitting below the belt. Don't worry, he'll forgive you. He smiled a little, though it didn't touch his eyes. I stared at him desperately, and he saw the naked panic in my eyes. Bella, it's going to be all right. But it won't be all right when I'm not with you, I whispered. We'll be together again in a few days, he said, tightening his arm around me. Don't forget that this was your idea. It was the best idea, of course it was mine. His answering smile was bleak and disappeared immediately. Why did this happen? I asked, my voice catching. Why me? He stared blackly at the road ahead. It's my fault. I was a fool to expose you like that. The rage in his voice was directed internally. That's not what I meant. I insisted. I was there, big deal. It didn't bother the other two. Why did this James decide to kill me? There are people all over the place, why me? He hesitated, thinking before he answered. I got a good look at his mind tonight, he began in a low voice. I'm not sure if there's anything I could have done to avoid this, once he saw you. It is partially your fault. His voice was wry. If you didn't smell so appallingly luscious, he might not have bothered. But when I defended you, well, that made it a lot worse. He's not used to being thwarted, no matter how insignificant the object. He thinks of himself as a hunter and nothing else. His existence is consumed with tracking, and a challenge is all he asks of life. Suddenly we've presented him with a beautiful challenge, a large clan of strong fighters all bent on protecting the one vulnerable element. You wouldn't believe how euphoric he is now. It's his favorite game, and we've just made it his most exciting game ever. His tone was full of disgust. He paused a moment. But if I had stood by, he would have killed you right then, he said with hopeless frustration. I thought. I didn't smell the same to the others. As I do to you, I said hesitantly. You don't. But that doesn't mean that you aren't still a temptation to every one of them. If you had appealed to the tracker, or any of them, the same way you appealed to me, it would have meant a fight right there. I shuddered. I don't think I have any choice but to kill him now, he muttered. Carlisle won't like it. I could hear the tires cross the bridge, though I couldn't see the river in the dark. I knew we were getting close. I had to ask him now. How can you kill a vampire? He glanced at me with unreadable eyes and his voice was suddenly harsh. The only way to be sure is to tear him to shreds, and then burn the pieces. And the other two will fight with him. The woman will. I'm not sure about Laurent. They don't have a very strong bond, he's only with them for convenience. He was embarrassed by James in the meadow. But James and the woman, they'll try to kill you? I asked, my voice raw. Bella, don't you dare waste time worrying about me. Your only concern is keeping yourself safe and, please, trying not to be reckless. Is he still following? Yes. He won't attack the house, though. Not tonight. He turned off onto the invisible drive, with Alice following behind. We drove right up to the house. The lights inside were bright, but they did little to alleviate the blackness of the encroaching forest. Emmett had my door open before the truck was stopped. He pulled me out of the seat, tucked me like a football into his vast chest, and ran me through the door. We burst into the large white room, Edward and Alice at our sides. All of them were there. They were already on their feet at the sound of our approach. Laurent stood in their midst. I could hear low growls rumble deep in Emmett's throat as he set me down next to Edward. He's tracking us, Edward announced, glaring balefully at Laurent. Laurent's face was unhappy. I was afraid of that. Alice danced to Jasper's side and whispered in his ear. Her lips quivered with the speed of her silent speech. They flew up the stairs together. Rosalie watched them, and then moved quickly to Emmett's side. Her beautiful eyes were intense and, when they flickered unwillingly to my face, furious. What will he do? Carlisle asked Laurent in chilling tones. I'm sorry, he answered. I was afraid, when your boy there defended her, that it would set him off. Can you stop him? Laurent shook his head. Nothing stops James when he gets started. We'll stop him, Emmett promised. There was no doubt what he meant. You can't bring him down. I've never seen anything like him in my 300 years. He's absolutely lethal. That's why I joined his coven. His coven, I thought. Of course. The show of leadership in the clearing was merely that, a show. Laurent was shaking his head. He glanced at me, perplexed, and back to Carlisle. Are you sure it's worth it? Edward's enraged roar filled the room. Laurent cringed back. Carlisle looked gravely at Laurent. I'm afraid you're going to have to make a choice. Laurent understood. He deliberated for a moment. His eyes took in every face, and finally swept the bright room. I'm intrigued by the life you've created here. But I won't get in the middle of this. I bear none of you any enmity, but I won't go up against James. I think I will head north, to that clan in Denali. He hesitated. Don't underestimate James. He's got a brilliant mind and unparalleled senses. He's every bit as comfortable in the human world as you seem to be, and he won't come at you head on. I'm sorry for what's been unleashed here. Truly sorry. He bowed his head, but I saw him flicker another puzzled look at me. Go in peace, was Carlisle's formal answer. Laurent took another long look around himself, and then he hurried out the door. The silence lasted less than a second. How close? Carlisle looked to Edward. Esme was already moving. Her hand touched an inconspicuous keypad on the wall, and with a groan, huge metal shutters began sealing up the glass wall. I gaped. About 3 miles out past the river, he's circling around to meet up with the female. What's the plan? We'll lead him off, and then Jasper and Alice will run her south. And then. Edward's tone was deadly. As soon as Bella is clear, we hunt him. I guess there's no other choice, Carlisle agreed, his face grim. Edward turned to Rosalie. Get her upstairs and trade clothes, Edward commanded. She stared back at him with livid disbelief. Why should I? She hissed. What is she to me? Except a menace, a danger you've chosen to inflict on all of us. I flinched back from the venom in her voice. Rose. Emmett murmured, putting one hand on her shoulder. She shook it off. But I was watching Edward carefully, knowing his temper, worried about his reaction. He surprised me. He looked away from Rosalie as if she hadn't spoken, as if she didn't exist. Esme? He asked calmly. Of course, Esme murmured. Esme was at my side in half a heartbeat, swinging me up easily into her arms, and dashing up the stairs before I could gasp in shock. What are we doing? I asked breathlessly as she set me down in a dark room somewhere off the second-story hall. Trying to confuse the smell. It won't work for long, but it might help get you out. I could hear her clothes falling to the floor. I don't think I'll fit. I hesitated, but her hands were abruptly pulling my shirt over my head. I quickly stripped my jeans off myself. She handed me something, it felt like a shirt. I struggled to get my arms through the right holes. As soon as I was done, she handed me her slacks. I yanked them on, but I couldn't get my feet out, they were too long. She deftly rolled the hems a few times so I could stand. Somehow she was already in my clothes. She pulled me back to the stairs, where Alice stood, a small leather bag in one hand. They each grabbed one of my elbows and half carried me as they flew down the stairs. It appeared that everything had been settled downstairs in our absence. Edward and Emmett were ready to leave, Emmett carrying a heavy-looking backpack over his shoulder. Carlisle was handing something small to Esme. He turned and handed Alice the same thing. It was a tiny silver cell phone. Esme and Rosalie will be taking your truck, Bella, he told me as he passed. I nodded, glancing warily at Rosalie. She was glowering at Carlisle with a resentful expression. Alice, Jasper, take the Mercedes. You'll need the dark tint in the south. They nodded as well. We're taking the Jeep. I was surprised to see that Carlisle intended to go with Edward. I realized suddenly, with a stab of fear, that they made up the hunting party. Alice, Carlisle asked, will they take the bait? Everyone watched Alice as she closed her eyes and became incredibly still. Finally her eyes opened. He'll track you. The woman will follow the truck. We should be able to leave after that. Her voice was certain. Let's go. Carlisle began to walk toward the kitchen. But Edward was at my side at once. He caught me up in his iron grip, crushing me to him. He seemed unaware of his watching family as he pulled my face to his, lifting my feet off the floor. For the shortest second, his lips were icy and hard against mine. Then it was over. He set me down, still holding my face, his glorious eyes burning into mine. His eyes went blank, curiously dead, as he turned away. And they were gone. We stood there, the others looking away from me as the tears streaked noiselessly down my face. The silent moment dragged on, and then Esme's phone vibrated in her hand. It flashed to her ear. Now, she said. Rosalie stalked out the front door without another glance in my direction, but Esme touched my cheek as she passed. Be safe. Her whisper lingered behind them as they slipped out the door. I heard my truck start thunderously, and then fade away. Jasper and Alice waited. Alice's phone seemed to be at her ear before it buzzed. Edward says the woman is on Esme's trail. I'll get the car. She vanished into the shadows the way Edward had gone. Jasper and I looked at each other. He stood across the length of the entryway from me. Being careful. You're wrong. You know, he said quietly. What? I gasped. I can feel what you're feeling now, and you are worth it. I'm not, I mumbled. If anything happens to them, it will be for nothing. You're wrong, he repeated, smiling kindly at me. I heard nothing, but then Alice stepped through the front door and came toward me with her arms held out. May I? She asked. You're the first one to ask permission. I smiled wryly. She lifted me in her slender arms as easily as Emmett had, shielding me protectively, and then we flew out the door, leaving the lights bright behind us. 20. Impatience. When I woke up, I was confused. My thoughts were hazy, still twisted up in dreams and nightmares. It took me longer than it should have to realize where I was. This room was too bland to belong anywhere but in a hotel. The bedside lamps, bolted to the tables, were a dead giveaway, as were the long drapes made from the same fabric as the bedspread, and the generic watercolor prints on the walls. I tried to remember how I got here, but nothing came at first. I did remember the sleek black car, the glass in the windows darker than that on a limousine. The engine was almost silent, though we'd raced across the black freeways at more than twice the legal speed. And I remembered Alice sitting with me on the dark leather backseat. Somehow, during the long night, my head had ended up against her granite neck. My closeness didn't seem to bother her at all, and her cool, hard skin was oddly comforting to me. The front of her thin cotton shirt was cold, damp with the tears that streamed from my eyes until, red and sore, they ran dry. Sleep had evaded me, my aching eyes strained open even though the night finally ended and dawn broke over a low peak somewhere in California. The gray light, streaking across the cloudless sky, stung my eyes. But I couldn't close them. When I did, the images that flashed all too vividly, like still slides behind my lids, were unbearable. Charlie's broken expression, Edward's brutal snarl, teeth bared, Rosalie's resentful glare, the keen-eyed scrutiny of the tracker, the dead look in Edward's eyes after he kissed me the last time. I couldn't stand to see them. So I fought against my weariness and the sun rose higher. I was still awake when we came through a shallow mountain pass and the sun, behind us now, reflected off the tiled rooftops of the Valley of the Sun. I didn't have enough emotion left to be surprised that we'd made a 3-day journey in one. I stared blankly at the wide, flat expanse laid out in front of me. Phoenix, the palm trees, the scrubby creosote, the haphazard lines of the intersecting freeways, the green swaths of golf courses and turquoise splotches of swimming pools, all submerged in a thin smog and embraced by the short, rocky ridges that weren't really big enough to be called mountains. The shadows of the palm trees slanted across the freeway, defined, sharper than I remembered, paler than they should be. Nothing could hide in these shadows. The bright, open freeway seemed benign enough. But I felt no relief, no sense of homecoming. Which way to the airport, Bella? Jasper had asked, and I flinched, though his voice was quite soft and unalarming. It was the first sound, besides the purr of the car, to break the long night's silence. Stay on the I-10, I'd answered automatically. We'll pass right by it. My brain had worked slowly through the fog of sleep deprivation. Are we flying somewhere? I'd asked Alice. No, but it's better to be close, just in case. I remembered beginning the loop around Sky Harbor International. But not ending it. I suppose that must have been when I'd fallen asleep. Though, now that I'd chased the memories down, I did have a vague impression of leaving the car. The sun was just falling behind the horizon, my arm draped over Alice's shoulder and her arm firm around my waist, dragging me along as I stumbled through the warm, dry shadows. I had no memory of this room. I looked at the digital clock on the nightstand. The red numbers claimed it was 3 o'clock, but they gave no indication if it was night or day. No edge of light escaped the thick curtains, but the room was bright with the light from the lamps. I rose stiffly and staggered to the window, pulling back the drapes. It was dark outside, 3 in the morning, then. My room looked out on a deserted section of the freeway and the new long-term parking garage for the airport. It was slightly comforting to be able to pinpoint time and place. I looked down at myself. I was still wearing Esme's clothes, and they didn't fit very well at all. I looked around the room, glad when I discovered my duffel bag on top of the low dresser. I was on my way to find new clothes when a light tap on the door made me jump. Can I come in? Alice asked. I took a deep breath. Sure. She walked in, and looked me over cautiously. You look like you could sleep longer, she said. I just shook my head. She drifted silently to the curtains and closed them securely before turning back to me. We'll need to stay inside, she told me. Okay. My voice was hoarse. It cracked. Thirsty? She asked. I shrugged. I'm okay. How about you? Nothing unmanageable. She smiled. I ordered some food for you. It's in the front room. Edward reminded me that you have to eat a lot more frequently than we do. I was instantly more alert. He called. No, she said, and watched as my face fell. It was before we left. She took my hand carefully and led me through the door into the living room of the hotel suite. I could hear a low buzz of voices coming from the TV. Jasper sat motionlessly at the desk in the corner, his eyes watching the news with no glimmer of interest. I sat on the floor next to the coffee table, where a tray of food waited, and began picking at it without noticing what I was eating. Alice perched on the arm of the sofa and stared blankly at the TV like Jasper. I ate slowly, watching her, turning now and then to glance quickly at Jasper. It began to dawn on me that they were too still. They never looked away from the screen, though commercials were playing now. I pushed the tray away, my stomach abruptly uneasy. Alice looked down at me. What's wrong, Alice? I asked. Nothing's wrong. Her eyes were wide, honest. And I didn't trust them. What do we do now? We wait for Carlisle to call. And should he have called by now? I could see that I was near the mark. Alice's eyes flitted from mine to the phone on top of her leather bag and back. What does that mean? My voice quavered, and I fought to control it. That he hasn't called yet. It just means that they don't have anything to tell us. But her voice was too even, and the air was harder to breathe. Jasper was suddenly beside Alice, closer to me than usual. Bella, he said in a suspiciously soothing voice. You have nothing to worry about. You are completely safe here. I know that. Then why are you frightened? He asked, confused. He might feel the tenor of my emotions, but he couldn't read the reasons behind them. You heard what Laurent said. My voice was just a whisper, but I was sure they could hear me. He said James was lethal. What if something goes wrong, and they get separated? If something happens to any of them, Carlisle, Emmett, Edward. I gulped. If that wild female hurts Esme. My voice had grown higher, a note of hysteria beginning to rise in it. How could I live with myself when it's my fault? None of you should be risking yourselves for me. Bella, stop, he interrupted me, his words pouring out so quickly they were hard to understand. You're worrying about all the wrong things, Bella. Trust me on this, none of us are in jeopardy. You are under too much strain as it is, don't add to it with wholly unnecessary worries. Listen to me, he ordered, for I had looked away. Our family is strong. Our only fear is losing you. But why should you? Alice interrupted this time, touching my cheek with her cold fingers. It's been almost a century that Edward's been alone. Now he's found you. You can't see the changes that we see, we who have been with him for so long. Do you think any of us want to look into his eyes for the next 100 years if he loses you? My guilt slowly subsided as I looked into her dark eyes. But, even as the calm spread over me, I knew I couldn't trust my feelings with Jasper there. It was a very long day. We stayed in the room. Alice called down to the front desk and asked him to ignore our maid service for now. The windows stayed shut, the TV on, though no one watched it. At regular intervals, food was delivered for me. The silver phone resting on Alice's bag seemed to grow bigger as the hours passed. My babysitters handled the suspense better than I did. As I fidgeted and paced, they simply grew more still, two statues whose eyes followed me imperceptibly as I moved. I occupied myself with memorizing the room, the striped pattern of the couches, tan, peach, cream, dull gold, and tan again. Sometimes I stared at the abstract prints, randomly finding pictures in the shapes, like I'd found pictures in the clouds as a child. I traced a blue hand, a woman combing her hair, a cat stretching. But when the pale red circle became a staring eye, I looked away. As the afternoon wore on, I went back to bed, simply for something to do. I hoped that by myself in the dark, I could give in to the terrible fears that hovered on the edge of my consciousness, unable to break through under Jasper's careful supervision. But Alice followed me casually, as if by some coincidence she had grown tired of the front room at the same time. I was beginning to wonder exactly what sort of instructions Edward had given her. I lay across the bed, and she sat, legs folded, next to me. I ignored her at first, suddenly tired enough to sleep. But after a few minutes, the panic that had held off in Jasper's presence began to make itself known. I gave up on the idea of sleep quickly then, curling up into a small ball, wrapping my arms around my legs. Alice, I asked. Yes. I kept my voice very calm. What do you think they're doing? Carlisle wanted to lead the tracker as far north as possible, wait for him to get close, and then turn and ambush him. Esme and Rosalie were supposed to head west as long as they could keep the female behind them. If she turned around, they were to head back to Forks and keep an eye on your dad. So I imagine things are going well if they can't call. It means the tracker is close enough that they don't want him to overhear. And Esme. I think she must be back in Forks. She won't call if there's any chance the female will overhear. I expect they're all just being very careful. Do you think they're safe, really? Bella, how many times do we have to tell you that there's no danger to us? Would you tell me the truth, though? Yes. I will always tell you the truth. Her voice was earnest. I deliberated for a moment, and decided she meant it. Tell me then, how do you become a vampire? My question caught her off guard. She was quiet. I rolled over to look at her, and her expression seemed ambivalent. Edward doesn't want me to tell you that, she said firmly, but I sensed she didn't agree. That's not fair. I think I have a right to know. I know. I looked at her, waiting. She sighed. He'll be extremely angry. It's none of his business. This is between you and me. Alice, as a friend, I'm begging you. And we were friends now, somehow, as she must have known we would be all along. She looked at me with her splendid, wise eyes. Choosing. I'll tell you the mechanics of it, she said finally, but I don't remember it myself, and I've never done it or seen it done, so keep in mind that I can only tell you the theory. I waited. As predators, we have a glut of weapons in our physical arsenal, much, much more than really necessary. The strength, the speed, the acute senses, not to mention those of us like Edward, Jasper, and I, who have extra senses as well. And then, like a carnivorous flower, we are physically attractive to our prey. I was very still, remembering how pointedly Edward had demonstrated the same concept for me in the meadow. She smiled a wide, ominous smile. We have another fairly superfluous weapon. We're all so venomous, she said, her teeth glistening. The venom doesn't kill, it's merely incapacitating. It works slowly, spreading through the bloodstream, so that, once bitten, our prey is in too much physical pain to escape us. Mostly superfluous, as I said. If with it close, the prey doesn't escape. Of course, there are always exceptions. Carlisle, for example. So, if the venom is left to spread, I murmured. It takes a few days for the transformation to be complete, depending on how much venom is in the bloodstream, how close the venom enters to the heart. As long as the heart keeps beating, the poison spreads, healing, changing the body as it moves through it. Eventually the heart stops, and the conversion is finished. But all that time, every minute of it, a victim would be wishing for death. I shivered. It's not pleasant, you see. Edward said that it was very hard to do. I don't quite understand, I said. We're also like sharks in a way. Once we taste the blood, or even smell it for that matter, it becomes very hard to keep from feeding. Sometimes impossible. So you see, to actually bite someone, to taste the blood, it would begin the frenzy. It's difficult on both sides, the bloodlust on the one hand, the awful pain on the other. Why do you think you don't remember? I don't know. For everyone else, the pain of transformation is the sharpest memory they have of their human life. I remember nothing of being human. Her voice was wistful. We lay silently, wrapped in our individual meditations. The seconds ticked by, and I had almost forgotten her presence, I was so enveloped in my thoughts. Then, without any warning, Alice leaped from the bed, landing lightly on her feet. My head jerked up as I stared at her, startled. Something's changed. Her voice was urgent, and she wasn't talking to me anymore. She reached the door at the same time Jasper did. He had obviously heard our conversation and her sudden exclamation. He put his hands on her shoulders and guided her back to the bed, sitting her on the edge. What do you see? He asked intently, staring into her eyes. Her eyes were focused on something very far away. I sat close to her, leaning in to catch her low, quick voice. I see a room. It's long, and there are mirrors everywhere. The floor is wooden. He's in the room, and he's waiting. There's gold. A gold stripe across the mirrors. Where is the room? I don't know. Something is missing. Another decision hasn't been made yet. How much time? It's soon. He'll be in the mirror room today, or maybe tomorrow. It all depends. He's waiting for something. And he's in the dark now. Jasper's voice was calm, methodical, as he questioned her in a practiced way. What is he doing? He's watching TV. No. He's running a VCR, in the dark, in another place. Can you see where he is? No. It's too dark. And the mirror room, what else is there? Just the mirrors, and the gold. It's a band, around the room. And there's a black table with a big stereo, and a TV. He's touching the VCR there, but he doesn't watch the way he does in the dark room. This is the room where he waits. Her eyes drifted, then focused on Jasper's face. There's nothing else. She shook her head. They looked at each other, motionless. What does it mean? I asked. Neither of them answered for a moment, then Jasper looked at me. It means the tracker's plans have changed. He's made a decision that will lead him to the mirror room and the dark room. But we don't know where those rooms are. No. But we do know that he won't be in the mountains north of Washington, being hunted. He'll elude them. Alice's voice was bleak. Should we call? I asked. They traded a serious look, undecided. And the phone rang. Alice was across the room before I could lift my head to look at it. She pushed a button and held the phone to her ear, but she didn't speak first. Carlisle, she breathed. She didn't seem surprised or relieved, the way I felt. Yes, she said, glancing at me. She listened for a long moment. I just saw him. She described again the vision she'd seen. Whatever made him get on that plane. It was leading him to those rooms. She paused. Yes, Alice said into the phone, and then she spoke to me. Bella. She held the phone out toward me. I ran to it. Hello. I breathed. Bella. Edward said. Oh, Edward. I was so worried. Bella. He sighed in frustration. I told you not to worry about anything but yourself. It was so unbelievably good to hear his voice. I felt the hovering cloud of despair lighten and drift back as he spoke. Where are you? We're outside of Vancouver. Bella. I'm sorry, we lost him. He seems suspicious of us. He's careful to stay just far enough away that I can't hear what he's thinking. But he's gone now. It looks like he got on a plane. We think he's heading back to Forks to start over. I could hear Alice filling in Jasper behind me, her quick words blurring together into a humming noise. I know. Alice saw that he got away. You don't have to worry, though. He won't find anything to lead him to you. You just have to stay there and wait till we find him again. I'll be fine. Is Esme with Charlie? Yes. The female has been in town. She went to the house, but while Charlie was at work. She hasn't gone near him, so don't be afraid. He's safe with Esme and Rosalie watching. What is she doing? Probably trying to pick up the trail. She's been all through the town during the night. Rosalie traced her through the airport, all the roads around town, the school. She's digging, Bella, but there's nothing to find. And you're sure Charlie's safe? Yes. Esme won't let him out of her sight. And we'll be there soon. If the tracker gets anywhere near Forks, we'll have him. I miss you, I whispered. I know, Bella. Believe me, I know. It's like you've taken half myself away with you. Come and get it, then, I challenged. Soon. As soon as I possibly can. I will make you safe first. His voice was hard. I love you, I reminded him. Could you believe that, despite everything I've put you through, I love you, too? Yes, I can, actually. I'll come for you soon. I'll be waiting. As soon as the phone went dead, the cloud of depression began to creep over me again. I turned to give the phone back to Alice and found her and Jasper bent over the table, where Alice was sketching on a piece of hotel stationery. I leaned on the back of the couch, looking over her shoulder. She drew a room. Long, rectangular, with a thinner, square section at the back. The wooden planks that made up the floor stretched lengthwise across the room. Down the walls were lines denoting the breaks in the mirrors. And then, wrapping around the walls, waist-high, a long band. The band Alice said was gold. It's a ballet studio, I said, suddenly recognizing the familiar shapes. They looked at me, surprised. Do you know this room? Jasper's voice sounded calm, but there was an undercurrent of something I couldn't identify. Alice bent her head to her work, her hand flying across the page now, the shape of an emergency exit taking shape against the back wall, the stereo and TV on a low table by the front right corner. It looks like a place I used to go for dance lessons, when I was 8 or 9. It was shaped just the same. I touched the page where the square section jutted out, narrowing the back part of the room. That's where the bathrooms were, the doors were through the other dance floor. But the stereo was here. I pointed to the left corner, it was older, and there wasn't a TV. There was a window in the waiting room. You would see the room from this perspective if you looked through it. Alice and Jasper were staring at me. Are you sure it's the same room? Jasper asked, still calm. No, not at all. I suppose most dance studios would look the same. The mirrors, the bar. I traced my finger along the ballet bar set against the mirrors. It's just the shape that looked familiar. I touched the door, set in exactly the same place as the one I remembered. Would you have any reason to go there now? Alice asked, breaking my reverie. No, I haven't been there in almost 10 years. I was a terrible dancer, they always put me in the back for recitals, I admitted. So there's no way it could be connected with you? Alice asked intently. No, I don't even think the same person owns it. I'm sure it's just another dance studio, somewhere. Where was the studio you went to? Jasper asked in a casual voice. It was just around the corner from my mom's house. I used to walk there after school, I said, my voice trailing off. I didn't miss the look they exchanged. Here in Phoenix, then. His voice was still casual. Yes, I whispered. 58th Street and Cactus. We all sat in silence, staring at the drawing. Alice, is that phone safe? Yes, she reassured me. The number would just trace back to Washington. Then I can use it to call my mum. I thought she was in Florida. She is, but she's coming home soon, and she can't come back to that house while. Quote. My voice trembled. I was thinking about something Edward had said, about the red-haired female at Charlie's house, at the school, where my records would be. How will you reach her? They don't have a permanent number except at the house. She's supposed to check her messages regularly. Jasper, Alice asked. He thought about it. I don't think there's any way it could hurt. Be sure you don't say where you are, of course. I reached eagerly for the phone and dialed the familiar number. It rang 4 times, and then I heard my mom's breezy voice telling me to leave a message. Mum, I said after the beep, it's me. Listen, I need you to do something. It's important. As soon as you get this message, call me at this number. Alice was already at my side, writing the number for me on the bottom of her picture. I read it carefully, twice. Please don't go anywhere until you talk to me. Don't worry, I'm okay, but I have to talk to you right away, no matter how late you get this call, all right? I love you, Mum. Bye. I closed my eyes and prayed with all my might that no unforeseen change of plans would bring her home before she got my message. I settled into the sofa, nibbling on a plate of leftover fruit, anticipating a long evening. I thought about calling Charlie, but I wasn't sure if I should be home by now or not. I concentrated on the news, watching out for stories about Florida, or about spring training, strikes or hurricanes or terrorist attacks, anything that might send him home early. Immortality must grant endless patience. Neither Jasper nor Alice seemed to feel the need to do anything at all. For a while, Alice sketched the vague outline of the dark room from her vision, as much as she could see in the light from the TV. But when she was done, she simply sat, looking at the blank walls with her timeless eyes. Jasper, too, seemed to have no urge to pace, or peek through the curtains, or run screaming out the door, the way I did. I must have fallen asleep on the couch, waiting for the phone to ring again. The touch of Alice's cold hands woke me briefly as she carried me to the bed, but I was unconscious again before my head hit the pillow. 21. Phone call. I could feel it was too early again when I woke, and I knew I was getting the schedule of my days and nights slowly reversed. I lay in my bed and listened to the quiet voices of Alice and Jasper in the other room. That they were loud enough for me to hear it all was strange. I rolled till my feet touched the floor and then staggered to the living room. The clock on the TV said it was just after 2 in the morning. Alice and Jasper were sitting together on the sofa, Alice sketching again while Jasper looked over her shoulder. They didn't look up when I entered, too engrossed in Alice's work. I crept to Jasper's side to peek. Did she see something more? I asked him quietly. Yes. Something's brought him back to the room with the VCR, but it's light now. I watched as Alice drew a square room with dark beams across its low ceiling. The walls were paneled in wood, a little too dark, out of date. The floor had a dark carpet with a pattern in it. There was a large window against the south wall, and an opening through the west wall led to the living room. One side of that entrance was stone, a large tan stone fireplace that was open to both rooms. The focus of the room from this perspective, the TV and VCR, balanced on a too small wooden stand, were in the southwest corner of the room. An aged sectional sofa curved around in front of the TV, a round coffee table in front of it. The phone goes there, I whispered, pointing. 2 pairs of eternal eyes stared at me. That's my mother's house. Alice was already off the couch, phone in hand, dialing. I stared at the precise rendering of my mother's family room. Uncharacteristically, Jasper slid closer to me. He lightly touched his hand to my shoulder, and the physical contact seemed to make his calming influence stronger. The panic stayed dull, unfocused. Alice's lips were trembling with the speed of her words, the low buzzing impossible to decipher. I couldn't concentrate. Bella, Alice said. I looked at her numbly. Bella, Edward is coming to get you. He and Emmett and Carlisle are going to take you somewhere, to hide you for a while. Edward is coming. The words were like a life vest, holding my head above the flood. Yes. He's catching the first flight out of Seattle. We'll meet him at the airport, and you'll leave with him. But, my mother. He came here for my mother, Alice. Despite Jasper, the hysteria bubbled up in my voice. Jasper and I will stay till she's safe. I can't win, Alice. You can't guard everyone I know forever. Don't you see what he's doing? He's not tracking me at all. He'll find someone, he'll hurt someone I love. Alice, I can't. We'll catch him, Bella, she assured me. And what if you get hurt, Alice? Do you think that's okay with me? Do you think it's only my human family he can hurt me with? Alice looked meaningfully at Jasper. A deep, heavy fog of lethargy washed over me, and my eyes closed without my permission. My mind struggled against the fog, realizing what was happening. I forced my eyes open and stood up, stepping away from Jasper's hand. I don't want to go back to sleep, I snapped. I walked to my room and shut the door, slammed it really, so I could be free to go to pieces privately. This time Alice didn't follow me. For 3.5 hours I stared at the wall, curled in a ball, rocking. My mind went around in circles, trying to come up with some way out of this nightmare. There was no escape, no reprieve. I could see only one possible end looming darkly in my future. The only question was how many other people would be hurt before I reached it. The only solace, the only hope I had left, was knowing that I would see Edward soon. Maybe, if I could just see his face again, I would also be able to see the solution that eluded me now. When the phone rang, I returned to the front room, a little ashamed of my behavior. I hoped I hadn't offended either of them, that they would know how grateful I was for the sacrifices they were making on my account. Alice was talking as rapidly as ever, but what caught my attention was that, for the first time, Jasper was not in the room. I looked at the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning. They're just boarding their plane, Alice told me. They'll land at 9:45. Just a few more hours to keep breathing till he was here. Where's Jasper? He went to check out. You aren't staying here. No. We're relocating closer to your mother's house. My stomach twisted uneasily at her words. But the phone rang again, distracting me. She looked surprised, but I was already walking forward, reaching hopefully for the phone. Hello, Alice asked. No, she's right here. She held the phone out to me. Your mother, she mouthed. Hello. Bella. Bella. It was my mother's voice, in a familiar tone I had heard 1,000 times in my childhood, any time I'd gotten too close to the edge of the sidewalk or strayed out of her sight in a crowded place. It was the sound of panic. I sighed. I'd been expecting this, though I tried to make my message as unalarming as possible without lessening the urgency of it. Calm down, Mum, I said in my most soothing voice, walking slowly away from Alice. I wasn't sure if I could lie as convincingly with her eyes on me. Everything is fine. Okay. Just give me a minute and I'll explain everything, I promise. I paused, surprised that she hadn't interrupted me yet. Mum. Be very careful not to say anything until I tell you to. The voice I heard now was as unfamiliar as it was unexpected. It was a man's tenor voice, a very pleasant, generic voice, the kind of voice that you heard in the background of luxury car commercials. He spoke very quickly. Now, I don't need to hurt your mother, so please do exactly as I say, and she'll be fine. He paused for a minute while I listened in mute horror. That's very good, he congratulated. Now repeat after me, and do try to sound natural. Please say, no, Mum, stay where you are. No, Mum, stay where you are. My voice was barely more than a whisper. I can see this is going to be difficult. The voice was amused, still light and friendly. Why don't you walk into another room now so your face doesn't ruin everything? There's no reason for your mother to suffer. As you're walking, please say, Mum, please listen to me. Say it now. Mum, please listen to me, my voice pleaded. I walked very slowly to the bedroom, feeling Alice's worried stare on my back. I shut the door behind me, trying to think clearly through the terror that gripped my brain. There now, are you alone? Just answer yes or no. Yes. But they can still hear you, I'm sure. Yes. All right, then, the agreeable voice continued, say, Mum, trust me. Mum, trust me. This worked out rather better than I expected. I was prepared to wait, but your mother arrived ahead of schedule. It's easier this way, isn't it? Less suspense, less anxiety for you. I waited. Now I want you to listen very carefully. I'm going to need you to get away from your friends. Do you think you can do that? Answer yes or no. No. I'm sorry to hear that. I was hoping you would be a little more creative than that. Do you think you could get away from them if your mother's life depended on it? Answer yes or no. Somehow, there had to be a way. I remembered that we were going to the airport. Sky Harbor International Airport, crowded, confusingly laid out. Yes. That's better. I'm sure it won't be easy, but if I get the slightest hint that you have any company, well, that would be very bad for your mother, the friendly voice promised. You must know enough about us by now to realize how quickly I would know if you tried to bring anyone along with you. And how little time I would need to deal with your mother if that was the case. Do you understand? Answer yes or no. Yes. My voice broke. Very good, Bella. Now this is what you have to do. I want you to go to your mother's house. Next to the phone there will be a number. Call it, and I'll tell you where to go from there. I already knew where I would go, and where this would end. But I would follow his instructions exactly. Can you do that? Answer yes or no. Yes. Before noon, please, Bella. I haven't got all day, he said politely. Where's Phil? I asked tersely. Be careful now, Bella. Wait until I ask you to speak, please. I waited. It's important, now, that you don't make your friends suspicious when you go back to them. Tell them that your mother called, and that you talked her out of coming home for the time being. Now repeat after me, thank you, Mum. Say it now. Thank you, Mum. The tears were coming. I tried to fight them back. Say, I love you, Mum. I'll see you soon. Say it now. I love you, Mum. My voice was thick. I'll see you soon, I promised. Goodbye, Bella. I look forward to seeing you again. He hung up. I held the phone to my ear. My joints were frozen with terror. I couldn't unbend my fingers to drop it. I knew I had to think, but my head was filled with the sound of my mother's panic. Seconds ticked by while I fought for control. Slowly, my thoughts started to break past that brick wall of pain. To plan, for I had no choices now but one, to go to the mirrored room and die. I had no guarantees, nothing to give to keep my mother alive. I could only hope that James would be satisfied with winning the game, that beating Edward would be enough. Despair gripped me. There was no way to bargain, nothing I could offer or withhold that could influence him. But I still had no choice. I had to try. I pushed the terror back as well as I could. My decision was made. It did no good to waste time agonizing over the outcome. I had to think clearly, because Alice and Jasper were waiting for me, and evading them was absolutely essential, and absolutely impossible. I was suddenly grateful that Jasper was gone. If he had been here to feel my anguish in the last 5 minutes, how could I have kept him from being suspicious? I choked back the dread, the anxiety, tried to stifle it. I couldn't afford it now. I didn't know when he would return. I concentrated on my escape. I had to hope that my familiarity with the airport would turn the odds in my favor. Somehow, I had to keep Alice away. I knew Alice was in the other room waiting for me, curious. But I had to deal with one more thing in private, before Jasper was back. I had to accept that I wouldn't see Edward again, not even one last glimpse of his face to carry with me to the mirror room. I was going to hurt him, and I couldn't say goodbye. I let the waves of torture wash over me, have their way for a time. Then I pushed them back, too, and went to face Alice. The only expression I could manage was a dull, dead look. I saw her alarm and I didn't wait for her to ask. I had just one script and I'd never manage improvisation now. My mum was worried, she wanted to come home. But it's okay, I convinced her to stay away. My voice was lifeless. We'll make sure she's fine, Bella, don't worry. I turned away, I couldn't let her see my face. My eye fell on a blank page of the hotel stationery on the desk. I went to it slowly, a plan forming. There was an envelope there, too. That was good. Alice, I asked slowly, without turning, keeping my voice level. If I write a letter for my mother, would you give it to her? Leave it at the house, I mean. Sure, Bella. Her voice was careful, she could see me coming apart at the seams. I had to keep my emotions under better control. I went into the bedroom again, and knelt next to the little bedside table to write. Edward, I wrote. My hand was shaking, the letters were hardly legible. I love you. I am so sorry. He has my mum, and I have to try. I know it may not work. I am so very, very sorry. Don't be angry with Alice and Jasper. If I get away from 'em it will be a miracle. Tell them thank you for me. Alice especially, please. And please, please don't come after him. That's what he wants, I think. I can't bear it if anyone has to be hurt because of me, especially you. Please, this is the only thing I can ask you now. For me, I love you. Forgive me, Bella. I folded the letter carefully, and sealed it in the envelope. Eventually he would find it. I only hoped he would understand, and listen to me just this once. And then I carefully sealed away my heart. 22. Hide and seek. It had taken much less time than I'd thought. All the terror, the despair, the shattering of my heart. The minutes were ticking by more slowly than usual. Jasper still hadn't come back when I returned to Alice. I was afraid to be in the same room with her, afraid that she would guess. And afraid to hide from her for the same reason. I would have thought I was far beyond the ability to be surprised, my thoughts tortured and unstable, but I was surprised when I saw Alice bent over the desk, gripping the edge with 2 hands. Alice. She didn't react when I called her name, but her head was slowly rocking side to side, and I saw her face. Her eyes were blank, dazed. My thoughts flew to my mother. Was I already too late? I hurried to her side, reaching out automatically to touch her hand. Alice. Jasper's voice whipped, and then he was right behind her, his hands curling over hers, loosening them from their grip on the table. Across the room, the door swung shut with a low click. What is it? He demanded. She turned her face away from me, into his chest. Bella, she said. I'm right here, I replied. Her head twisted around, her eyes locking on mine, their expression still strangely blank. I realized at once that she hadn't been speaking to me, she'd been answering Jasper's question. What did you see? I said, and there was no question in my flat, uncaring voice. Jasper looked at me sharply. I kept my expression vacant and waited. His eyes were confused as they flickered swiftly between Alice's face and mine, feeling the chaos. For I could guess what Alice had seen now. I felt a tranquil atmosphere settle around me. I welcomed it, using it to keep my emotions disciplined, under control. Alice, too, recovered herself. Nothing, really, she answered finally, her voice remarkably calm and convincing. Just the same room as before. She finally looked at me, her expression smooth and withdrawn. Did you want breakfast? No. I'll eat at the airport. I was very calm, too. I went to the bathroom to shower. Almost as if I were borrowing Jasper's strange extra sense, I could feel Alice's wild, though well-concealed, desperation to have me out of the room, to be alone with Jasper. So she could tell him that they were doing something wrong, that they were going to fail. I got ready methodically, concentrating on each little task. I left my hair down, swirling around me, covering my face. The peaceful mood Jasper created worked its way through me and helped me think clearly. Helped me plan. I dug through my bag until I found my sock full of money. I emptied it into my pocket. I was anxious to get to the airport, and glad when we left by 7. I sat alone this time in the back of the dark car. Alice leaned against the door, her face toward Jasper but, behind her sunglasses, shooting glances in my direction every few seconds. Alice, I asked indifferently. She was wary. Yes. How does it work? The things that you see. I stared out the side window, and my voice sounded bored. Edward said it wasn't definite. That things change. It was harder than I would have thought to say his name. That must have been what alerted Jasper, why a fresh wave of serenity filled the car. Yes. Things change, she murmured. Hopefully, I thought. Some things are more certain than others. Like the weather. People are harder. I only see the course they're on while they're on it. Once they change their minds, make a new decision, no matter how small, the whole future shifts. I nodded thoughtfully. So you couldn't see James in Phoenix until he decided to come here? Yes, she agreed, wary again. And she hadn't seen me in the mirror room with James until I'd made the decision to meet him there. I tried not to think about what else she might have seen. I didn't want my panic to make Jasper more suspicious. They would be watching me twice as carefully now, anyway, after Alice's vision. This was going to be impossible. We got to the airport. Luck was with me, or maybe it was just good odds. Edward's plane was landing in Terminal 4, the largest terminal, where most flights landed, so it wasn't surprising that his was. But it was the terminal I needed, the biggest, the most confusing. And there was a door on level 3 that might be the only chance. We parked on the 4th floor of the huge garage. I led the way, for once more knowledgeable about my surroundings than they were. We took the elevator down to level 3, where the passengers unloaded. Alice and Jasper spent a long time looking at the departing flights board. I could hear them discussing the pros and cons of New York, Atlanta, Chicago. Places I'd never seen, and would never see. I waited for my opportunity, impatient, unable to stop my toe from tapping. We sat in the long rows of chairs by the metal detectors, Jasper and Alice pretending to people watch but really watching me. Every inch I shifted in my seat was followed by a quick glance out of the corner of their eyes. It was hopeless. Should I run? Would they dare to stop me physically in this public place? Or would they simply follow? I pulled the unmarked envelope out of my pocket and set it on top of Alice's black leather bag. She looked at me. My letter, I said. She nodded, tucking it under the top flap. He would find it soon enough. The minutes passed and Edward's arrival grew closer. It was amazing how every cell in my body seemed to know he was coming, to long for his coming. That made it very hard. I found myself trying to think of excuses to stay, to see him first and then make my escape. But I knew that was impossible if I was going to have any chance to get away. Several times Alice offered to go get breakfast with me. Later. I told her, not yet. I stared at the arrival board, watching as flight after flight arrived on time. The flight from Seattle crept closer to the top of the board. And then, when I had only 30 minutes to make my escape, the numbers changed. His plane was 10 minutes early. I had no more time. I think I'll eat now, I said quickly. Alice stood. I'll come with you. Do you mind if Jasper comes instead? I asked. I'm feeling a little. I didn't finish the sentence. My eyes were wild enough to convey what I didn't say. Jasper stood up. Alice's eyes were confused, but I saw to my relief, not suspicious. She must be attributing the change in her vision to some maneuver of the trackers rather than a betrayal by me. Jasper walked silently beside me, his hand on the small of my back, as if he were guiding me. I pretended a lack of interest in the first few airport cafes, my head scanning for what I really wanted. And there it was, around the corner, out of Alice's sharp sight, the level 3 ladies' room. Do you mind? I asked Jasper as we passed. I'll just be a moment. I'll be right here, he said. As soon as the door shut behind me, I was running. I remembered the time I had gotten lost from this bathroom, because it had 2 exits. Outside the far door it was only a short sprint to the elevators, and if Jasper stayed where he said he would, I'd never be in his line of sight. I didn't look behind me as I ran. This was my only chance, and even if he saw me, I had to keep going. People stared, but I ignored them. Around the corner the elevators were waiting, and I dashed forward, throwing my hand between the closing doors of a full elevator headed down. I squeezed in beside the irritated passengers, and checked to make sure that the button for level 1 had been pushed. It was already lit, and the doors closed. As soon as the door opened I was off again, to the sound of annoyed murmurs behind me. I slowed myself as I passed the security guards by the luggage carousels, only to break into a run again as the exit doors came into view. I had no way of knowing if Jasper was looking for me yet. I would have only seconds if he was following my scent. I jumped out the automatic doors, nearly smacking into the glass when they opened too slowly. Along the crowded curb there wasn't a cab in sight. I had no time. Alice and Jasper were either about to realize I was gone, or they already had. They would find me in a heartbeat. A shuttle to the Hyatt was just closing its doors a few feet behind me. Wait, I called, running, waving at the driver. This is the shuttle to the Hyatt, the driver said in confusion as he opened the doors. Yes, I huffed, that's where I'm going. I hurried up the steps. He looked askance at my luggage-less state, but then shrugged, not caring enough to ask. Most of the seats were empty. I sat as far from the other travelers as possible, and watched out the window as first the sidewalk, and then the airport, drifted away. I couldn't help imagining Edward, where he would stand at the edge of the road when he found the end of my trail. I couldn't cry yet, I told myself. I still had a long way to go. My luck held. In front of the Hyatt, a tired-looking couple was getting their last suitcase out of the trunk of a cab. I jumped out of the shuttle and ran to the cab, sliding into the seat behind the driver. The tired couple and the shuttle driver stared at me. I told the surprised cabbie my mother's address. I need to get there as soon as possible. That's in Scottsdale, he complained. I threw 420s over the seat. Will that be enough? Sure, kid, no problem. I sat back against the seat, folding my arms across my lap. The familiar city began to rush around me, but I didn't look out the windows. I exerted myself to maintain control. I was determined not to lose myself at this point, now that my plan was successfully completed. There was no point in indulging in more terror, more anxiety. My path was set. I just had to follow it now. So, instead of panicking, I closed my eyes and spent the 20 minutes drive with Edward. I imagined that I had stayed at the airport to meet Edward. I visualized how I would stand on my toes, the sooner to see his face. How quickly, how gracefully he would move through the crowds of people separating us. And then I would run to close those last few feet between us, reckless as always, and I would be in his marble arms, finally safe. I wondered where we would have gone. North somewhere, so he could be outside in the day. Or maybe somewhere very remote, so we could lay in the sun together again. I imagined him by the shore, his skin sparkling like the sea. It wouldn't matter how long we had to hide. To be trapped in a hotel room with him would be a kind of heaven. So many questions I still had for him. I could talk to him forever, never sleeping, never leaving his side. I could see his face so clearly now. Almost hear his voice. And, despite all the horror and hopelessness, I was fleetingly happy. So involved was I in my escapist daydreams, I lost all track of the seconds racing by. Hey, what was the number? The cabbie's question punctured my fantasy, letting all the colors run out of my lovely delusions. Fear, bleak and hard, was waiting to fill the empty space they left behind. 5821. My voice sounded strangled. The cabbie looked at me, nervous that I was having an episode or something. Here we are, then. He was anxious to get me out of his car, probably hoping I wouldn't ask for my change. Thank you, I whispered. There was no need to be afraid, I reminded myself. The house was empty. I had to hurry. My mum was waiting for me, frightened, depending on me. I ran to the door, reaching up automatically to grab the key under the eave. I unlocked the door. It was dark inside, empty, normal. I ran to the phone, turning on the kitchen light on my way. There, on the whiteboard, was a 10-digit number written in a small, neat hand. My fingers stumbled over the keypad, making mistakes. I had to hang up and start again. I concentrated only on the buttons this time, carefully pressing each one in turn. I was successful. I held the phone to my ear with a shaking hand. It rang only once. "Hello, Bella," that easy voice answered. That was very quick. I'm impressed. "Is my mum all right?" "She's perfectly fine. Don't worry, Bella, I have no quarrel with her. Unless you didn't come alone, of course." Light. Amused. "I'm alone. I'd never been more alone in my entire life." "Very good. Now, do you know the ballet studio just around the corner from your home?" "Yes. I know how to get there." "Well, then, I'll see you very soon." I hung up. I ran from the room, through the door, out into the baking heat. There was no time to look back at my house, and I didn't want to see it as it was now. Empty, a symbol of fear instead of sanctuary. The last person to walk through those familiar rooms was my enemy. From the corner of my eye, I could almost see my mother standing in the shade of the big eucalyptus tree where I'd played as a child. Or kneeling by the little plot of dirt around the mailbox, the cemetery of all the flowers she'd tried to grow. The memories were better than any reality I would see today. But I raced away from them, toward the corner, leaving everything behind me. I felt so slow, like I was running through wet sand. I couldn't seem to get enough purchase from the concrete. I tripped several times, once falling, catching myself with my hands, scraping them on the sidewalk, and then lurching up to plunge forward again. But at last I made it to the corner. Just another street now. I ran, sweat pouring down my face, gasping. The sun was hot on my skin, too bright as it bounced off the white concrete and blinded me. I felt dangerously exposed. More fiercely than I would have dreamed I was capable of, I wished for the green, protective forests of Forks. Of home. When I rounded the last corner, onto Cactus, I could see the studio, looking just as I remembered it. The parking lot in front was empty, the vertical blinds in all the windows drawn. I couldn't run anymore. I couldn't breathe. Exertion and fear had gotten the best of me. I thought of my mother to keep my feet moving, one in front of the other. As I got closer, I could see the sign inside the door. It was handwritten on hot pink paper. It said the dance studio was closed for spring break. I touched the handle, tugged on it cautiously. It was unlocked. I fought to catch my breath, and opened the door. The lobby was dark and empty, cool, the air conditioner thrumming. The plastic molded chairs were stacked along the walls, and the carpet smelled like shampoo. The west dance floor was dark. I could see through the open viewing window. The east dance floor, the bigger room, was lit. But the blinds were closed on the window. Terror seized me so strongly that I was literally trapped by it. I couldn't make my feet move forward. And then my mother's voice called. "Bella. Bella," that same tone of hysterical panic. I sprinted to the door, to the sound of her voice. "Bella, you scared me. Don't you ever do that to me again." Her voice continued as I ran into the long, high-ceilinged room. I stared around me, trying to find where her voice was coming from. I heard her laugh, and I whirled to the sound. There she was, on the TV screen, tousling my hair in relief. It was Thanksgiving, and I was 12. We'd gone to see my grandmother in California, the last year before she died. We went to the beach one day, and I'd leaned too far over the edge of the pier. She'd seen my feet flailing, trying to reclaim my balance. "Bella, Bella," she'd called to me in fear. And then the TV screen was blue. I turned slowly. He was standing very still by the back exit, so still I hadn't noticed him at first. In his hand was a remote control. We stared at each other for a long moment, and then he smiled. He walked toward me, quite close, and then past me to put the remote down next to the VCR. I turned carefully to watch him. "Sorry about that, Bella, but isn't it better that your mother didn't really have to be involved in all this?" His voice was courteous, kind. And suddenly it hit me. My mother was safe. She was still in Florida. She'd never gotten my message. She'd never been terrified by the dark red eyes in the abnormally pale face before me. She was safe. Yes, I answered, my voice saturated with relief. You don't sound angry that I tricked you. I'm not. My sudden high made me brave. What did it matter now? It would soon be over. Charlie and Mum would never be harmed, would never have to fear. I felt almost giddy. Some analytical part of my mind warned me that I was dangerously close to snapping from the stress. How odd. You really mean it. His dark eyes assessed me with interest. The irises were nearly black, just a hint of ruby around the edges. Thirsty. I will give your strange coven this much, you humans can be quite interesting. I guess I can see the draw of observing you. It's amazing. Some of you seem to have no sense of your own self-interest at all. He was standing a few feet away from me, arms folded, looking at me curiously. There was no menace in his face or stance. He was so very average looking, nothing remarkable about his face or body at all. Just the white skin, the circled eyes I'd grown so used to. He wore a pale blue, long-sleeved shirt and faded blue jeans. I suppose you're going to tell me that your boyfriend will avenge you? He asked. Hopefully it seemed to me. No, I don't think so. At least, I asked him not to. And what was his reply to that? I don't know. It was strangely easy to converse with this genteel hunter. I left him a letter. How romantic, a last letter. And do you think he will honor it? His voice was just a little harder now, a hint of sarcasm marring his polite tone. I hope so, Well, our hopes differ then. You see, this was all just a little too easy, too quick. To be quite honest, I'm disappointed. I expected a much greater challenge. And, after all, I only needed a little luck. I waited in silence. When Victoria couldn't get to your father, I had her find out more about you. There was no sense in running all over the planet chasing you down when I could comfortably wait for you in a place of my choosing. So, after I talked to Victoria, I decided to come to Phoenix to pay your mother a visit. I'd heard you say you were going home. At first, I never dreamed you meant it. But then I wondered. Humans can be very predictable. They like to be somewhere familiar, somewhere safe. And wouldn't it be the perfect ploy, to go to the last place you should be when you're hiding, the place that you said you'd be? But of course I wasn't sure, it was just a hunch. I usually get a feeling about the prey that I'm hunting, a sixth sense, if you will. I listened to your message when I got to your mother's house, but of course I couldn't be sure where you'd called from. It was very useful to have your number, but you could have been in Antarctica for all I knew, and the game wouldn't work unless you were close by. Then your boyfriend got on a plane to Phoenix. Victoria was monitoring him for me. Naturally, in a game with this many players, I couldn't be working alone. And so they told me what I'd hoped, that you were here after all. I was prepared. I'd already been through your charming home movies. And then it was simply a matter of the bluff. Very easy, you know, not really up to my standards. So, you see, I'm hoping you're wrong about your boyfriend. Edward, isn't it? I didn't answer. The bravado was wearing off. I sensed that he was coming to the end of his gloat. It wasn't meant for me anyway. There was no glory in beating me, a weak human. Would you mind, very much, if I left a little letter of my own for you, Edward? He took a step back and touched a palm-sized digital video camera balanced carefully on top of the stereo. A small red light indicated that it was already running. He adjusted it a few times, widened the frame. I stared at him in horror. I'm sorry, but I just don't think he'll be able to resist hunting me after he watches this. And I wouldn't want him to miss anything. It was all for him, of course. You're simply a human, who unfortunately was in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and indisputably running with the wrong crowd, I might add. He stepped toward me, smiling. Before we begin. I felt a curl of nausea in the pit of my stomach as he spoke. This was something I had not anticipated. I would just like to rub it in, just a little bit. The answer was there all along, and I was so afraid Edward would see that and ruin my fun. It happened once. Oh, ages ago. The one and only time my prey escaped me. You see, the vampire who was so stupidly fond of this little victim made the choice that your Edward was too weak to make. When the old one knew I was after his little friend, he stole her from the asylum where he worked. I never will understand the obsession some vampires seem to form with you humans, and as soon as he freed her he made her safe. She didn't even seem to notice the pain, poor little creature. She'd been stuck in that black hole of a cell for so long. 100 years earlier and she would have been burned at the stake for her visions. In the 1920s it was the asylum and the shock treatments. When she opened her eyes, strong with her fresh youth, it was like she'd never seen the sun before. The old vampire made her a strong new vampire, and there was no reason for me to touch her then. He sighed. I destroyed the old one in vengeance. Alice. I breathed, astonished. Yes, your little friend. I was surprised to see her in the clearing. So I guess her coven ought to be able to derive some comfort from this experience. I get you, but they get her. The one victim who escaped me, quite an honor, actually. And she did smell so delicious. I still regret that I never got to taste. She smelled even better than you do. Sorry. I don't mean to be offensive. You have a very nice smell. Floral. Somehow. ... He took another step toward me, till he was just inches away. He lifted a lock of my hair and sniffed at it delicately. Then he gently patted the strand back into place, and I felt his cool fingertips against my throat. He reached up to stroke my cheek once quickly with his thumb, his face curious. I wanted so badly to run, but I was frozen. I couldn't even flinch away. No, he murmured to himself as he dropped his hand, I don't understand. He sighed. Well, I suppose we should get on with it. And then I can call your friends and tell them where to find you, and my little message. I was definitely sick now. There was pain coming, I could see it in his eyes. It wouldn't be enough for him to win, to feed and go. There would be no quick end like I'd been counting on. My knees began to shake, and I was afraid I was going to fall. He stepped back, and began to circle, casually, as if he were trying to get a better view of a statue in a museum. His face was still open and friendly as he decided where to start. Then he slumped forward, into a crouch I recognized, and his pleasant smile slowly widened, grew, till it wasn't a smile at all but a contortion of teeth, exposed and glistening. I couldn't help myself. I tried to run. As useless as I knew it would be, as weak as my knees already were, panic took over and I bolted for the emergency door. He was in front of me in a flash. I didn't see if he used his hand or his foot, it was too fast. A crushing blow struck my chest. I felt myself flying backward, and then heard the crunch as my head bashed into the mirrors. The glass buckled, some of the pieces shattering and splintering on the floor beside me. I was too stunned to feel the pain. I couldn't breathe yet. He walked toward me slowly. That's a very nice effect, he said, examining the mess of glass, his voice friendly again. I thought this room would be visually dramatic for my little film. That's why I picked this place to meet you. It's perfect, isn't it? I ignored him, scrambling on my hands and knees, crawling toward the other door. He was over me at once, his foot stepping down hard on my leg. I heard the sickening snap before I felt it. But then I did feel it, and I couldn't hold back my scream of agony. I twisted up to reach for my leg, and he was standing over me, smiling. Would you like to rethink your last request? He asked pleasantly. His toe nudged my broken leg and I heard a piercing scream. With a shock, I realized it was mine. Wouldn't you rather have Edward try to find me? He prompted. No. I croaked. No, Edward, don't, and then something smashed into my face, throwing me back into the broken mirrors. Over the pain of my leg, I felt the sharp rip across my scalp where the glass cut into it. And then the warm wetness began to spread through my hair with alarming speed. I could feel it soaking the shoulder of my shirt, hear it dripping on the wood below. The smell of it twisted my stomach. Through the nausea and dizziness I saw something that gave me a sudden, final shred of hope. His eyes, merely intent before, now burned with an uncontrollable need. The blood, spreading crimson across my white shirt, pulling rapidly on the floor, was driving him mad with thirst. No matter his original intentions, he couldn't draw this out much longer. Let it be quick now, was all I could hope as the flow of blood from my head sucked my consciousness away with it. My eyes were closing. I heard, as if from underwater, the final growl of the hunter. I could see, through the long tunnels my eyes had become, his dark shape coming toward me. With my last effort, my hand instinctively raised to protect my face. My eyes closed, and I drifted. 23. The Angel. As I drifted, I dreamed. Where I floated, under the dark water, I heard the happiest sound my mind could conjure up, as beautiful, as uplifting, as it was ghastly. It was another snarl, a deeper, wilder roar that rang with fury. I was brought back, almost to the surface, by a sharp pain slashing my upraised hand, but I couldn't find my way back far enough to open my eyes. And then I knew I was dead. Because, through the heavy water, I heard the sound of an angel calling my name, calling me to the only heaven I wanted. Oh no, Bella, no. The angel's voice cried in horror. Behind that longed-for sound was another noise, an awful tumult that my mind shied away from. A vicious bass growling, a shocking snapping sound, and a high keening, suddenly breaking off. I tried to concentrate on the angel's voice instead. Bella, please. Bella, listen to me, please, please, Bella, please. He begged. Yes, I wanted to say anything, but I couldn't find my lips. Carlyle. The angel called, agony in his perfect voice. Bella, Bella, no, oh please, no, no. And the angel was sobbing tearless, broken sobs. The angel shouldn't weep, it was wrong. I tried to find him, to tell him everything was fine, but the water was so deep, it was pressing on me, and I couldn't breathe. There was a point of pressure against my head. It hurt. Then, as that pain broke through the darkness to me, other pains came, stronger pains. I cried out, gasping, breaking through the dark pool. Bella, the angel cried. She's lost some blood, but the head wound isn't deep, a calm voice informed me. Watch out for her leg, it's broken. A howl of rage strangled on the angel's lips. I felt a sharp stab in my side. This couldn't be heaven, could it? There was too much pain for that. Some ribs, too, I think, the methodical voice continued. But the sharp pains were fading. There was a new pain, a scalding pain in my hand that was overshadowing everything else. Someone was burning me, Edward. I tried to tell him, but my voice was so heavy and slow. I couldn't understand myself. Bella, you're going to be fine. Can you hear me, Bella? I love you. Edward. I tried again. My voice was a little clearer. Yes, I'm here. It hurts. I whimpered. I know, Bella, I know, and then, away from me, anguished, can't you do anything? My bag, please. Hold your breath. Alice, it will help, Carlyle promised. Alice, I groaned. She's here, she knew where to find you. My hand hurts, I tried to tell him. I know, Bella, Carlyle will give you something, it will stop. My hand is burning, I screamed, finally breaking through the last of the darkness, my eyes fluttering open. I couldn't see his face, something dark and warm was clouding my eyes. Why couldn't they see the fire and put it out? His voice was frightened. Bella, the fire. Someone stop the fire, I screamed as it burned me. Carlyle, her hand. He bit her. Carlyle's voice was no longer calm, it was appalled. I heard Edward catch his breath in horror. Edward, you have to do it. It was Alice's voice, close by my head. Cool fingers brushed at the wetness in my eyes. No. He bellowed. Alice, I moaned. There may be a chance, Carlyle said. What? Edward begged. See if you can suck the venom back out. The wound is fairly clean. As Carlyle spoke, I could feel more pressure on my head, something poking and pulling at my scalp. The pain of it was lost in the pain of the fire. Will that work? Alice's voice was strained. I don't know, Carlyle said. But we have to hurry. Carlyle. Edward hesitated. I don't know if I can do that. There was agony in his beautiful voice again. It's your decision, Edward, either way. I can't help you. I have to get this bleeding stopped here if you're going to be taking blood from her hand. I writhed in the grip of the fiery torture, the movement making the pain in my leg flare sickeningly. Edward, I screamed. I realized my eyes were closed again. I opened them, desperate to find his face. And I found him. Finally, I could see his perfect face, staring at me, twisted into a mask of indecision and pain. Alice, get me something to brace her leg. Carlisle was bent over me, working on my head. Edward, you must do it now, or it will be too late. Edward's face was drawn. I watched his eyes as the doubt was suddenly replaced with a blazing determination. His jaw tightened. I felt his cool, strong fingers on my burning hand, locking it in place. Then his head bent over it, and his cold lips pressed against my skin. At first the pain was worse. I screamed and thrashed against the cool hands that held me back. I heard Alice's voice, trying to calm me. Something heavy held my leg to the floor, and Carlisle had my head locked in the vice of his stone arms. Then, slowly, my writhing calmed as my hand grew more and more numb. The fire was dulling, focusing into an ever smaller point. I felt my consciousness slipping as the pain subsided. I was afraid to fall into the black waters again, afraid I would lose him in the darkness. Edward, I tried to say, but I couldn't hear my voice. They could hear me. He's right here, Bella. Stay, Edward, stay with me. I will. His voice was strained, but somehow triumphant. I sighed contentedly. The fire was gone, the other pains dulled by a sleepiness seeping through my body. Is it all out? Carlisle asked from somewhere far away. Her blood tastes clean, Edward said quietly. I can taste the morphine. Bella. Carlisle called to me. I tried to answer. Is the fire gone? Yes. I sighed. Thank you, Edward. I love you, he answered. I know. I breathed, so tired. I heard my favorite sound in the world. Edward's quiet laugh, weak with relief. Bella. Carlisle asked again. I frowned. I wanted to sleep. What? Where is your mother? In Florida, I sighed. He tricked me, Edward. He watched our videos. The outrage in my voice was pitifully frail. But that reminded me. Alice. I tried to open my eyes. Alice, the video. He knew you. Alice, he knew where you came from. I meant to speak urgently, but my voice was feeble. I smell gasoline, I added, surprised through the haze in my brain. It's time to move her, Carlisle said. No. I want to sleep, I complained. You can sleep, sweetheart. I'll carry you, Edward soothed me. And I was in his arms, cradled against his chest, floating, all the pain gone. Sleep now, Bella, were the last words I heard. 24. An impasse. My eyes opened to a bright, white light. I was in an unfamiliar room, a white room. The wall beside me was covered in long vertical blinds. Over my head, the glaring lights blinded me. I was propped up on a hard, uneven bed, a bed with rails. The pillows were flat and lumpy. There was an annoying beeping sound somewhere close by. I hoped that meant I was still alive. Death shouldn't be this uncomfortable. My hands were all twisted up with clear tubes, and something was taped across my face, under my nose. I lifted my hand to rip it off. No, you don't. And cool fingers caught my hand. Edward. I turned my head slightly, and his exquisite face was just inches from mine, his chin resting on the edge of my pillow. I realized again that I was alive, this time with gratitude and elation. Oh, Edward, I'm so sorry. Shush. He shushed me. Everything's all right now. What happened? I couldn't remember clearly, and my mind rebelled against me as I tried to recall. I was almost too late. I could have been too late, he whispered, his voice tormented. I was so stupid, Edward. I thought he had my mum. He tricked us all. I need to call Charlie and my mum, I realized through the haze. Alice called them. Renee is here. Well, here in the hospital. She's getting something to eat right now. She's here. I tried to sit up, but the spinning in my head accelerated, and his hand pushed me gently down onto the pillows. She'll be back soon, he promised. And you need to stay still. But what did you tell her? I panicked. I had no interest in being soothed. My mum was here and I was recovering from a vampire attack. Why did you tell her I'm here? You fell down 2 flights of stairs and through a window. He paused. You have to admit, it could happen. I sighed, and it hurt. I stared down at my body under the sheet, the huge lump that was my leg. How bad am I? I asked. You have a broken leg, 4 broken ribs, some cracks in your skull, bruises covering every inch of your skin, and you've lost a lot of blood. They gave you a few transfusions. I didn't like it. It made you smell all wrong for a while. That must have been a nice change for you. No. I like how you smell. How did you do it? I asked quietly. He knew what I meant at once. I'm not sure. He looked away from my wondering eyes, lifting my gauze-wrapped hand from the bed and holding it gently in his, careful not to disrupt the wire connecting me to one of the monitors. I waited patiently for the rest. He sighed without returning my gaze. It was impossible to stop, he whispered. Impossible. But I did. He looked up finally, with half a smile. I must love you. Don't I taste as good as I smell? I smiled in response. That hurt my face. Even better. Better than I'd imagined. I'm sorry, I apologized. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. Of all the things to apologize for. What should I apologize for? For very nearly taking yourself away from me forever. I'm sorry, I apologized again. I know why you did it. His voice was comforting. It was still irrational, of course. You should have waited for me, you should have told me. You wouldn't have let me go. No, he agreed in a grim tone, I wouldn't. Some very unpleasant memories were beginning to come back to me. I shuddered, and then winced. He was instantly anxious. Bella, what's wrong? What happened to James? After I pulled him off you, Emmett and Jasper took care of him. There was a fierce note of regret in his voice. This confused me. I didn't see Emmett and Jasper there. They had to leave the room. There was a lot of blood. But you stayed. Yes, I stayed. And Alice, and Carlisle. I said in wonder. They love you, too, you know. A flash of painful images from the last time I'd seen Alice reminded me of something. Did Alice see the tape? I asked anxiously. Yes. A new sound darkened his voice, a tone of sheer hatred. She was always in the dark, that's why she didn't remember. I know. She understands now. His voice was even, but his face was black with fury. I tried to reach his face with my free hand, but something stopped me. I glanced down to see the IV pulling at my hand. Ugh. I winced. What is it? He asked anxiously, distracted, but not enough. The bleakness did not entirely leave his eyes. Needles, I explained, looking away from the one in my hand. I concentrated on a warped ceiling tile and tried to breathe deeply despite the ache in my ribs. Afraid of a needle, he muttered to himself under his breath, shaking his head. Oh, a sadistic vampire, intent on torturing her to death. Sure, no problem. She runs off to meet him. An IV, on the other hand. Quote. I rolled my eyes. I was pleased to discover that this reaction, at least, was pain-free. I decided to change the subject. Why are you here? I asked. He stared at me, first confusion and then hurt touching his eyes. His brows pulled together as he frowned. Do you want me to leave? No. I protested, horrified by the thought. No. I meant, why does my mother think you're here? I need to have my story straight before she gets back. Oh, he said, and his forehead smoothed back into marble. I came to Phoenix to talk some sense into you, to convince you to come back to Forks. His wide eyes were so earnest and sincere, I almost believed him myself. You agreed to see me, and you drove out to the hotel where I was staying with Carlisle and Alice. Of course I was here with parental supervision, he inserted virtuously, but you tripped on the stairs on the way to my room and… Well, you know the rest. You don't need to remember any details, though. You have a good excuse to be a little muddled about the finer points. I thought about it for a moment. There are a few flaws with that story. Like no broken windows. Not really, he said. Alice had a little bit too much fun fabricating evidence. It's all been taken care of very convincingly. You could probably sue the hotel if you wanted to. You have nothing to worry about, he promised, stroking my cheek with the lightest of touches. Your only job now is to heal. I wasn't so lost to the soreness or the fog of medication that I didn't respond to his touch. The beeping of the monitor jumped around erratically. Now he wasn't the only one who could hear my heart misbehave. That's going to be embarrassing, I muttered to myself. He chuckled, and a speculative look came into his eye. I wonder. Quote. He leaned in slowly, the beeping noise accelerated wildly before his lips even touched me. But when they did, though with the most gentle of pressure, the beeping stopped altogether. He pulled back abruptly, his anxious expression turning to relief as the monitor reported the restarting of my heart. It seems that I'm going to have to be even more careful with you than usual. He frowned. I was not finished kissing you, I complained. Don't make me come over there. He grinned, and bent to press his lips lightly to mine. The monitor went wild. But then his lips were taut. He pulled away. I think I hear your mother, he said, grinning again. Don't leave me, I cried, an irrational surge of panic flooding through me. I couldn't let him go, he might disappear from me again. He read the terror in my eyes for a short second. I won't, he promised solemnly, and then he smiled. I'll take a nap. He moved from the hard plastic chair by my side to the turquoise faux leather recliner at the foot of my bed, leaning it all the way back, and closing his eyes. He was perfectly still. Don't forget to breathe, I whispered sarcastically. He took a deep breath, his eyes still closed. I could hear my mother now. She was talking to someone, maybe a nurse, and she sounded tired and upset. I wanted to jump out of the bed and run to her, to calm her, promise that everything was fine. But I wasn't in any sort of shape for jumping, so I waited impatiently. The door opened a crack, and she peeked through. Mum, I whispered, my voice full of love and relief. She took in Edward's still form on the recliner, and tiptoed to my bedside. He never leaves, does he? She mumbled to herself. Mum, I'm so glad to see you. She bent down to hug me gently, and I felt warm tears falling on my cheeks. Bella, I was so upset. I'm sorry, Mum, but everything's fine now, it's okay, I comforted her. I'm just glad to finally see your eyes open. She sat on the edge of my bed. I suddenly realized I didn't have any idea when it was. How long have they been closed? It's Friday, Hon, you've been out for a while. Friday. I was shocked. I tried to remember what day it had been when. But I didn't want to think about that. They had to keep you sedated for a while, honey, you've got a lot of injuries. I know, I could feel them. Your lucky Dr. Cullen was there. He's such a nice man. Very young, though, and he looks more like a model than a doctor. Quote. You met Carlisle. And Edward's sister Alice. She's a lovely girl. She is, I agreed wholeheartedly. She glanced over her shoulder at Edward, lying with his eyes closed in the chair. You didn't tell me you had such good friends in Forks. I cringed, and then moaned. What hurts? She demanded anxiously, turning back to me. Edward's eyes flashed to my face. It's fine, I assured them. I just have to remember not to move. He lapsed back into his phony slumber. I took advantage of my mother's momentary distraction to keep the subject from returning to my less than candid behavior. Where's Phil? I asked quickly. Florida. Oh, Bella. You'll never guess. Just when we were about to leave, the best news. Phil got signed, I guessed. Yes. How did you guess? The Suns, can you believe it? That's great, Mum, I said as enthusiastically as I could manage, though I had little idea what that meant. And you like Jacksonville so much, she gushed while I stared at her vacantly. I was a little bit worried when Phil started talking about Akron, what with the snow and everything, because you know how I hate the cold, but now Jacksonville. It's always sunny, and the humidity really isn't that bad. We found the cutest house, yellow, with white trim, and a porch just like in an old movie, and this huge oak tree, and it's just a few minutes from the ocean, and you'll have your own bathroom. Wait, Mum, I interrupted. Edward still had his eyes closed, but he looked too tense to pass as asleep. What are you talking about? I'm not going to Florida. I live in Forks. But you don't have to anymore, silly, she laughed. Phil will be able to be around so much more now. We've talked about it a lot, and what I'm going to do is trade off on the away games, half the time with you, half the time with him. Mum, I hesitated, wondering how best to be diplomatic about this. I want to live in Forks. I'm already settled in at school, and I have a couple of girlfriends. She glanced toward Edward again when I reminded her of friends, so I tried another direction, and Charlie needs me. He's just all alone up there, and he can't cook at all. You want to stay in Forks? She asked, bewildered. The idea was inconceivable to her. And then her eyes flickered back toward Edward. Why? I told you. School, Charlie. Ouch. I'd shrugged. Not a good idea. Her hands fluttered helplessly over me, trying to find a safe place to pat. She made do with my forehead. It was unbandaged. Bella, honey, you hate forks, she reminded me. It's not so bad. She frowned and looked back and forth between Edward and me, this time very deliberately. Is it this boy? She whispered. I opened my mouth to lie, but her eyes were scrutinizing my face, and I knew she would see through that. He's part of it, I admitted. No need to confess how big a part. So, have you had a chance to talk with Edward? I asked. Yes. She hesitated, looking at his perfectly still form. And I want to talk to you about that. Oh, what about? I asked. I think that boy is in love with you, she accused, keeping her voice low. I think so, too, I confided. And how do you feel about him? She only poorly concealed the raging curiosity in her voice. I sighed, looking away. As much as I loved my mum, this was not a conversation I wanted to have with her. I'm pretty crazy about him. There. That sounded like something a teenager with her first boyfriend might say. Well, he seems very nice. And, my goodness, he's incredibly good looking. But you're so young, Bella. Her voice was unsure. As far as I could remember, this was the first time since I was 8 that she'd come close to trying to sound like a parental authority. I recognized the reasonable but firm tone of voice from talks I'd had with her about men. I know that, Mum. Don't worry about it. It's just a crush, I soothed her. That's right, she agreed, easily pleased. Then she sighed and glanced guiltily over her shoulder at the big, round clock on the wall. Do you need to go? She bit her lip. Phil's supposed to call in a little while. I didn't know you were going to wake up. No problem, Mum. I tried to tone down the relief so she wouldn't get her feelings hurt. I won't be alone. I'll be back soon. I've been sleeping here, you know, she announced, proud of herself. Oh, Mum, you don't have to do that. You can sleep at home, I'll never notice. The swirl of painkillers in my brain was making it hard to concentrate even now, though, apparently, I'd been sleeping for days. I was too nervous, she admitted sheepishly. There's been some crime in the neighborhood, and I don't like being there alone. Crime? I asked in alarm. Someone broke into that dance studio around the corner from the house and burned it to the ground. There's nothing left at all. And they left a stolen car right out front. Do you remember when you used to dance there, honey? I remember. I shivered, and winced. I can stay, baby, if you need me. No, Mum, I'll be fine. Edward will be with me. She looked like that might be why she wanted to stay. I'll be back tonight. It sounded as much like a warning as it sounded like a promise, and she glanced at Edward again as she said it. I love you, Mum. I love you, too, Bella. Try to be more careful when you walk, honey, I don't want to lose you. Edward's eyes stayed closed, but a wide grin flashed across his face. A nurse came bustling in then to check all my tubes and wires. My mother kissed my forehead, patted my gauze-wrapped hand, and left. The nurse was checking the paper readout on my heart monitor. Are you feeling anxious, honey? Your heart rate got a little high there. I'm fine, I assured her. I'll tell your RN that you're awake. She'll be in to see you in a minute. As soon as she closed the door, Edward was at my side. You stole a car. I raised my eyebrows. He smiled, unrepentant. It was a good car, very fast. How was your nap? I asked. Interesting. His eyes narrowed. What? He looked down while he answered. I'm surprised. I thought Florida. And your mother. Well, I thought that's what you would want. I stared at him uncomprehendingly. But you'd be stuck inside all day in Florida. You'd only be able to come out at night, just like a real vampire. He almost smiled, but not quite. And then his face was grave. I would stay in Forks, Bella. Or somewhere like it, he explained. Someplace where I couldn't hurt you anymore. It didn't sink in at first. I continued to stare at him blankly as the words one by one clicked into place in my head like a ghastly puzzle. I was barely conscious of the sound of my heart accelerating, though, as my breathing became hyperventilation, I was aware of the sharp aching in my protesting ribs. He didn't say anything. He watched my face warily as the pain that had nothing to do with broken bones, pain that was infinitely worse, threatened to crush me. And then another nurse walked purposefully into the room. Edward sat still as stone as she took in my expression with a practiced eye before turning to the monitors. "Time for more pain meds, sweetheart?" she asked kindly, tapping the IV feed. No, I mumbled, trying to keep the agony out of my voice. "I don't need anything." I couldn't afford to close my eyes now. "No need to be brave, honey. It's better if you don't get too stressed out, you need to rest." She waited, but I just shook my head. "Okay," she sighed. "Hit the call button when you're ready." She gave Edward a stern look, and threw one more anxious glance at the machinery, before leaving. His cool hands were on my face. I stared at him with wild eyes. "Shush, Bella, calm down. Don't leave me," I begged in a broken voice. "I won't," he promised. "Now relax before I call the nurse back to sedate you." But my heart couldn't slow. "Bella." He stroked my face anxiously. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here as long as you need me." "Do you swear you won't leave me?" I whispered. I tried to control the gasping, at least. My ribs were throbbing. He put his hands on either side of my face and brought his face close to mine. His eyes were wide and serious. "I swear." The smell of his breath was soothing. It seemed to ease the ache of my breathing. He continued to hold my gaze while my body slowly relaxed and the beeping returned to a normal pace. His eyes were dark, closer to black than gold today. "Better?" he asked. "Yes," I said cautiously. He shook his head and muttered something unintelligible. I thought I picked out the word, overreaction. "Why did you say that?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "Are you tired of having to save me all the time? Do you want me to go away?" "No. I don't want to be without you, Bella, of course not. Be rational. And I have no problem with saving you, either, if it weren't for the fact that I was the one putting you in danger. That I'm the reason that you're here." "Yes, you were the reason." I frowned. "The reason I'm here, alive." "Barely." His voice was just a whisper. "Covered in gauze and plaster and hardly able to move." "I wasn't referring to my most recent near-death experience," I said, growing irritated. "I was thinking of the others. You can take your pick. If it weren't for you, I would be rotting away in the Forks Cemetery." He winced at my words, but the haunted look didn't leave his eyes. "That's not the worst part, though," he continued to whisper. He acted as if I hadn't spoken. "Not seeing you there on the floor. Crumpled and broken." His voice was choked. "Not thinking I was too late. Not even hearing you scream in pain. All those unbearable memories that I'll carry with me for the rest of eternity. No, the very worst was knowing that I couldn't stop. Believing that I was going to kill you myself. But you didn't. I could have. So easily. I knew I needed to stay calm. But he was trying to talk himself into leaving me, and the panic flooded in my lungs, trying to get out. "Promise me," I whispered. "What?" "You know what." I was starting to get angry now. He was so stubbornly determined to dwell on the negative. He heard the change in my tone. His eyes tightened. "I don't seem to be strong enough to stay away from you, so I suppose that you'll get your way. Whether it kills you or not," he added roughly. Good. He hadn't promised, though, a fact that I had not missed. The panic was only barely contained. I had no strength left to control the anger. "You told me how you stopped. Now I want to know why," I demanded. "Why?" he repeated warily. "Why you did it. Why didn't you just let the venom spread? By now I would be just like you." Edward's eyes seemed to turn flat black, and I remembered that this was something he'd never intended me to know. Alice must have been preoccupied by the things she'd learned about herself. Or she'd been very careful with her thoughts around him. Clearly, he'd had no idea that she'd filled me in on the mechanics of vampire conversions. He was surprised, and infuriated. His nostrils flared, his mouth looked as if it was chiseled from stone. He wasn't going to answer, that much was clear. "I'll be the first to admit that I have no experience with relationships," I said. "But it just seems logical. A man and woman have to be somewhat equal. As in, one of them can't always be swooping in and saving the other one. They have to save each other equally." He folded his arms on the side of my bed and rested his chin on his arms. His expression was smooth, the anger reined in. Evidently he'd decided he wasn't angry with me. I hoped I'd get a chance to warn Alice before he caught up with her. "You have saved me," he said quietly. "I can't always be Lois Lane," I insisted. "I want to be Superman, too." "You don't know what you're asking." His voice was soft. He stared intently at the edge of the pillowcase. "I think I do. Bella, you don't know. I've had almost 90 years to think about this, and I'm still not sure." "Do you wish that Carlisle hadn't saved you?" "No, I don't wish that." He paused before continuing. "But my life was over. I wasn't giving anything up. You are my life. You're the only thing it would hurt me to lose." I was getting better at this. It was easy to admit how much I needed him. He was very calm, though. Decided. "I can't do it, Bella. I won't do that to you." "Why not?" My throat rasped and the words weren't as loud as I'd meant them to be. "Don't tell me it's too hard. After today, or I guess it was a few days ago. Anyway, after that, it should be nothing." He glared at me. "And the pain?" he asked. I blanched. I couldn't help it, but I tried to keep my expression from showing how clearly I remembered the feeling. The fire in my veins. "That's my problem," I said. "I can handle it. It's possible to take bravery to the point where it becomes insanity. It's not an issue. 3 days. Big deal." Edward grimaced again as my words reminded him that I was more informed than he had ever intended me to be. I watched him repress the anger, watched as his eyes grew speculative. "Charlie?" he asked curtly. "Renee?" Minutes passed in silence as I struggled to answer his question. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I closed it again. He waited, and his expression became triumphant because he knew I had no true answer. "Look, that's not an issue either," I finally muttered. My voice was as unconvincing as it always was when I lied. "Renee has always made the choices that work for her. She'd want me to do the same. And Charlie's resilient, he's used to being on his own. I can't take care of him forever. I have my own life to live." "Exactly," he snapped. "And I won't end it for you. If you're waiting for me to be on my deathbed, I've got news for you." I was just there. "You're going to recover," he reminded me. I took a deep breath to calm myself, ignoring the spasm of pain it triggered. I stared at him, and he stared back. There was no compromise in his face. "No," I said slowly. "I'm not." His forehead creased. "Of course you are. You may have a scar or two. Quote. You're wrong," I insisted. "I'm going to die." "Really, Bella?" He was anxious now. "You'll be out of here in a few days. 2 weeks at most." I glared at him. "I may not die now. But I'm going to die sometime. Every minute of the day, I get closer. And I'm going to get old." He frowned as what I was saying sunk in, pressing his long fingers to his temples and closing his eyes. "That's how it's supposed to happen. How it should happen. How it would have happened if I didn't exist, and I shouldn't exist." I snorted. He opened his eyes in surprise. "That's stupid. That's like going to someone who's just won the lottery, taking their money, and saying, 'Look, let's just go back to how things should be. It's better that way.' And I'm not buying it. I'm hardly a lottery prize," he growled. "That's right. You're much better." He rolled his eyes and set his lips. "Bella, we're not having this discussion anymore. I refuse to damn you to an eternity of night, and that's the end of it." "If you think that's the end, then you don't know me very well," I warned him. "You're not the only vampire I know." His eyes went black again. Alice wouldn't dare. And for a moment he looked so frightening that I couldn't help but believe it. I couldn't imagine someone brave enough to cross him. "Alice already saw it, didn't she?" I guessed. "That's why the things she says upset you. She knows I'm going to be like you. Someday. She's wrong. She also saw you dead, but that didn't happen, either. You'll never catch me betting against Alice." We stared at each other for a very long time. It was quiet except for the whirring of the machines, the beeping, the dripping, the ticking of the big clock on the wall. Finally, his expression softened. "So where does that leave us?" I wondered. He chuckled humorlessly. "I believe it's called an impasse." I sighed. "Ouch," I muttered. "How are you feeling?" he asked. eyeing the button for the nurse. I'm fine, I lied. I don't believe you, he said gently. I'm not going back to sleep. You need rest. All this arguing isn't good for you. So give in, I hinted. Nice try. He reached for the button. No. He ignored me. Yes. The speaker on the wall squawked. I think we're ready for more pain medication, he said calmly, ignoring my furious expression. I'll send in the nurse. The voice sounded very bored. I won't take it, I promised. He looked toward the sack of fluids hanging beside my bed. I don't think they're going to ask you to swallow everything. My heart rate started to climb. He read the fear in my eyes, and sighed in frustration. Bella, you're in pain. You need to relax so you can heal. Why are you being so difficult? They're not going to put any more needles in you now. I'm not afraid of the needles, I mumbled. I'm afraid to close my eyes. Then he smiled his crooked smile, and took my face between his hands. I told you I'm not going anywhere. Don't be afraid. As long as it makes you happy, I'll be here. I smiled back, ignoring the ache in my cheeks. You're talking about forever, you know. Oh, you'll get over it, it's just a crush. I shook my head in disbelief, it made me dizzy. I was shocked when Renee swallowed that one. I know you know better. That's the beautiful thing about being human, he told me. Things change. My eyes narrowed. Don't hold your breath. He was laughing when the nurse came in, brandishing a syringe. Excuse me, she said brusquely to Edward. He got up and crossed to the end of the small room, leaning against the wall. He folded his arms and waited. I kept my eyes on him, still apprehensive. He met my gaze calmly. Here you go, honey. The nurse smiled as she injected the medicine into my tube. You'll feel better now. Thanks, I mumbled, unenthusiastic. It didn't take long. I could feel the drowsiness trickling through my bloodstream almost immediately. That ought to do it, she muttered as my eyelids drooped. She must have left the room, because something cold and smooth touched my face. Stay. The word was slurred. I will, he promised. His voice was beautiful, like a lullaby. Like I said, as long as it makes you happy. As long as it's what's best for you. I tried to shake my head, but it was too heavy. It's not the same thing, I mumbled. He laughed. Don't worry about that now, Bella. You can argue with me when you wake up. I think I smiled. Kay. I could feel his lips at my ear. I love you, he whispered. Me, too. I know, he laughed quietly. I turned my head slightly. Searching. He knew what I was after. His lips touched mine gently. Thanks. I sighed. Anytime. I wasn't really there at all anymore. But I fought against the stupor weakly. There was just one more thing I wanted to tell him. Edward. I struggled to pronounce his name clearly. Yes. I'm betting on Alice, I mumbled. And then the night closed over me. Epilogue. An occasion. Edward helped me into his car, being very careful of the wisps of silk and chiffon, the flowers he'd just pinned into my elaborately styled curls, and my bulky walking cast. He ignored the angry set of my mouth. When he had me settled, he got in the driver's seat and headed back out the long, narrow drive. At what point exactly are you going to tell me what's going on? I asked grumpily. I really hated surprises. And he knew that. I'm shocked that you haven't figured it out yet. He threw a mocking smile in my direction, and my breath caught in my throat. Would I ever get used to his perfection? I did mention that you looked very nice, didn't I? I verified. Yes. He grinned again. I'd never seen him dress in black before, and, with the contrast against his pale skin, his beauty was absolutely surreal. That much I couldn't deny, even if the fact that he was wearing a tuxedo made me very nervous. Not quite as nervous as the dress. Or the shoe. Only one shoe, as my other foot was still securely encased in plaster. But the stiletto heel, held on only by satin ribbons, certainly wasn't going to help me as I tried to hobble around. I'm not coming over anymore if Alice is going to treat me like guinea pig Barbie when I do, I griped. I'd spent the better part of the day in Alice's staggeringly vast bathroom, a helpless victim as she played hairdresser and cosmetician. Whenever I fidgeted or complained, she reminded me that she didn't have any memories of being human, and asked me not to ruin her vicarious fun. Then she dressed me in the most ridiculous dress. Deep blue, frilly and off the shoulders, with French tags I couldn't read, a dress more suitable for a runway than Forks. Nothing good could come of our formal attire, of that I was sure. Unless. But I was afraid to put my suspicions into words, even in my own head. I was distracted then by the sound of a phone ringing. Edward pulled his cell phone from a pocket inside his jacket, looking briefly at the caller ID before answering. "Hello, Charlie," he said warily. "Charlie." I frowned. Charlie had been difficult since my return to Forks. He had compartmentalized my bad experience into two defined reactions. Toward Carlyle he was almost worshipfully grateful. On the other hand, he was stubbornly convinced that Edward was at fault, because, if not for him, I wouldn't have left home in the first place. And Edward was far from disagreeing with him. These days I had rules that hadn't existed before: curfews, visiting hours. Something Charlie was saying made Edward's eyes widen in disbelief, and then a grin spread across his face. "You're kidding," he laughed. "What is it?" I demanded. He ignored me. "Why don't you let me talk to him?" Edward suggested with evident pleasure. He waited for a few seconds. "Hello, Tyler, this is Edward Cullen." His voice was very friendly, on the surface. I knew it well enough to catch the soft edge of menace. What was Tyler doing at my house? The awful truth began to dawn on me. I looked again at the inappropriate dress Alice had forced me into. "I'm sorry if there's been some kind of miscommunication, but Bella is unavailable tonight." Edward's tone changed, and the threat in his voice was suddenly much more evident as he continued. "To be perfectly honest, she'll be unavailable every night, as far as anyone besides myself is concerned. No offense. And I'm sorry about your evening." He didn't sound sorry at all. And then he snapped the phone shut, a huge smirk on his face. My face and neck flushed crimson with anger. I could feel the rage-induced tears starting to fill my eyes. He looked at me in surprise. "Was that last part a bit too much? I didn't mean to offend you." I ignored that. "You're taking me to the prom," I yelled. It was embarrassingly obvious now. If I'd been paying any attention at all, I'm sure I would have noticed the date on the posters that decorated the school buildings. But I'd never dreamed he was thinking of subjecting me to this. Didn't he know me at all? He wasn't expecting the force of my reaction, that was clear. He pressed his lips together and his eyes narrowed. "Don't be difficult, Bella." My eyes flashed to the window. We were halfway to the school already. "Why are you doing this to me?" I demanded in horror. He gestured to his tuxedo. "Honestly, Bella, what did you think we were doing?" I was mortified. First, because I'd missed the obvious. And also because the vague suspicions, expectations, really, that I'd been forming all day, as Alice tried to transform me into a beauty queen, were so far wide of the mark. My half-fearful hopes seemed very silly now. I guessed there was some kind of occasion brewing. But prom, that was the furthest thing from my mind. The angry tears rolled over my cheeks. I remembered with dismay that I was very uncharacteristically wearing mascara. I wiped quickly under my eyes to prevent any smudges. My hand was unblackened when I pulled it away. Maybe Alice had known I would need waterproof makeup. "This is completely ridiculous. Why are you crying?" he demanded in frustration. "Because I'm mad, Bella." He turned the full force of his scorching golden eyes on me. "What?" I muttered, distracted. "Humor me," he insisted. His eyes were melting all my fury. It was impossible to fight with him when he cheated like that. I gave in with poor grace. "Fine," I pouted, unable to glare as effectively as I would have liked. "I'll go quietly. But you'll see, I'm way overdue for more bad luck. I'll probably break my other leg. Look at this shoe. It's a death trap." I held out my good leg as evidence. He stared at my leg longer than was necessary. "Remind me to thank Alice for that tonight." "Alice is going to be there." That comforted me slightly. "With Jasper, and Emmett. And Rosalie," he admitted. The feeling of comfort disappeared. There had been no progress with Rosalie, though I was on quite good terms with her sometimes husband. Emmett enjoyed having me around. He thought my bizarre human reactions were hilarious. Or maybe it was just the fact that I fell down a lot that he found so funny. Rosalie acted as if I didn't exist. While I shook my head to dispel the direction my thoughts had taken, I thought of something else. Is Charlie in on this? I asked, suddenly suspicious. Of course. He grinned, and then chuckled. Apparently Tyler wasn't, though. I gritted my teeth. How Tyler could be so delusional, I couldn't imagine. At school, where Charlie couldn't interfere, Edward and I were inseparable, except for those rare sunny days. We were at the school now. Rosalie's red convertible was conspicuous in the parking lot. The clouds were thin today, a few streaks of sunlight escaping through far away in the west. He got out and walked around the car to open my door. He held out his hand. I sat stubbornly in my seat, arms folded, feeling a secret twinge of smugness. The lot was crowded with people in formal dress, witnesses. He couldn't remove me forcibly from the car as he might have if we'd been alone. He sighed. When someone wants to kill you, you're brave as a lion, and then when someone mentions dancing. He shook his head. I gulped. Dancing. Bella, I won't let anything hurt you, not even yourself. I won't let go of you once, I promise. I thought about that and suddenly felt much better. He could see that in my face. There, now, he said gently, it won't be so bad. He leaned down and wrapped one arm around my waist. I took his other hand and let him lift me from the car. He kept his arm tightly around me, supporting me as I limped toward the school. In Phoenix, they held proms in hotel ballrooms. This dance was in the gym, of course. It was probably the only room in town big enough for a dance. When we got inside, I giggled. There were actual balloon arches and twisted garlands of pastel crepe paper festooning the walls. This looks like a horror movie waiting to happen, I snickered. Well, he muttered as we slowly approached the ticket table. He was carrying most of my weight, but I still had to shuffle and wobble my feet forward. There are more than enough vampires present. I looked at the dance floor. A wide gap had formed in the center of the floor, where two couples whirled gracefully. The other dancers pressed to the sides of the room to give them space. No one wanted to stand in contrast with such radiance. Emmett and Jasper were intimidating and flawless in classic tuxedos. Alice was striking in a black satin dress with geometric cutouts that bared large triangles of her snowy white skin. And Rosalie was, well, Rosalie. She was beyond belief. Her vivid scarlet dress was backless, tight to her calves where it flared into a wide ruffled train, with a neckline that plunged to her waist. I pitied every girl in the room, myself included. Do you want me to bolt the doors so you can massacre the unsuspecting townsfolk? I whispered conspiratorially. And where do you fit into that scheme? He glared. Oh, I'm with the vampires, of course. He smiled reluctantly. Anything to get out of dancing. Anything. He bought our tickets, then turned me toward the dance floor. I cringed against his arm and dragged my feet. I've got all night, he warned. Eventually he towed me out to where his family was twirling elegantly, if in a style totally unsuitable to the present time and music. I watched in horror. Edward. My throat was so dry I could only manage a whisper. I honestly can't dance. I could feel the panic bubbling up inside my chest. Don't worry, silly, he whispered back. I can. He put my arms around his neck and lifted me to slide his feet under mine. And then we were whirling, too. I feel like I'm 5 years old, I laughed after a few minutes of effortless waltzing. You don't look 5, he murmured, pulling me closer for a second, so that my feet were briefly a foot from the ground. Alice caught my eye on a turn and smiled in encouragement. I smiled back. I was surprised to realize that I was actually enjoying myself. A little. Okay, this isn't half bad, I admitted. But Edward was staring toward the doors, and his face was angry. What is it? I wondered aloud. I followed his gaze, disoriented by the spinning, but finally I could see what was bothering him. Jacob Black, not in a tux, but in a long-sleeved white shirt and tie, his hair smoothed back into his usual ponytail, was crossing the floor toward us. After the first shock of recognition, I couldn't help but feel bad for Jacob. He was clearly uncomfortable, excruciatingly so. His face was apologetic as his eyes met mine. Edward snarled very quietly. Behave. I hissed. Edward's voice was scathing. He wants to chat with you. Jacob reached us then, the embarrassment and apology even more evident on his face. Hey, Bella, I was hoping you would be here. Jacob sounded like he'd been hoping the exact opposite. But his smile was just as warm as ever. Hi, Jacob. I smiled back. What's up? Can I cut in? He asked tentatively, glancing at Edward for the first time. I was shocked to notice that Jacob didn't have to look up. He must have grown half a foot since the first time I'd seen him. Edward's face was composed, his expression blank. His only answer was to set me carefully on my feet, and take a step back. Thanks, Jacob said amiably. Edward just nodded, looking at me intently before he turned to walk away. Jacob put his hands on my waist, and I reached up to put my hands on his shoulders. Wow, Jake, how tall are you now? He was smug. 6'2". We weren't really dancing. My leg made that impossible. Instead we swayed awkwardly from side to side without moving our feet. It was just as well. The recent growth spurt had left him looking gangly and uncoordinated. He was probably no better a dancer than I was. So, how did you end up here tonight? I asked without true curiosity. Considering Edward's reaction, I could guess. Can you believe my dad paid me $20 to come to your prom? He admitted, slightly ashamed. Yes, I can, I muttered. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself, at least. Seen anything you like? I teased, nodding toward a group of girls lined up against the wall like pastel confections. Yeah, he sighed, but she's taken. He glanced down to meet my curious gaze for just a second, then we both looked away, embarrassed. You look really pretty, by the way, he added shyly. Thanks. So why did Billy pay you to come here? I asked quickly, though I knew the answer. Jacob didn't seem grateful for the subject change. He looked away, uncomfortable again. He said it was a safe place to talk to you. I swear the old man is losing his mind. I joined in his laughter weakly. Anyway, he said that if I told you something, he would get me that master cylinder I need, he confessed with a sheepish grin. Tell me, then. I want you to get your car finished. I grinned back. At least Jacob didn't believe any of this. It made the situation a bit easier. Against the wall, Edward was watching my face, his own face expressionless. I saw a sophomore in a pink dress eyeing him with timid speculation, but he didn't seem to be aware of her. Jacob looked away again, ashamed. Don't get mad. Okay. There's no way I'll be mad at you, Jacob, I assured him. I won't even be mad at Billy. Just say what you have to. Well, this is so stupid. I'm sorry, Bella, he wants you to break up with your boyfriend. He asked me to tell you, please. He shook his head in disgust. He's still superstitious, eh? Yeah. He was. Kind of over the top when you got hurt down in Phoenix. He didn't believe. Quote. Jacob trailed off self-consciously. My eyes narrowed. I fell. I know that, Jacob said quickly. He thinks Edward had something to do with me getting hurt. It wasn't a question, and despite my promise, I was angry. Jacob wouldn't meet my eyes. We weren't even bothering to sway to the music, though his hands were still on my waist, and mine around his neck. Look, Jacob, I know Billy probably won't believe this, but just so you know, he looked at me now, responding to the new earnestness in my voice. Edward really did save my life. If it weren't for Edward and his father, I'd be dead. I know, he claimed, but he sounded like my sincere words had affected him some. Maybe he'd be able to convince Billy of this much, at least. Hey, I'm sorry you had to come do this, Jacob, I apologized. At any rate, you get your parts, right? Yeah, he muttered. He was still looking awkward. Upset. There's more. I asked in disbelief. Forget it, he mumbled. I'll get a job and save the money myself. I glared at him until he met my gaze. Just spit it out, Jacob. It's so bad. I don't care. Tell me, I insisted. Okay. But, geez, this sounds bad. He shook his head. He said to tell you, no, to warn you, that, and this is his plural, not mine. He lifted one hand from my waist and made little quotations marks in the air. We'll be watching. He watched warily for my reaction. It sounded like something from a mafia movie. I laughed out loud. Sorry you had to do this, Jake, I snickered. I don't mind that much. He grinned in relief. His eyes were appraising as they raked quickly over my dress. So, should I tell him you said to butt the hell out? He asked hopefully. No. I sighed. Tell him I said thanks. I know he means well. The song ended, and I dropped my arms. His hands hesitated at my waist, and he glanced at my bum leg. Do you want to dance again? Or can I help you get somewhere? Edward answered for me. That's all right, Jacob. I'll take it from here. Jacob flinched, and stared wide-eyed at Edward, who stood just beside us. Hey, I didn't see you there, he mumbled. I guess I'll see you around, Bella. He stepped back, waving half-heartedly. I smiled. Yeah, I'll see you later. Sorry, he said again before he turned for the door. Edward's arms wound around me as the next song started. It was a little up-tempo for slow dancing, but that didn't seem to concern him. I leaned my head against his chest, content. Feeling better, I teased. Not really, he said tersely. Don't be mad at Billy, I sighed. He just worries about me for Charlie's sake. It's nothing personal. I'm not mad at Billy, he corrected in a clipped voice. But his son is irritating me. I pulled back to look at him. His face was very serious. Why? First of all, he made me break my promise. I stared at him in confusion. He half smiled. I promised I wouldn't let go of you tonight, he explained. Oh. Well, I forgive you. Thanks. But there's something else. Edward frowned. I waited patiently. He called you pretty, he finally continued, his frown deepening. That's practically an insult, the way you look right now. You're much more than beautiful. I laughed. You might be a little biased. I don't think that's it. Besides, I have excellent eyesight. We were twirling again, my feet on his as he held me close. So are you going to explain the reason for all of this? I wondered. He looked down at me, confused, and I glared meaningfully at the crepe paper. He considered for a moment, and then changed direction, spinning me through the crowd to the back door of the gym. I caught a glimpse of Jessica and Mike dancing, staring at me curiously. Jessica waved, and I smiled back quickly. Angela was there, too, looking blissfully happy in the arms of little Ben Chaney. She didn't look up from his eyes, a head lower than hers. Lee and Samantha. Lauren, glaring toward us, with Connor. I could name every face that spiraled past me. And then we were outdoors, in the cool, dim light of a fading sunset. As soon as we were alone, he swung me up into his arms, and carried me across the dark grounds till he reached the bench beneath the shadow of the madrone trees. He sat there, keeping me cradled against his chest. The moon was already up, visible through the gauzy clouds, and his face glowed pale in the white light. His mouth was hard, his eyes troubled. The point? I prompted softly. He ignored me, staring up at the moon. Twilight. Again, he murmured. Another ending. No matter how perfect the day is, it always has to end. Some things don't have to end, I muttered through my teeth, instantly tense. He sighed. I brought you to the prom, he said slowly, finally answering my question, because I don't want you to miss anything. I don't want my presence to take anything away from you, if I can help it. I want you to be human. I want your life to continue as it would have if I'd died in 1918 like I should have. I shuddered at his words, and then shook my head angrily. In what strange parallel dimension would I ever have gone to prom of my own free will? If you weren't 1,000 times stronger than me, I would never have let you get away with this. He smiled briefly, but it didn't touch his eyes. It wasn't so bad, you said so yourself. That's because I was with you. We were quiet for a minute. He stared at the moon and I stared at him. I wished there was some way to explain how very uninterested I was in a normal human life. Will you tell me something? He asked, glancing down at me with a slight smile. Don't I always? Just promise you'll tell me, he insisted, grinning. I knew I was going to regret this almost instantly. Fine. You seemed honestly surprised when you figured out that I was taking you here, he began. I interjected. Exactly, he agreed, but you must have had some other theory. I'm curious, what did you think I was dressing you up for? Yes. Instant regret. I pursed my lips, hesitating. I don't want to tell you. You promised, he objected. I know. What's the problem? I knew he thought it was mere embarrassment holding me back. I think it will make you mad, or sad. His brows pulled together over his eyes as he thought that through. I still want to know. Please. I sighed. He waited. Well, I assumed it was some kind of occasion, but I didn't think it would be some trite human thing. Prom. I scoffed. Human. He asked flatly. He'd picked up on the key word. I looked down at my dress, fidgeting with a stray piece of chiffon. He waited in silence. Okay, I confessed in a rush. So I was hoping that you might have changed your mind. That you were going to change me, after all. A dozen emotions played across his face. Some I recognized. Anger. Pain. And then he seemed to collect himself and his expression became amused. You thought that would be a black tie occasion, did you? He teased, touching the lapel of his tuxedo jacket. I scowled to hide my embarrassment. I don't know how these things work. To me, at least, it seems more rational than prom does. He was still grinning. It's not funny, I said. No, you're right, it's not, he agreed, his smile fading. I'd rather treat it like a joke, though, than believe you're serious. But I am serious. He sighed deeply. I know, and you're really that willing. The pain was back in his eyes. I bit my lip and nodded. So ready for this to be the end, he murmured, almost to himself, for this to be the twilight of your life, though your life has barely started. You're ready to give up everything. It's not the end, it's the beginning, I disagreed under my breath. I'm not worth it, he said sadly. Do you remember when you told me that I didn't see myself very clearly? I asked, raising my eyebrows. You obviously have the same blindness. I know what I am. I sighed. But his mercurial mood shifted on me. He pursed his lips, and his eyes were probing. He examined my face for a long moment. You're ready now, then? He asked. I gulped. Yes. He smiled, and inclined his head slowly until his cold lips brushed against the skin just under the corner of my jaw. Right now, he whispered, his breath blowing cool on my neck. I shivered involuntarily. Yes, I whispered, so my voice wouldn't have a chance to break. If he thought I was bluffing, he was going to be disappointed. I'd already made this decision, and I was sure. It didn't matter that my body was rigid as a plank, my hands balled into fists, my breathing erratic. He chuckled darkly, and leaned away. His face did look disappointed. You can't really believe that I would give in so easily, he said with a sour edge to his mocking tone. A girl can dream. His eyebrows rose. Is that what you dream about? Being a monster? Not exactly, I said, frowning at his word choice. Monster. Indeed. Mostly I dream about being with you forever. His expression changed, softened and saddened by the subtle ache in my voice. Bella. His fingers lightly traced the shape of my lips. I will stay with you, isn't that enough? I smiled under his fingertips. Enough for now. He frowned at my tenacity. No one was going to surrender tonight. He exhaled, and the sound was practically a growl. I touched his face. Look, I said, I love you more than everything else in the world combined. Isn't that enough? Yes, it is enough, he answered, smiling. Enough for forever. And he leaned down to press his cold lips once more to my throat. Acknowledgements. A huge thank you to my parents, Steve and Candy. For a lifetime of love and support. For reading great books to me when I was young. And for still holding my hand through the things that make me nervous. My husband, Pancho, and my sons, Gabe, Seth, and Eli, for sharing me so often with my imaginary friends. My friends at Writer's House. Genevieve Ganhors, for giving me that first chance. And my agent Jody Reamer, for turning the most unlikely dreams into realities. My editor Megan Tingley, for all her help in making Twilight better than it started out. My brothers, Paul and Jacob, for their expert advice on all my automotive questions, and my online family, the talented staff and writers at fansofrealitytv.com, particularly Kimberly, Shazza, and Colin, Mantenna, for the encouragement, advice, and inspiration. When Megan, my publisher, came to me with the idea of doing an interview for the guide, I started to come up with a list of reasons why I couldn't in my head. Interviews always make me uncomfortable, and really, what question haven't I answered at this point? But then she went on, presenting her inspiration of having the interview conducted by another author, and I was intrigued in spite of myself. I love hanging out with authors, and I don't get a chance to do it very often. So I so casually suggested my Buffy, best author friends forever, Shannon Hale. And the upshot was, I got to hang out with Shannon for a whole weekend and it was awesome. We did find time to do our interview, which was without a doubt the easiest and most entertaining interview I've ever done. This interview took place August 29, 2008, which affects some of the directions that our conversation went, but I was surprised when reading through it again at how relevant it still is. On how it all began. So, let's look at the 4 different books first. Twilight. It started with a dream. Right. Should I tell the story, and get it on record? Do you want to? I'd like to. This story always sounds really fake to me. And when my publicist told me I needed to tell it, because it was a good story for publicity reasons, I felt like a lot of people were going to say, you know, that's ridiculous. She's making up this silly thing to try and get attention. But it's nothing but the cold hard facts of how I got started as a writer. Usually, I wake up around 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it's a baby thing, left over from knowing that somebody needs you, and then I go back to sleep. That's when I would have the most vivid dreams, those morning hours. And those are the ones you remember when you wake up. So the dream was me looking down on this scene. It was in this meadow, and there was so much light. The dream was very, very colorful. I don't know if that always comes through in the writing, that this prism effect was just so brilliant. I was so intrigued when I woke up. I just sat there and thought, so how does that end? The sunlight on Edward's skin. Yeah, there was this beautiful image, this boy, just glittering with light and talking to this normal girl. And the dream really was about him. She was also listening, as I was, and he was the one telling the story. It was mostly about how much he wanted to kill her, and, yet, how much he loved her. In the dream I think I'd gotten most of the way through what's chapter 13 now. The part where he recounts how he felt in each specific previous scene was obviously put in later, because I hadn't written those earlier scenes yet. But everything else in that scene was mostly what they were actually talking about in the dream. Even the analogy about food was something that I got in my dream. I was so intrigued when I woke up. I just sat there and thought, so how does that end? Does he kill her? Because it was really close. You know how, in dreams, it's not just what you hear, but you also kind of feel what's going on, and you see everything that the person in your head sees. So I knew how close it was. I mean, there was just a thin line between what he was going to choose. And so I just wondered, how would they have made that work? What would be the next step for a couple like this? I had recently started realizing that my memory was going, and that I could no longer remember whom I had said something to yesterday. My youngest was just passing 1, and the next one was 2, and I had an almost 5-year-old. So my brains were like oatmeal, there was nothing left. And so I knew I was going to forget this story. That realization was something that really hurt me. You know, when I was a kid, I always told myself stories, but I didn't write them down. I didn't have to. My memory was great then. So I could always go back and revisit the one about this, the one about that, and go over and refine it. But this one was going to get lost if I didn't do something about it. So after I got the kids' breakfast done, I only had 2 hours before swim lessons. And, even though I should have been doing other things, I started writing it out. It wasn't the dream so much as that day of writing that made me a writer. It wasn't the dream so much as that day of writing that made me a writer. Because the dream was great, and it was a good story. But if I'd had my memory laughs, it would have stayed just a story in my head. And I would have figured out everything that happened, and told it to myself, but that would have been it. But writing it down and making it real, and being able to go back and reread the sentences, was just a revelation to me. It was this amazing experience. Wow. This is what it's like to write down stories. I was just hooked. I didn't want to quit. I used to paint. When I was in high school, particularly. I won a few awards. I was okay with the watercolors. My mum still has some hanging up in her house. Slightly embarrassing, but they're decent. I was not a great painter. It was not something I should have pursued as a career, by any stretch of the imagination. I could see a picture in my head, but I could not put it on the canvas the same way it was in my head. That was always a frustration. When I started writing, I immediately had a breakthrough. I can make it real if I write it, and it's exactly the way I see it in my head. I didn't know I was able to do that. So that was really the experience that made me a writer, and made me want to continue being one. So you started out writing out the meadow scene. Where did you go from there? I continued to the end, chronologically, which I don't always do anymore. So you didn't go back to the beginning. Because you wanted to know what was going to happen next. Yeah. I was just like any reader with a story. You want to find out what happened. The backstory was for later. I wasn't really that worried about it. I wanted to see where it was going to go. So I kept writing. The last chapter just kept getting longer and longer, and then I made epilogue after epilogue. There were so many things I wanted to explore. Like why this was this way, and why this was that way, and how Bella first met Alice, and what their first impressions were. So I went back and did the beginning, and found it really exciting to be able to flesh it out and give reasons for everything that had happened later. I had lettered all my chapters instead of numbering them. So I went back and did A, and I think that I had chapter 13 being E because I thought, maybe, 5 or 6 chapters of material would cover the beginning. And then it was 12, so I was surprised about that. Laughs. You were surprised about how much had really happened beforehand. Yeah, it just kept going on. I was thinking, wow, this is taking a long time. And that's where I finally ended, which was the last sentence in chapter 12. And I knew I had crossed the continent with the railroad, and this was the golden spike that was being driven. It was all linked together. And that was that moment of shock, when I thought, it's actually long enough to be considered a book-length thing of some kind. You really didn't even consider it like a book until then. No. Laughs. No. I think if I would have thought of it as a book, I never would have finished it. I think if I would have thought, halfway in, maybe I can make this into a book. Maybe I could do something with this, the pressure would have crushed me, and I would have given up. I'm really glad I didn't think of it that way. I'm glad I protected myself by just keeping it about this personal story for me alone. And you were thinking of yourself as the reader the whole time. Yes. Well, I'm kind of shy, and I obviously had to get over that in a lot of ways. But the essential Stephenie, who is still in here, has a really hard time with letting people read things that she writes. Laughs. And there's a lot of enjoyment, which I'm sure you've experienced, in letting somebody read what you write. But there's also the fear of it. It's a really vulnerable position to put yourself in. I was in a creative writing class once and the teacher asked us, if we were stranded on a desert island, what 2 books would we take? And one of the books I chose was a notebook, an empty notebook, so I could write stories. And there was a classmate who said, if you were on a desert island by yourself, why would you write stories? And I thought, why are you in this class? Laughs. Because if the only purpose you have for writing is for someone else to read them, then why would you do this? It didn't make sense to me. But there is something extraordinary about writing for yourself and then sharing that. I've never thought of the desert island story. But that would be the perfect writing conditions, as far as I'm concerned. That would be great. I wouldn't want a spiral notebook, though. I'd want a laptop. Typing is so much better. I can't read my own handwriting half the time. So you started immediately on the computer, when you started writing this? Yeah. It's kind of funny to know exactly what day you started being a writer. Now, how long was it from when you wrote down the dream until you finished the first draft? I wrote down the dream on June 2nd. I had it all marked on my calendar. The first day of my summer diet, the first day of the swim lessons. It's kind of funny to know exactly what day you started being a writer. And I finished it around my brother's wedding, which was, he just had his anniversary. I think it was the 29th of August. So this was done in less than 3 months. Just an outpouring of words. Yeah. Was the story going through your head all day long, even when you weren't writing? Even when I was asleep, even when I was awake. I couldn't hold conversations with people. All my friends just thought that I had dropped them, because I lived in my own world for a whole summer. But here was this really hot, muggy, nasty summer. And when I looked back on it later, it seemed like I'd spent the whole summer in a cool, green place, because that's how distant my brain was from what was really going on. I wasn't there, which is sad. Laughs. I was physically there for my kids, and I took care of them. And I had my little ones, one on my leg and one on my lap. Most of the time I was writing. Luckily, the TV was behind me, laughs, so they could lean on my shoulder, watch Blue's Clues while I was typing. But I don't think you can keep up that kind of concentrated effort for more than a summer. You have to find some balance eventually. You have to come up for air. Yeah. How did you? You're so busy as a mum. Every moment of the day, with 3 little kids, is occupied. Suddenly, you're inserting this huge other effort into it. How did you allow yourself to do that? A lot of the time it didn't feel like it was a choice. Once I got started writing, it felt like there was so much that I had been keeping inside for so long. It was a creative outlet that was the best one I've ever found. Not just this story, but very active storytelling and creating, I'm sure, had been percolating in you for years. It was a creative outlet that was the best one I've ever found. I've done other creative things, birthday cakes and really great Halloween costumes, if I do say so myself. I was always looking for ways to creatively express myself. And it was always kind of a frustrating thing, it was never enough. Being a mum, especially when kids are younger, when they get older, it's a lot easier. You have to be about them every minute. And a lot of who Stephenie's was slipping away. Yeah. The writing brought that back in with such force that it was just an obsession I couldn't be away from it. And that was, I think, kind of the dam bursting, and that huge surge at first. And then I learned to manage it. You would have to. But what a tremendous way to start. It was. It felt really good. It felt really, really good. And I think when you find something that you can do that makes you feel that way, you just grasp onto it. So you had never written a short story before? I had not ever considered writing seriously. When I was in high school, I thought of some stories that might be a good book, but I didn't take it seriously, and I never said, gosh, I'm going to do that. I considered it momentarily, the same way I considered being a professional ballerina. Right. Oh, and I was going to be so good, laughs, in my nutcracker. I would have been fantastic, except that, obviously, I have no rhythmic skill, or the build for a ballerina, at all. Laughs, so it was like one of those nonsensical things, like wanting to be a dryad. And then, when I was in college, I actually wrote a couple chapters of something. Because I think it's the law, when you're an English major, you have to consider being an author as a career. But it was a ridiculous thing. I mean, there's no way you can make a living as a writer, everybody knows that. And, really, it's too hard to become an editor, that's just not a practical solution. If you're going to support yourself, you have to think realistically. I was going to go to law school. I knew I could do that. I knew that if I worked hard, I'd be kind of guaranteed that I could at least get a decent job somewhere that would pay the bills. There's no guarantee like that with writing, or anything in the publishing industry. You're not guaranteed that you will be able to feed yourself if you go down that path, and so I would have never considered it. I still am, a very practical person. So you really had to go into it from the side. By fooling yourself that you're not actually writing a book. I think there was this subconscious thing going on that was protecting me from thinking of the story in a way that would keep me from being able to finish it. I always needed that extra fantasy world. I had to have another world I could be in at the same time. Right. But, of course, you were a reader. You've been an avid reader for your whole life. That was always my favorite thing, until I found writing. My kids and my husband used to tease me, because my hand would kind of naturally form this sort of book holder, laughs, this claw for holding books. Because I had the baby in one arm and the book in the other, with the bottle tucked under my chin and the phone on my shoulder. Laughs, you know, the octopus mum. But I always had a book. I always needed that extra fantasy world. I had to have another world I could be in at the same time. And so, with writing, I just found a way to have another world, and then to be able to be a lot more a part of it than as a reader. I think it's part of multitasking. I wonder if most writers, I know moms have to be this way, but most writers, too, have to have two things going on at once just to stay entertained. Exactly. Laughs. It's not that I'm unsatisfied, because I love my life. I'm a mum, too, of small kids, and I love my husband, but I also need something else beyond that. I need another story to take me away. You know, it's funny. As I've become a writer, I started looking at other writers and how they do things, and everybody's very different. I read Atonement recently, and I was interested in the way Ian McEwan writes about being a writer through the character's standpoint. She's always seeing another story. She's doing one thing. But, then, in her head, it becomes something else, and it turns into another story. It's kind of like what you were saying about writers needing that extra reality to escape to. I think that writers maybe do have just that need for more than one reality. Laughs. You know, we're not really sure if it's insanity or it's a superpower. But it's an insanity that doesn't hurt anybody. Right. It's kind of friendly, cozy, fuzzy insanity. On the writing process. I think you must write much better first drafts than I do. I doubt that. Really? Are they pretty bad? I think so. I have to go over them again and again, because I don't always flesh it out enough. I write it through so quickly that I have to go back and add things. I tend to use the same words a lot, and I have to consciously go back and take out things like that. And I don't always get them. My first drafts are scary. And I cannot read a page of anything I've written without making 5 changes. That's my average. How do you go about rewriting? With Twilight, did you send it off immediately, or did you go back and start revising it? I probably read it, I don't know, 50 to 100 times before I sent it anywhere. And I cannot read a page of anything I've written without making 5 changes. That's my average. So even now that Twilight is finished, quote unquote, oh, I'd love to revise it. I could do such a better job now. And I have a hard time rereading it. Because if I read it on the computer, I want to go in and change things, and it drives me crazy that I can't. Yeah. I try not to read anything that I've already published. If I read it in the book form, I can usually relax and kind of enjoy it. I like to experience the stories again, because I see it like I did the first time I saw it. But sometimes it's hard not to be like, oh, I hate that now. Why did I do it that way? Laughs. That would be right as hell. You're continually faced with a manuscript that you wrote years ago and not allowed to change it. Laughs. Well, then, that's every writer's reality, right? Laughs. I don't know if you feel this way, but once a book is written and out of my hands and out there, I no longer feel like I wrote it. I don't feel like I can even claim the story anymore. I feel like now it belongs out there, with the readers. I feel that way about the hardbound copy on the shelf. There is a disassociation there. If I look at it on a shelf, and it seems very distant and cold and important, I don't feel like it's something that belongs to me. When I read it, it does. I guess I haven't reread my books. I listen to the audiobooks, actually, one time for each book, and I have enjoyed that. The people who did my audiobooks are a full cast, so it's like this play, almost. Oh, that's so cool. They say things differently than I would have, but instead of being wigged out by it, I actually like it. Because it's as though I'm hearing a new story, and I'm hearing it for the first time. SMC. I can't ignore my mistakes as much when I hear it on audio. I have tried to listen to my books on audio, and I cannot do it. Because I hear the awkwardness in a phrase when it's spoken aloud, and I just think, oh, gosh. I shouldn't have phrased it that way. And there'll be other things where I hear the mistakes a lot louder than when I read through it and kind of skip over them with my eyes. That was one of my favorite parts, reading it. Now, by the time you finished Twilight, you thought, this is a book, and then you started to revise. Did you revise just to, like you said, relive the story? Or did you have a purpose? Well, while I was writing I would revise while I was going. I'd start and go back and read what I'd written up to that point before I started. And some days I'd spend the whole day just making changes and adding things to what I'd written. That was one of my favorite parts, reading it. That surprised me, you know. But then it's the book that's perfect for you, because you wrote it for yourself, and so it's everything that you want it to be. And when I put the golden spike into it, I looked at it and felt kinda shocked that I'd finished it. And then I thought maybe there was a reason I'd done all this, that I was supposed to go forward with this. Maybe there was some greater purpose, and I was supposed to do something with it. Because it was such an odd thing for me to write a book over the summer, it was so odd for me to feel so compelled about it. The one person who knew what I was doing was my big sister Emily. But my sister's so, everything's wonderful. Everything's perfect. You shouldn't change a single word. Laughs, she's so supportive. I knew that it was not a big risk to let her see it. So it was the combination of thinking, I finished this. And Emily saying, well, you have to try and publish it. You have to do it. I don't know how many times we talked when she'd say, Stephenie, have you sent anything out yet? So then I revised with a purpose. And I revised with a sense of total embarrassment. Oh my gosh. If anyone ever sees this I'll be so humiliated. I can't do it. And then Emily would call again, and again I'd feel this sense like, maybe I'm supposed to. Then I started doing all the research, you know. Like looking for an agent. I didn't know that writers had agents. I thought only athletes and movie stars did that. So that was intimidating and off-putting. I need an agent. This sounds complicated. Then I had to find out how to write literary queries. And summing up my story in 10 sentences was the most painful thing for me. Horrible. It does not work well. Laughs, and it was also pretty painful having to put out this letter that says, hi, this is who I am, this is what I've written, this is what it's about. I have absolutely no experience, or any reason why I think that you should actually pick this up, because who am I? Thank you very much, Stephenie Meyer. Laughs, that was hard. And sending 'em out, I don't want to remember that often. Because you know how you kind of blank out things that are unpleasant, like childbirth and stuff. It was such a hard thing to do. Back in the neighborhood where I lived at the time, you couldn't put mail in your mailbox. Kids stole it. So you had to drive out and go put it in a real mailbox. And to this day I can't even go by that corner without reliving the nauseating terror that was in my stomach when I mailed those queries. Wow. SMC. I didn't take creative writing classes like you. I didn't take the classes because I knew someone was going to read what I would write. I didn't worry about the writing part, it was letting someone else read it. My whole life that was a huge terror of mine, having someone know what goes on inside my head. With every book, I always see the part that I think people are going to get mad about, or the part that's going to get mocked. So how have you? Because, obviously, millions of people now have read what you wrote. Is it still terrifying for you, every time you put a book out? Yeah, and with good reason. Because the world has changed, and the way books are received is different now. People are very vocal, and I do not have a lot of calluses on my creative soul, every blow feels like the first one. I have not learned how to take that lightly or let it roll off of me. I know it's something I need to learn before I go mad, but it's not something that I've perfected. And so it's hard, even when you know it's coming. You don't know where it's coming from. A lot of them are sucker punches. With every book, I always see the part that I think people are going to get mad about, or the part that's going to get mocked. With Twilight, I thought, oh gosh. People are just going to rip me apart for this, if anybody picks it up. Which they're not going to, because they're going to read the back and say, a book about vampires. Oh, come on, it's been so done. So I knew it was coming. But there were always some things I wasn't expecting that people wouldn't like. I mean, with everything you put out, you just have to know, there are going to be people who really like it, and that's going to feel really good. But there are going to be people who really dislike things that are very personal to me, and I'm just going to have to take it. But it's so terrifying. I don't know how you even have the courage to do it every time. The book of mine that I thought was going to be my simplest, happiest book, just a sweet little fun book that people would enjoy, that was the one that got slammed the hardest. Like you said, it was things I never could have anticipated that people didn't like. As I look back on it, I think if I had a chance, I would take those parts out, or change those things that people hated. But I didn't know at the time. And so now, as I'm writing another book, I know there are things that people are going to hate. But I don't know what they are. Laughs. If I only knew what they were, I would be sorely tempted to change them to try and please everyone. I do the very best I can, but you can never anticipate what it is that people are going to react to. See, I have a very different reaction to that, because I can't change it, it is the way it is. I mean, there are things I can do in editing, and I can polish the writing. I know I can always do better with that. And I know that, even in the final form, if I could have another 3 months to work on it, I would never stop polishing, because I can always make every word more important. But I just can't change what happens, because that's the way it is. That's the story, who the people are dictates what happens to them. I mean, there are outside forces that can come in, but how the characters respond to them eventually determines where they're going to be. Once you know who they are, there's no way to change what their future is, it just is what it is. And so my reaction, when the criticism is really bad and really hard, is, I wish I would have kept this in my computer. I should have just held on to this work and have it be mine alone. Because sometimes I wonder, is it worth it to share it? But then you feel like you're not doing your characters a service with that. They deserve to live more fully, in someone else's mind. Yes. I know I sound crazy. Laughs. No, I totally understand that. I remember hearing writers talk about how their characters are almost alive, and almost have a will of their own. And I thought they were kind of full of crap, laughs, but there is something to it. I think that it's a balance, though. There's the idea of these characters that are alive in my mind, and then there's me, the author. And I have some power to control the story, and to try and make it a strong story, but then, the characters also have some power to say no. Yeah. You can't change who they are to make the story go easier. For me, writing is finding a balance between that sort of transcendental story and my own power of writing, not letting myself overwrite them too much, and not letting them overrun me. Yeah. See, I find that difficult, because, to me, you create a character, and you define them, and you make them who they are. And you get them into a shape where they are final. Their story isn't, but they are who they are, and they do feel very real. You can't change who they are to make the story go easier. So sometimes things happen in the story because my character, being who he is, can't do anything different. I've written him so tightly into who he is that I cannot change his course of action now, without feeling like, well, that's not in character, that's not what he would do. There's only one course now. And sometimes it's hard, when the course goes away that's difficult to write. Read the rest of the conversation and much more in The Twilight Saga, the official illustrated guide.